Hello, Miss Jackson, Mr. Racing. Huh. Interesting. Ugh. Any live calls lately? That's all I do. I mean, like, it's mostly what I do. On. Oh, we're gonna have to wait. It doesn't look like they're solving them anytime soon, Gemini. So we're waiting on Alyssa for that one. She will not be happy if we start talking about murders that I know nothing about. I can make up a murder story if you like, maybe today. Let's see. Chat's acting funky right now. Can you? We'll see. Maybe before the end of the YouTube stream. Let me get the juices marinating. And we're doing calls today, JW. All right. Well, yeah, I'm going to do it. I just need to get my thoughts in order. I'm just not going to do it right this second. Let me get the emails pulled up. Can you guys hear everything? Feels quiet on my end. Just got to play some random audio from something. Yeah. That's working. She might wake up at some point before the end of the stream. And then we'll talk about it. Oh, I can show you guys something. Here. I know I played this on... I put this in the chat already. Not yet. We're not streaming on TikTok yet. I can show you guys this now. Go save the track on Spotify. I'll put the link somewhere. Comes out January 1st. My band Dire Descent. We got 2 songs coming out in the next couple of months. All right. Let's get the dialer up and running. They are loud. They're very loud songs. All right, let's get the TikTok stream up and you know what? Give me. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say, let me go get water. Who the fuck am I? Water. Humboldt Guano Band. Yeah, that was that's my band. Of which I provide very little talent to, aside from the vocal parts. The rest of the band carries everything else. Literally. Like, I walk in with a microphone, and the rest of the band has to carry all their gear in by themselves. It's the... How did you like the finale? Finale of what? I'm feeling left out. All right. Let's get started. I got some calls from last week to make. We got one from Trey Ferguson. Here we go. Right now. It feels so quiet tonight. I don't know why. Jumping right into the calls. If you have any calls that you want me to deliver your bad news for you, send an email to johnbreaksbadnews@gmail.com. Oh, The Walking Dead. I haven't watched it since like bad news. Matt Klein. Saturday I played video games. Can't break good news for that. What's up? Never glued to your shoes? I don't know.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 8.
I do calls on Friday nights. But tonight is Monday. I actually did catch the video. I just don't do the video game streams on TikTok because it doesn't make any sense. Let's try one more time. This one's for Trey Ferguson. Oh, Mac Miller. More familiar with
Hello?
Mac Miller. Hi, is this Chris?
This is Chris.
This is John from John Breaks Bad News. I have some bad news from Trey for you. From your homeboy, Trey.
Yep.
He says that you are kind of laying into the crack a little too hard, bud. You need to
lick it instead.
Sober up.
I gotta lick the crack.
No. You got to lay off the crack.
Oh, damn. Wait, what if I want to lay on the crack?
What type of crack are we talking about? Are we talking about like a crack in the sidewalk?
No, I was talking about your mom's crack. Because, like, when your mom got pulled over, they actually arrested her for having 10 pounds of crack.
So you'd be, like, laying on her crack cocaine?
No.
Or
Her ass. Her ass.
That's very convoluted.
No.
It's pretty simple to understand if you have a brain.
Yeah, I don't.
But you
have
added
one,
the
though.
part where she got arrested for having 10 pounds of crack.
Yeah.
Meaning like the drug crack.
No. Meaning the ass crack.
But an ass crack is a void. It can't weigh 10 pounds.
Yeah, it can.
No, it can't, because the ass crack is the absence of ass. That's why it's a crack. Like a crack in the concrete is absence of concrete.
That's
why it's a crack.
What if
The definition of crack is a void.
I like sticking my head in your mom's crack, though.
She's she wouldn't appreciate
Gay,
you
I
talking
know.
about. She wouldn't appreciate you talking about her like this.
Hey, man, she likes dick. It's all right.
My mom probably
Is
does.
gay.
She's had 2 kids, so she does. She's liked dick twice, or maybe she didn't. I don't know. I haven't really talked to her about it.
Okay, John breaks bad news. I've got shit to attend to, so I've got to go.
What kind of shit?
I've got to go set up some lizard enclosures.
Lizard enclosures? What kind of lizards are we talking?
Well, I mean, I've got
you
a
trying to trap
Uta
lot lizards?
stansburiana. No, I have a Uta stansburiana, and
I don't know what that
also
is.
today.
How do you spell
yeah,
that?
you don't. UTASTANB. Oh fuck! How do you spell Buriana?
Well,
Oh,
I've
fuck.
typed in what you've said so far, and I just see a bunch of puffy red urethras.
Oh wow!
Like
yeah,
people
no,
with
it's not
urinary
that.
tract infections.
Oh, that makes sense. Oh yeah, and then I also got 2 geckos today.
2 geckos? Are you one
Yeah,
of those
one's
people?
a baby.
Are you one of those people that go to like the reptile shows?
No,
Oh, have you ever been to a reptile show?
nah, fuck that shit.
No, they're pretty cool. You get to go around and like
Yeah?
usually there's like a
You've
guy
been?
who's he's like missing a couple fingers and he's like, I got a cobra in the back, but it's illegal for me to sell it here. But I can show it to you if you're cool.
It was technically illegal for me to have a Uta stansburiana until I got a permit for it.
Why is it illegal for you to have it?
Because I stole it from the wild. But
Oh,
it's
damn.
not illegal anymore because I got a permit for it.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, enjoy your lizard. This is.
I won't enjoy them in that way, but I will enjoy them.
Well, I wasn't implying anything by saying to enjoy your lizards. I wasn't like saying do
Oh,
weird sex stuff.
it sounded like you wanted me. Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
Why would I want you to do sex stuff with a lizard?
Dude, I don't know. That's what my dog wants to do.
Well, maybe get your dog fixed.
He is fixed. He has no balls. They got cut off.
That's cruel.
Yeah, we didn't do it. The
All right.
previous owners did.
Oh. Well, I guess
Yeah.
that's good for you.
Yeah, he's probably happy, even with his balls off.
All right. Well, I love you.
I love you too.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Chucky 5.0, for the roses. And thank you for liking the stream, everybody. My dad left for a pack of cigarettes and never came back. I feel bad for him. Yes, I am accepting emails right now, Gene Masters. Who said that? What's he say? Oh, thank you for the crown. Ooh. Almost 11K. Yeah, we're getting there. On YouTube. Asimi for $5. Would you rather rub yourself with a gimpy leaf, lick fresh toe fungus, and swallow, or cut off your finger? Asking for a friend. So you asked me about this gimpy leaf the other day, and I looked it up. I'm not touching that thing. Apparently, it's very painful. Lick fresh toe fungus. I would hate that. Or cut off my finger. The gimpy leaf, for those of you that don't know, is a leaf that when you touch it, the venom in it makes you want to kill. It's so painful that it makes you want to kill yourself, and it lasts forever, like a really long time. So I guess I would go with the licking a toe fungus and swallowing because it seems like the least damaging thing that I could do to myself. Or cut off my finger. I'm not cutting off one of my fingers. That's insane. So I've only gotten one of the emails from whoever was here that said that they sent the emails. What's he say? I got one from Justin for Brandon. Thank you for the tiny. Katie Solon Potts. Oh, okay. I got another one for Gene Masters. But I got this one earlier from Robert Manugin. Hey, my friend Michael. Okay. So this one is for Robert, and we are calling his friend Michael. This one's a serious one.
Hello?
Hi, is this Michael?
Yes.
This is John from John Breaks Bad News. I have some bad news for you from your friends.
What is it?
From your allies at Regis Jesuit.
Okay.
Your girlfriend cheated on you. She was... the situation was that Sydney, his girlfriend, went up to Steamboat last weekend with some friends. She ended up hooking up with her ex-boyfriend, Sam Morton. Does that sound right?
Who is this?
My name's John from John Breaks Bad News.
Who called you to tell me this?
All it says is that they wanted me to say it was from the allies at Regis Jesuit.
Yep.
I'm sorry, bud. Damn. Poop and sloop. Poop and I'll. Yeah. Poop and the other part of the name. Send me an email to johnbreaksbadnews@gmail.com. John, my friend killed his mother. Damn, that's crazy. Thank you for following. If you haven't followed yet, it would really help if you did. For some reason, we're fucking bleeding followers on TikTok. Probably because I'm not very active there. Okay, this one's from Justin Pruitt. What's his name? Oh, Brandon. Okay, I see. Where else do I stream? YouTube and Twitch and Facebook. Asimi, thank you for the $5. Thank you for the stream. Cannot wait to start making clips. Love you too. Love you too, Asimi. Yeah, I gotta make that fucking playlist for you. Does your mustache drive you crazy? I usually don't think about it. Hello?
Hello.
Hi, this is Brandon.
Yes, this is.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
So my name's John from John Breaks Bad News. I have some bad news from Justin, your friend. He wanted me to let you know that nobody cares that it's your birthday on Wednesday. And also,
Dang.
you aren't loved.
Okay.
All right. I love you.
Thank you.
Have a good one.
You too.
Bye-bye. Come on. There we go. I thought Breaking Bad News was going to be like news about my favorite show. Everybody thinks that. No, I don't have any news about Breaking Bad. I love everybody. This one's from Gene Masters. Call Joe and tell him to quit breaking his ankle and learn how to walk like a real man. What's up, Dodd? No dummy calls tonight.
Forwarded to an automatic.
I gotta set up a new time for Demi to call in about the these Idaho murders to talk about them. Demi runs a show thing. Nobody has sent me the kid's number in like months. I guess I was calling him too late. I don't save the kid. Like, I don't save anybody's number. So when you send me a number, I delete it immediately because I feel like that's unethical.
Call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
I feel like me keeping the numbers would be bad to do. Poop and Poop, I did not get your email. Send it to jonbreaksbadnews@gmail.com. It's jonbreaksbadnews@gmail.com. And Gene
Been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 5.
Doesn't look like he's picking up.
At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hi, Joe. This is John from John Breaks Bad News. You gotta stop breaking your ankle and learn how to walk like a real man. You stumbling around and snapping your ankle like a twig every 5 seconds is feminine behavior. And quite frankly, it's disgusting. So sturdy up, drink a glass of milk, and stop breaking your fucking ankle. All right, I love you. Bye. Call your dad and tell him he needs to come back. He is coming back. We talked the other day. It's just, he's still having a hard time getting around after, the rehab. But he is walking again. Heroin is a hell of a drug. All right. Calling Danny now. Heroin parts of Joe.
Hello?
Hi, is this Danny?
Yeah, speaking.
This is John from John Breaks Bad News. I have some bad news from your dad, Kurt.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's kicking you out of the house. He's sick and tired of you being lazy and broke and unable to hold a job. So you gotta...
Well, that's all right.
You gotta pack your
Daddy
stuff
Kurt
and-
always molested me, so
Well,
I was getting ready to move out anyway, so.
that's a pretty good, a pretty good response. So
See, he only tells one side of the story. He would always touch my butthole and shit, so.
well,
I already got my bags packed, as a matter of fact.
why'd you wait so long?
Well, because I kind of liked it, to be honest with you, but I decided that, maybe it wasn't the best thing anymore.
Well, what made you come to that conclusion?
Well, he's not as gentle as he used to be.
Oh, so he's got a
So-
little rougher. He's a little more frustrated with like the no job thing.
Yeah. Well, that might be a part of it, but it's just. I guess we just, I've come to the conclusion that we should just probably part our ways. So
All right. Well,
it is what it is. No hard feelings.
Yeah, it's mutual.
Right. Exactly.
All right. Good. All right. I love you.
Well, I appreciate the news.
I say it back.
Thanks for letting me know, man.
I said I love you. Say it back.
Oh, my bad. I didn't hear you. I love you too, buddy. Here, hold on.
Bye bye. Yeah, probably. Sean BB. I love you too, Matthew Busby. This one's from Chemo. Calling Nulton. Thank you, Regan.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice message.
There's a check on this app that says something similar to
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
Does she have a copyright on I love you? Jess? Am I not allowed to say I love you anymore? Because some chick on TikTok says I love you at the end of her videos? Are you shadow banned? You usually have way more on TikTok. Yeah, probably. No, I think she stole it from... I don't have a copyright on I love you.
Hello?
Hi, is this Nulton?
It is.
This is John from John Breaks Bad News. I have some bad news from an acquaintance of yours regarding your girlfriend Cece. She cheated on you when you went to the National Guard with them.
Can you repeat that one more time?
Cece cheated on you when you went to the National Guard with them. This person who's asking me to talk to you. Uh-oh. He hung up. Well, let her know if you know if you know who the girl is that does the prank calls. Let her know that I am open to collaborating with her if she would like to do an episode together. I was the first person in the world to say I love you. John, was that supposed to be anonymous? I don't think so. He said nothing about it being anonymous. But I have no idea anymore. She's really funny. What's that supposed to mean? Vicious kitten? She wouldn't want to collab with a hack like me? This one's for Gabe. His friend Isaac. Cheers, Allie. Cheers, Allie. Hello? Hi, is this Gabe?
Yeah.
This is John from John Breaks Bad News. I have some bad news from your friend Isaac. He says that you have one of the finest mothers he's ever seen in his entire life. And if he had the chance, just one chance, he would take no hesitation in tapping that shit. And he hopes it doesn't change your friendship.
Dude, fuck you and him, bro.
Why? Fuck me. He just wants to bang your mom one time.
I
And if he
get it,
gets-
but you're helping him.
I'm not helping him. I just wanted to let you... He wanted me to let you know that if he ever gets the chance to tap that ass, he's 100% taking it, and he really hopes that it doesn't change the friendship between the two of you. Would it change the friendship between the two of you? If he banged your mom? Just the one time?
I would kill him and her. I would be a orphaned, best friendless man.
Why would you kill him?
Because he banged my mom.
Why wouldn't you want your mom to have a nice night?
Why the hell are you calling me from New York?
Because that's where I live at.
Okay. Well, anyway.
All right.
Yeah. No. Tell Sack. Tell little boy Sack. He's not tapping my mom.
Well, I'm gonna pray that Isaac bangs your mom just one time. And it's a good one. It's not one of those ones where he's just like using her. Like he really puts the work in, maybe goes down on her a little bit.
You know what I'm saying? Well, see, he better make it fun because it's going to be his only and his last time.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't think you should commit violent acts on your friends and your mother if they decide to fall in love and he becomes your new dad.
All right. Well, thank you for the call, man.
All right. Well, do you mind leaving a review on my Facebook page?
Yeah. If you want to text you something, go ahead.
Yeah, it's facebook.com/John Breaks Bad News.
All right, here. That was the funniest shit I think I've ever had. What's it called? John brings
breaks, not brings.
Oh no.
And it should come up once you hit that. John Breaks Bad News. All right, I love you.
Word. Peace out.
No, say it back. I love you.
I love you too, man.
All right, bye. Where in New York are you from? I'm from Long Island. I'm going to make toasted ravioli and Easy Mac for dinner. Hell yeah, dude. Holly. Here we go. Harass my best friend. What's the email again? The email is jonbreaksbadnews@gmail.com. That's jonbreaksbadnews@gmail.com. No H. Oh, where are we at? Do not send me feet pics. Don't do it. I will get pissed. Gotta call you one time. Email John, Jon, breaksbadnews@gmail.com. If you want move to the top of the list, send a little tip to cash symbol at John Breaks Bad News. I do not accept feet pics. I've been tricked into breaking bad news. I'm going to get a clown makeup kit, and it'll be like a game. One stream I want to do is like a game of like Hangman, but each time I do a call that's not bad news, I have to put one more piece of clown makeup on. I think that would be fun. I do not take phone calls. I'm pissed. Yeah, I wish I knew how she was doing too. Sneezes. Kevin's not picking up the fucking phone. This one's more of a prank call. Anyway. Somebody else just asked about the kid too. I haven't gotten a number for the kid. I never saved the kid's number as like a, like I don't think it's good to save numbers for people that I call. So if anybody out there has the kid's number and you're watching, shoot me an email. Guys, liking the stream helps a lot. If you're on TikTok or any of the other platforms, and you can smash the like. He's the kid, this kid that we call every so often. And I'd tell him to do his homework all summer long, and he'd be like, I don't have school in the summer. I don't have any homework. And I'm like, go to bed. Make sure you eat your vegetables. Just get mad. He would be pissed. That kid was pissed off, man. Kid was pissed as hell. Phone ringing is too loud. Is that any better? No, it still looks fucking loud as fuck. He's not picking up. Sorry, Holly. John is the telephone father figure we all needed. I try to be. Try to live up to those expectations. This one's from Flower Boy calling Connie.
Hello?
Hi, is this Connie?
Yeah?
This is John from John Breaks Bad News. I have some bad news for you.
Oh, really?
A Hot Rod is dead.
What?
Hot Rod is dead.
Who the fuck is Hot Rod?
He passed away on November 20th.
Okay. I
I'm
never
sorry
liked him anyway.
I'm sorry about your loss. Or, well, then...
Yeah, bye.
Good. All right, I love you.
You can't do this. I'm not going to Georgia.
Oh, you're in Georgia.
Who's going to Georgia?
I can very easily make you...
Hello?
Hi. Who's going to Georgia?
Who are you?
Oh, I'm John.
Who is this? That's my phone.
My name's John.
Why are you calling me John? Who the fuck is Hot Rod, and what are you talking about?
I don't know. Hot Rod has passed away, so he ceased to be. So he's no longer Hot Rod.
Okay,
I
I
guess.
understand Hot Rod has passed away and no longer exists. Who the fuck was Hot Rod? How's that?
Well, I thought you knew.
I've no idea.
I was gonna ask you who Hot Rod is.
Yeah, I wish I knew. Don't know, darling.
Well, he died on November 20th in the morning.
What a fucking shame, man. I bet he is missed.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, toodles.
All right, I love you.
Oh, I love you too.
Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Night.
How's your night? What are you watching?
I'm watching the Vampire Diaries. Which one of your friends is this? Which one of Kyla's friends are you?
What?
Which one of Sycamore's friends are you?
I don't know who Sycamore is.
Oh, don't lie to me.
Is he dead as well?
No!
Oh.
Absolutely not. But apparently, I was told I was dead today. But I'm not.
Are you Hot Rod?
And I was learning.
What a twist.
I'm not Hot Rod.
So wait, you're not Hot Rod?
I'm not. So what are you wearing?
Me, I'm wearing a black hooded sweatshirt, zip up, and some blue jeans and a belt, and underwear that's been on me for far too long.
Okay, well, that's not going to work.
I did change my socks, though. I don't know how that happened, really.
Okay, well, who is this? It's a YouTuber? Why would you be calling me?
I was calling you to tell you that Hot Rod is dead.
You know what? I don't think so. I think it's a hoax. I think that he faked his own death, and he's somewhere right now killing with Jim Morrison.
Was Jim Morrison,
Who also
maybe
faked his own death.
and Tupac and Elvis?
No, Tupac is totally fucking dead, dude.
Wait,
And
who?
Elvis, I'm
Wait,
pretty
Elvis
sure
is
he's
dead?
too. Oh, yeah.
I don't think Elvis is dead.
Come on, man. Elvis is dead. You got to accept the truth. Do you need a hug?
Yeah, I do a little bit.
I don't doubt it. I feel like you do. I think you need a hug and some clean underwear. And your whole day could just be, you could just start a whole new life today.
That would kind of be like a whole new life for me.
Yeah, wouldn't that be cool? Like, not anything permanent. Like, you probably don't want clean underwear on every day for the rest of your life. Like
No.
us normal fucking people.
I'd prefer no
maybe like,
underwear. Just shit directly into my pants.
But maybe just for 2-3 days of just being all spiffy and clean, and you might even be able to get laid.
I get
Well, you
laid.
probably still get laid now if you pick a stinky girl.
I have one of those. I have one of those real
Stinky
dolls.
girl? Oh, do you really? How much
Yeah.
did you pay for that? Because I was thinking about getting one.
I got it hand me down from my dad. I inherited it from my dad, who died.
You got a hand-me-down sex doll from your dad.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow, that's
They're
pretty
very
impressive.
lifelike.
I have some artificial vaginas and stuff here, but not a whole doll.
Why do you have an artificial vagina?
It was a free gift when I bought a sex toy, if you must know.
What was the sex toy that you spent the money on?
Oh my God! You want to know which one? Let's see which one.
Yeah, what are the specs? Let's run through your
I have-
collection.
You do not want to run through my collection.
I kind of
You don't
do.
have time to run through my collection.
I have all the time in the world.
My daughter is in the other room right now wanting to die.
I got a fresh
She wants
12-pack of Pabst
she
Blue
wants
Ribbon.
to join Hot Rod right now. Because she does not want to listen to me talk to some stranger on the phone about my sex toy collection. However, I have a variety of butt plugs, anal beads, vibrators, rabbits. I have a Lush 3.
A Lush
Which is
3?
very
Is that
nice.
one of the ones that
A
are
Lush
remote?
3.
You could control it from.
Yes,
Hell yeah!
absolutely. Hey, download the app. I'll send you my code. Not really. But yeah, I do have
It's
that.
an interesting prospect. If you send me the code, I might be able to get it to a few people right now.
You might be able to get what?
I might be able to get that code to a few people right now.
How about we're not really going to do that?
Okay. Well, I mean,
Well, that would be a trip, though.
yeah. I mean, like
Every time I turn around, some stranger somewhere is. No, we're not
yanking
doing
your
that.
chain,
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to pass on
so
that.
to
But
speak.
it was really nice sharing my toy collection with you. I would go into more detail, but I'm bored now
Okay.
with that. But this has been fun.
I have people
I
asking if
really
you're
thought
married.
you were one of them I thought you were one of them automated callers that I get from her friends.
No.
Until you asked me, until you said something about what was on TV, and I was like, oh shit, that's a real person. And then I was a little embarrassed. Not a lot embarrassed. I don't get really a lot embarrassed.
I can tell.
I'm a little bit bold, I guess.
I like
So,
it. Do you mind
but
leaving
for
me
a
a
second-
review? Because I was super polite during this call.
Yes, I'll leave you a review.
Okay, my site is facebook.com/John Breaks Bad News.
Okay, I will have my kid look it up for me, and we will get you a review.
All right,
You're
I love
fun. You're fun.
You're fun too, Connie.
All right, take care.
You're a peach.
Bye.
All right, I love you. Bye.
Stop. You did not just call me a peach.
You are a peach.
We are so done.
What? Why is being a peach bad?
I fucking hate peaches. I hate everything associated with peaches.
All right,
I
then
hate
you're
the
a
way
banana.
they look. I hate the way they smell. I hate the way they feel. And
What about bananas?
they
What
make
if
me
I said
hate
you're
my
such a
mother.
banana?
Okay, banana. That's good.
Okay, you're such a banana,
I can
Connie.
I know, right?
Hell yeah.
All right. Well, now we're not through anymore. Have fun.
Have a good one. Bye bye.
You too. Bye.
What's up, Father to Sophia? Don't tell me what to do, also. I'm kidding, but we'll do the next one, all right? I got one right here. This one's from P calling Allie. What's up, Kawhi Jamaican? That lady was awesome. I've been all right. How you doing, man? All right, it's from Patrick.
Please leave your message for 6319869.
That was close. Benicio, I got home from work a bit ago, but I'll stay for the stream. Thank you for hanging out. Oh, Kevin Jr. 311. Thank you for gifting a sub to Oxmed live stream. Love you too. Nico Slavsky. Damn it. Oh, yeah, that's right. Connor. I'm sorry, I have a hard time matching people's fucking Puppy
Please leave
Biscuity.
your message for 6319.
Thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you for calling my mom. It was a blast to listen. She's nutso. She is a lot of fun. I'm going to get one of those and sell the gun to people. Queen, you're wild. John, do you have a favorite call that you've done? The last Demi call was really good. This one today, calling Connie, was fun. Hello? Hi, is this Allie?
Yes.
This is John from John Breaks Bad News. I have some bad news from Patrick for you. You got to stop being such a baby and go handle your man in the living room now. Give him those hands. Give him a 2-piece. Oh, fuck. No, it's all good. I need to figure out how to change my name on here. I only made this account to watch your streams. Puppy, how did you donate that? Do you know who Puppy is? I had bits here. Okay. Daddy Kurt touched me. Oh no. One of my favorite calls that I've done was a guy emailed me. He wanted me to call his dad and let him know that he was getting in touch with authorities that he, because his dad had taken out credit cards in his name, in his son's name, and ran up all his credit. And when I called the dad, oh, what's up, Sycamore? When I called the dad, he threatened me multiple times, told me that he had tracked my number to Hawaii. Never been to Hawaii, which was pretty crazy. Threatened to have Hell's Angels show up at my house and kill me. And then called me incessantly for like a week and a half. And that was probably the most fun I've ever had on this show. Well, no, I lie. There's been a lot of times where I've had a lot of fun. Assume you know call ID is John Breaks Bad News. Yes, I do know that. It's on that. It's that on purpose. You think you're so awesome, Sycamore. You think you're looking down on me, don't you? When I have money, I will one-up you. Your bits, mark my words. I smell a bidding war. A bit war. The last stream was hilarious. We had back-to-back great calls. Yeah, it was a really good stream last stream. This stream's going not bad. It's been pretty good. It's a good stream. Honky Tonk Colostomy Bag. No, you're awesome. Wait, is it's Job Breaks Bad News or John Breaks Bad News? Because if it's Job Breaks Bad News, I gotta make a phone call tomorrow. Get that fucking fixed. But it used to be Domino's. Barry Roman. Ask for Rodney. Oh, here we go. Can we call that lady back? She might sell sex toys. I need a good hookup. Sounds like she gets her stuff through a website or one of those sex toy parties.
Our call has been forwarded to an...
We started off strong. We had a cheating one. That guy sounded... I wish he would have stuck around, but I guess they don't. It's hard to expect people to stick around when you tell them that their wife or girlfriend is cheating on them.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
That's not a bad idea, Jay Thorne. Make it Publishers Clearinghouse. All right, last time on this one, and then we got to move on. I'll leave a message. I feel like more people will assume it's a scam. Like most people don't even know what the Publishers Clearinghouse is. Hello? Is Rodney there? One more time, he picked up. Random name, caller ID. Oh, maybe I'll just use my real name.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
Laura.
Is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When
What's
you've
up, For
finished
the Reals?
recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options. To leave a callback number, press 5.
Thank you for the reels. Hi, Rodney. This is John from John Breaks Bad News. I have some bad news for you. Your brother Dewey has been seeing your girlfriend while you're at work, which is a shame. I'm sorry. All right, I love you. Bye. My dog's toxic trait is eating all his food in 2 seconds, then thinking he gets some of my dinner too. You should give him a little bit for a treat. Okay. If you have any calls that you want made, send an email to johnbreaksbadnews@gmail.com. Hello? Is Marcella there? This is John from John Breaks Bad News. Oh, they hung up. All right. If anybody has some last minute stuff, send it now. Joseph R. Biden. Nobody will pick up. Can't hear them. Yeah, they didn't speak. I can't do the button without Alyssa, but I got something else that we could watch while I drink beers. Name is Lisa. Nico Slavsky. Send an email to johnbreaksbadnews@gmail.com. I'll do it. Last call. Okay, here we go. Did you send it to the right email address? Where does the button stream? On YouTube and Twitch. We do that at after shows. We do an after show that TikTok is not privy to because I get in trouble on TikTok too much. Can you send it one more time? Nikoslavsky. Damn, I'm
Been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 35235.
Damn.
Hello?
Hi, Ashley. This is John from John Breaks Bad News. I have some bad news from Patrick for you. You wanted me to tell you, why are you being so shady? Just confess your love. He knows you want him. You couldn't keep your lips off of him in Florida 2 weeks ago. Oh, she hung up. Was that you playing The Witcher again the other day? Yeah, that stream, everybody hated it. So I'm probably, if I do video games again, it'll probably be more of a social experience, like social game, and not so much like me just drooling, staring at a computer and trying to tell everybody what's going to happen 3 seconds before it happens. Nikoslavsky, it's not showing up in the email. I'm kind of just waiting for that. Just resent. Okay, I'll give it a second. Here we go. All right. This is the last one. I'll stream it in the Discord just for people who want to see it, but I probably won't put it on. What's up, Max Carner?
Hi, you have reached Lisa Kozlowski. I'm sorry I'm not able to.
All right, one more time. What's up, Grunk Monkey?
Hi, you have reached Lisa Kozlowski.
Last call. Leave a voicemail after this one. That That would be funny to do like a call center kind of thing. Teach people how to stream it and just have like all hours of the day people doing it. It's going pretty good, man. I think we're going to watch this fucking
Hi, you
Mogar
have reached Lisa
documentary.
Kozlowski. I'm sorry I'm not able to answer the call, but if you please leave a message, I'll get back to you as soon as I'm able. Thank you.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hi, Lisa, this is John from John Breaks Bad News. I have some bad news from Nathan for you. Maggie took a crap on your bed. Your dog, Maggie, took a gigantic shit all over your bed. Good luck cleaning it up. I love you. Bye. You didn't waste my time, Nick. Don't worry about it. But yeah, we're going to be watching, we're doing some regular old streamer shit, commentary garbage on a documentary by a creator named Porcelain, who makes some of the best documentaries I have ever seen. The third episode of this documentary series just came out the other day, but we're going to watch the first one today. It's about an hour long. It's pretty wacky. And we'll see what happens. You know, we'll watch it and hopefully people enjoy it. But if you want to watch it with us, we're going to be over on YouTube and Twitch. So youtube.com/JohnBreaksBadNews, twitch.tv/JohnBreaksBadNews, and we're also on Facebook.com/JohnBreaksBadNews. All the chats are interconnected, so it doesn't matter what one you choose. They all go up on the same screen, and you'll be able to watch it with us. But we're done for the night on the calls. Thank you, TikTok. Come over to the other channels, the other streaming services that I use, and we're gonna get a little. These are pretty fucking dark. These documentaries, so we're gonna see what's going on over there. Anyway, love you guys. Bye. Come on, end it. There we go. All right. Go wake up. Go wake up, Alyssa. I want murder talk. I didn't read your comment and ignore it. I'm sorry that she's fucking up the stream. Trust me, the thing that I got planned, you guys are going to like. All right? It's pretty fucked up stuff. So, let me just grab it. I know how much you guys like fucked up stuff. Here we go. Everybody get nice and comfy. Let me know if the audio is good, if it's too low. We're not ending stream, Ollie. I just told you guys.
I decided to turn Super Saiyan for training today.
All right, now before anybody says anything, this is probably me in an alternate universe where I never fucked, not even once. Okay? So, thank God I fucked someone at some point.
I'm kick-ass, I'm edgy, I have martial arts and eye lasers, and I'm from the future. Because I am the only being to fear out here. I am
What's
Trump's
up, dude?
Future Warrior, Super Saiyan, Annihilator of evil, and possibly even Annihilator of good.
There's nothing wrong with being one of
I'm
these.
such a powerful type of just. If anybody wanted my autograph,
it's upsetting.
They know to wait at home. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a little sprint here just to make this faster alone. Only faster. Thanks, Chrissy.
It's not a bad life to just like hang out in a parking lot in the middle of the night and do Naruto runs and some workouts. At least he's getting out of the house. And then also, just laying on the ground and playing with your Ninja Turtle toys. That's not bad. I hear Alyssa. I don't know if she's awake. If she's awake, we're still watching the fucking documentary. We might do the murder talk after the documentary, but we're watching the fucking documentary. I already started. I thought you said this was going to be fucked up. Trust me. Gemini, they build, okay?
Arrested development is a phrase commonly used to characterize a form of mental disorder where the natural psychological maturation of an individual has in some way been impeded. And although no longer used in common medical parlance, it is still an effective way of describing the fundamental issue with adolescent development in recent years. Many varying factors.
1 second. I need some reference material.
Have contributed towards the increasingly stunted mental and societal growth amongst young adults, creating a perfect storm for the perpetuation of a generation of morbidly obese shut-ins. A lack of parental involvement is certain.
Okay, do you guys know what a NEET is? A NEET is somebody who it's an acronym for not in education, employment, or training. So it's somebody who just stays home. It's kind of a phenomenon that started in the late 1990s in the UK, and it's grown online as a community of people. I know that there used to be a Reddit board that was very much appealed to these people. It was for them to communicate with one another, but I think that got taken down, and I think they're kind of relegated to, the 4chan websites and stuff like that.
Certainly the key factor, and with mothers more likely than ever to abandon their maternal responsibilities in favour of more self-indulgent pursuits, it's hardly surprising to see the Elliot Rodgers of the world spawn from their negligent cunts. An explosion in divorce rates have dismantled the tried and tested family unit, with future generations lacking the stable guardianship of both active parents. And with tradition.
All right, I will say this. Porcelain has some views, the creator of this, that I don't necessarily agree with. I don't think it's the fault of mothers who have decided to. Number one, in today's economy, how can one person support an entire family? Number two, people should be able to do whatever the fuck they want. And this kid is very much... Wait, is that baby breastfeeding on it? Yes, it is. And also the guy that the subject of this is a bundle of chemical imbalances and like a fucked up person.
But we're going to get into it. I'm going to let it play confused state that biological men can now breastfeed. You'd be lucky to see your offspring make it to 13 without campaigning for self-mutilation. An over-reliance on video games, television, and most recently the internet as a parental tool has substantially amplified an already significant problem, with our once treasured progeny in a complete state of spectrum-dwelling infantilism. And with pharmaceutical companies filling our medicine cabinets with a never-ending supply of brain-altering pills, promising to alleviate the burden of modern child-rearing, the likes of Louis Bonifield Finley of Baltimore, Maryland simply never stood a chance. Born July 8, 1990 in San Francisco, Lewis was raised by his parents Patrick Finley and Renee Bonifield. His father Patrick, an aspiring yet struggling artist of limited talent, graduated from the University of Maryland with a Bachelor's in Fine Arts. His artwork, whilst objectively speaking the apex of tasteless mediocrity, was still enough to garner the romantic attention of Renee, a successful and independently wealthy lawyer. And, much to the delight of Patrick's diminishing checking account, the two would be joined together in holy matrimony in the summer of 1988.
My mother has worked as a lawyer for as long as I can remember. I sometimes feel like I hardly know her due to her long hours. She is very protective of me and has warned me many times of devious women, using her own mom as an example of what she calls a sociopathic narcissist.
Lewis Finley's middle-class upbringing afforded him a considerably privileged environment in which to flourish, with material wealth in relative abundance thanks primarily to his mother's income. But his childhood was far from straightforward, with constant spousal arguments and even occasional bouts of physical abuse plaguing his earliest memories. And despite his contribution towards the Finley kitty reliant on some horned-up boomer to actively pay money to see tits scribbled on a canvas, Patrick would often struggle to fulfill the most basic duty of paternal care and affection towards his only son.
My father only hit me a few times. Once, he tackled me in the hallway after I told him, "Fuck you." Another time, he picked me up and...
So we have... Okay. We have this guy, formative years as a child... his mom hates her mom and tells him to his face, tells him that she's bad. His dad is kind of this like ineffectual kind of weird boomer guy. She's like this empowered lawyer woman. And then now you feed in some like kind of physical abuse where it's a child being beat up by their father. I don't know what age he is when this happens, but it's when he's younger.
Ground my face into the couch. He recently apologized for it. Usually when he'd lose his temper, he'd raise his voice and that was all. My dad could be shockingly gruff sometimes. In elementary school, I bought him a switchblade comb for either Father's Day or his birthday. All he had to say was, "Don't waste your money on cheap crap."
But it wasn't all doom and gloom, with his cousin Andrew helping to fill the fraternal void. And despite being 5 years younger than Lewis, the two would be practically inseparable during their formative years. Andrew saw Lewis as something of a role model, much to the elder's delight. Although objectively speaking, the symbiotic nature of the relationship was essentially a case of the blind leading the blind.
My cousin Andrew was 5 years younger than me, and I tried to help him grow. I told him, "Andrew, do you know what a six-pack is? It's when your abs look like a six-pack of beer. It's what cool guys have. One day I'm going to be a fat shut-in, and you're going to have a six-pack." And lo and behold, the meds made me very fat, and because of that I became a shut-in.
Unfortunately, this blossoming kinship would soon derail, with Andrew seemingly professing romantic feelings towards his older cousin. And although Lewis initially batted away the confused advances of his biological relative, he would soon come to regret his homophobic renunciation. This incestuous tale of forbidden love would ultimately end in tragedy, with Andrew killed in a car accident years later.
There was one day when his mom said to me that I was his hero, and he looked up to me. He denied it out of shyness, but I've always held it in my heart. He once asked me if I liked him. My friends and I were at that stage of life where liking someone meant something romantic, so I said no.
Damn.
It really hurt his feelings. My thought process was something like, dude, I'm not gay. I love you dearly, but I'm not into you that way. A misunderstanding that I'll always regret.
Still, the salad days of Lewis Finley were generally speaking largely positive. Having been raised on an unhealthy diet of outlandish cartoons, his particular gravitation towards Dragon Ball Z had given Lewis his first taste of dramatized combat, something that would remain an obsessive fascination well into adulthood. And although he was at this time put on medication for the management of a series of behavioural issues, Lewis had even managed to scrape together a small group of close friends, although this was relatively short-lived. With his parents deciding to move back to the sleepy suburbs of Maryland, Lewis would be faced with a whole new set of fresh challenges.
My mom's law firm went under around the same time the house was paid off. My father had always planned on selling it and moving to Maryland to an upper-class neighborhood. My friend Aaron went with me to Palm Springs, a resting stop before the move was finalized.
Damn, that was a deep one.
We had fun pretending to be our favorite Dragon Ball fighters, yet there was a feeling of resentment. Why wasn't Aaron going through this crap? How come he's not on pills?
It was during his high school years where Lewis Finley's neurological imbalances would begin to manifest. His pubescent years were fraught with sexual confusion, and whilst these natural biological urges are nothing new to your typical teenage boy, for Lewis, these overwhelming flushes of hormonal cravings would consume his entire mental faculty. But no matter how strong the carnal impulse, his mentally isolated disposition and limited grasp on social norms would render Lewis Finley completely incapable of following through. The origin of his sexual anguish, as usually is the case in these situations, could potentially be traced to a relatively bizarre sexual encounter as a child.
Listen, I know this is dry. I know this is dry right now, but you need all this backup information. I get it. Probably sounds boring, but it heats up soon. Like within the next couple minutes, stuff starts moving a little bit. It gets. This part is like just the foundation of who this kid is, who this guy is. Not so much a kid, but like. The second part and then the third part go fucking like it is some of the most disturbed stuff I've seen on the internet.
I remember getting was Don't Catch AIDS, and it wasn't very helpful. I was seated next to a goth girl named Nicole who I knew liked me, and I liked her too. However, my instincts at the time were to grab her tits when nobody was looking, and I thought I was horrible for having such a strong urge. In hindsight, it was only hormones. My first sexual experience happened when I was very young. One of my sister's friends took me aside and convinced me to go through with something. We got naked and slapped bodies together in bed. At one point I thought, I'll get her pregnant, and she pulled away and started giggling. That's about as far as I've gone intimately, not for lack of trying.
Eventually, the screws keeping the simmering mania inside his brain from seeping through the cracks in his skull would burst loose. He would suddenly become besieged with a flurry of intense racial thoughts, with the compulsion to say the N-word leading him down a dark path of openly racial hatred. But for Lewis, the vocal expression of his increasingly fanatical subconscious would act more as some sort of N-word release valve, and an attempt to regain control over his intolerant fixations.
This is fucked up.
Somehow, the N-word became ingrained in my mind. I would mentally call myself it during the entire 2-hour period of science class as I sat next to Nicole, gritting my teeth in an attempt not to blurt the word out. I was openly racist for a short period of time. I thought that by admitting to it, I'd avoid soft, coddling racist patterns and learn something valuable. I don't think I had the heart for it. It never felt right deep down. Eventually, a friend of mine and I talked about the N-word. It was a short discussion that ended with her telling me that I understood it from a black man's perspective.
With Lewis at this point completely consumed,
I don't know what that
it
means.
It wasn't long before his so-called intrusive thoughts began to affect his everyday life.
Bogart Part 3
he was becoming increasingly
very hard
and
to
would spend
watch.
Extended periods of time in a state of emotional detachment. And with this change of
I
behavior
feel like
now
it would
affecting
be
his
fucked up to
academic
start at
performance, his parents
Part
had
3.
finally seen enough.
Eventually, obsessing over the N-word in class got to be too much and I'd spend days away from school. I slowly became less social, though I managed to keep a group of friends. Due to what I still call intrusive thoughts, my parents took me to a children's psychiatrist.
With psychiatric intervention rendering mixed results at best, Lewis was subsequently prescribed amphetamines in yet another vain attempt to better ground him to reality, albeit.
So ADHD medication, stuff like that. John, while Porcelain makes documentaries offensive, he never truly insults Mogar nor anything other than how sad his lot in life is. Not once does he target him with slurs. No, he doesn't. I mean, I respect him for that. But I mean, like, also the other views that he kind of, like, sprinkles throughout the videos is a little, like, I don't know. It's weird. But, yeah, no, Porcelain very rarely actually, like, insults the subjects of his documentaries. Unless they're truly, like if the person is of sound mind and also terrible, he'll insult them, which I think is fine to do when you're making you're really just making the piece to make fun of the person. But this piece wasn't really like to make fun of Mogar or Lewis. It was to like just shine a light on like this person who represents a lot of other people, which, you know, like you see, I mean, like, I don't know how in depth into like internet culture you people are that watch this. I know there's very few of you who do, but like most of you probably have heard the name Christian if you've spent any time on the internet. Like recently was in the news for like raping his mother. It's like fucked up shit. And this is like another person who's not Christian who kind of has that same kind of feel. He insults everybody but Mogar. Yeah.
To little effect. With the less invasive options all but running out, he was ultimately shipped to the Menninger Clinic in Houston, Texas for a more detailed neurological assessment. With his parents now at their wits' end, it was hoped they'd finally stumble on something fixable. Although in reality, it simply provided another environment for Lewis to act out.
I was unable to open up to the doctor about my lustful desires or calling myself a racial slur all day, so he prescribed me some Adderall type of medication. I can't say for certain what it did do, but it wasn't the magic pill my parents and I hoped it would be. It was soon shipped to a high-class establishment called the Menninger Clinic for another brain check. I caused a lot of trouble there. Nothing playful about it either. I threatened and screamed and cried all the damn time and was a nuisance. I was diagnosed with OCD and almost let go until my dad came to visit. There was a kid there who was my age and named Ross. His biological father severely harmed him, and I think it stunted his maturity. I wanted to prove to Ross that he didn't have to fear his father anymore. My dad was just sitting there looking worried as to how things were going. In my eyes, he looked pathetic, so I gave my friend Ross a glance and kicked my dad in the shin as hard as I could. This led me to being bound and shipped to a youth center while my parents figured out what to do with me from there.
With the lingering issue of Lewis Finley's education to contend with, his parents eventually enrolled him into a boarding school for troubled teens. His time at JLG
Alex,
Regional
this is really
Institute
good.
for
I'll send you
Children
the-
and
I'll put the link.
Adolescents, a special education establishment for students with emotional disabilities, was largely spent in a medicated haze, although this was often disrupted by occasional bouts of sexual
I'll put it in the
creativity.
comments.
At JLG RICA, a public boarding school for troubled teens, I was put in Cottage 3, Unit B. I can't recall much of what happened there. I was woozy from the multitude of pills they had me on and went through the motions of becoming a regular student. However, nothing was fixed at home, so I was sent back to the live-in program on a stricter unit. I eventually lost my temper and assaulted a counselor who tore the violent or sexual images I had drawn in my notebook out. He didn't press charges, but I was put on probation for a year.
Lewis Finley's psychological welfare was rapidly spiraling towards progressive.
Dreadnought. This is a documentary by a creator called Porcelain, who makes documentaries about like other internet people and sometimes comedians and sometimes people in radio. So he's done like Jim Norton, he's done Bert Kreischer, he's done recently Mersh from ROTC, and just recently released a third part on this guy, Lewis B. Finley, otherwise known as Mogar, who's kind of like a mentally ill shut-in. Are these readings from his journal, or is this a confession? Or these are his posts on a board called Something Awful, which was like a paid message board and content aggregator in the early 2000s and mid 2000s to like late 2010s. It was like most popular through then. Not familiar with Mogar, but porcelain is fantastic. Thank you for covering. No problem. This is the first part. There's 3 parts to the documentary. Yeah, Lotex killed himself this year. Too many cheeseburgers. No, no. Lotex killed himself because he was in a lot of pain physically, and also like his life was ruined by like child support payments. Can you tell porcelain, John? Can you tell porcelain is my daddy? I can tell. Always can tell.
Turmoil. He would swing from suicidal impulsions to childish tantrums, with his parents looking for any opportunity to eradicate the problem at any cost. Having been handed one of the medical field's classic one-size-fits-all diagnoses, more experimental medication, this time for the treatment of bipolar disorder, would be thrust into the welcome arms of Patrick and Renee. Rather than helping Lewis battle his inner demons, the pills would instead result in excessive...
See, this is like the worst. If your last meal had to be a burger, what would you get? Well done, blue cheese, A1, pickles, caramelized onions on like a Kaiser roll, like a double burger, lots of blue cheese, A1 sauce, pickles, caramelized onions on a Kaiser roll. That would be it. I don't like burgers medium rare. Everything else I like medium rare.
Weight gain.
But check out these tits.
And the unexpected growth of male breasts. And despite his parents enrolling their newly buxom son in a private school in some frantic effort of restoring some semblance of familial normality, adding boober-induced body dysphoria to an already desperate psychological problem was a recipe for disaster.
The threats of self-harm became much more real. I genuinely considered suicide as I looked out to the window and imagined myself splattered on the sidewalk. Tantrums went from raising my voice to adding curse words to slamming doors. My doctors diagnosed me with bipolar disorder and prescribed me Risperdal. This caused me to gain about 60 pounds in a couple of months and grow breast tissue. In Maryland, my parents tried to put me in a private school for 8th grade. 2 of them, in fact. Whatever was going on before regarding my mental health was still there, only I now had a rocking pair of tits to boot. I lost a lot of weight, but the tits stuck around. I even bought some sort of snake oil to rub into my chest to remove them. When that didn't work, I talked to my parents about getting them removed surgically, and they told me...
That's so fucking sad. Thank you, Asimi, for the $5. May you please show the nature documentary opening of Sam Roberts? I gotta go to work, but I want chat to see how harsh porcelain can be. Maybe, yeah, probably. I could show at least the opening to the Sam Roberts documentary. It's the one As the Worm Turns. Or is that the fucking? That's the As the Worm Turns is the Jim Norton one, right?
They didn't think anything was wrong. I had a suicide attempt where I took everything in the cabinet. This wasn't just Sudafed, it was heart medication, my sister's Adderall, and whatever I was on at the time. I booted up World of Warcraft and messed around a bit as a night elf rogue, a symbol of the masculinity I was missing as I was short, fat, and had tits.
Lewis Finley is a 15-year-old Caucasian male who was admitted to the Acute Care Adolescent Unit at Potomac Ridge Behavioral Health on 8th of 5th, 2006. The patient presented to the emergency room with suicidal ideation and an attempt to commit suicide by taking 10 Gierd and 20 10X pills in an attempt to overdose. The patient had suicidal ideation with a specific plan and followed through with that plan. Patient reports pervasive sadness, helplessness, decreased self-esteem, increased anxiety, and increased symptoms of obsessive-compulsive disorder. December of 2002, Lewis tried to hang himself and made 2 suicidal attempts involving knives, and subsequently had his first hospitalization at McCoy Adolescent Inpatient Unit at St. Mary's Medical Center. During a significant move from San Francisco to Maryland in summer 2003, Lewis made a second suicidal attempt despite being in a supportive environment at his school. Lewis made more than one suicidal gesture, holding a knife to himself, asking the father to help him stab himself. He was again hospitalized for 9 days, but then refused to attend the hospital's step-down therapeutic school program. After the hospitalization, Lewis retreated to a marginal existence at home, with his father acting as his primary caretaker. Early in his hospitalization here, Lewis talked about having periodic visual perception disturbances. For example,
I think one of the reasons why I love this particular documentary so much, like, as I watch, especially the first part, I watched the first part a few months ago when it came out. This is embarrassing to say, but as a 15-year-old kid, there's so many fucking parallels between me and this guy. And I don't mean the suicide attempts or anything like that, but like just like the like kind of just being a sad sack, and like how easy it is for a person to go from like living a relatively normal life to just like on a dime ending up like a complete wreck of a man. It's crazy. But yeah, it's this entire thing is like, it's not like, I want to try to make it as funny as possible. And like, trust me, there are jokes in the documentary. It does get wacky, but it's like, this is like real, like it's like hurts me to watch this person.
Showing staff members what he saw as miniature figures rising up out of his carpet. He maintains he was abducted by aliens a few years ago. He is noted to shift into extreme irrationality when emotionally upset, which arises from ongoing negative cognition distortions consisting with depression, to unusual blurring of conceptual boundaries, jumping to unrealistic conclusions, and complaining at times of racing thoughts. He has been treated with Gearden, currently 200 milligrams per day, for fluctuating thought disorder, with the effect of his not mentioning perceptual disturbances anymore, and he demonstrates more clear and accessible thinking, with the exception of his emotional blow-ups since he started Gearden. However, he continued to demonstrate significant depression, angry outbursts with episodes of verbal aggression, i.e. swearing at staff, screaming and yelling in his room, threatening to kill staff and appear on the units. This escalated over time to his kicking several holes in walls in his room over a period of approximately 2 weeks. His explosive episodes were generally triggered when he was frustrated over unit rules and expectations, when his time with video games and other toys was limited by treatment activities, and when he was told no. His father came to the unit for a visit over the weekend 7/17 to 7/18/04. Lewis at first showed glimmers of more positive interaction, though insisted that his father buy him things and bring them back to the treatment unit.
That's a lot of
he was
us
not
at a young
satisfied
age.
when his father did not
Yeah,
bring back some
I do
items for
too,
him
but it's
because
just,
of his
it's like,
troublesome
it's so, like, you get, like, I saw it happen to, like, this kid that I went to school with. I'm not going to say his name, but, like, he was a little odd. He was a neighbor of mine. He lived across the street from me, and he was a little odd. His parents had him loaded up on, like, so much, like, ADHD medications. And, like, I'm not one of these people that's like, no, all medications are bad. It's just that, like, there is a financial incentive for doctors to prescribe this shit to kids. And this kid, like, he never grew, like, taller than, like, 4'5", 5'4", and like now is schizophrenic. Like, he talks to God, like, he says that God talks to him and stuff like that. He does crazy shit. He's like tried to, like, fucking like skin his face, like cut the skin off of his face, and like how much of that is because of the medication, and how much of that is because of just like parents trying to like just cover up their kids' like problems with pills. I don't know. I'm fucking stupid. I'm not a doctor. Sorry, let me move some stuff. Your mic's on. Right, kids need patience and to be heard. They gave him meds already on many occasions. He seemed to be already sad, but the family didn't want to deal with him. Yeah. I swear meds like that affect a lot more than what they say. Yeah, I mean, like, if you look at, like, every... Ooh.
Hold on, guys. Technical difficulties.
Good for right now. You could adjust that.
Yeah. Thanks.
Oh
my.
You all right?
I'm cranky.
It's okay.
Hi, guys. I'm late to the party.
Non-microwavable says, hello, beautiful woman. She's not ready. I can't see what this says. Just as traffic.
And hello, not microwavable. I love you.
GoTrek said, just as traffic as the opioid epidemic, the amphetamine meds are pushed as hard, but not getting recognized because it's kids and the underlying conditions they may have or not have. GoTrek says, hi, Cranky.
Hello, GoTrek.
Hi, Cranky. I'm GoTrek. Oh, look, Sleeping Beauty decided to join us. We're watching the Mogart documentary, part 1. I figured we'd warm up with this.
Okay.
I'm going to try to speed through it a little bit faster than usual.
What did I miss? Because I know nothing about this.
So he's this kid. It's like really just like his formative years. Now they're talking about like his time in institutions.
Okay. It's just some kid?
Yeah. Like, and it's told through like his entries into on this website. Fuck, I just said it. What's the name of the fucking website?
It was like a forum website?
Something awful, yeah.
Okay.
And like he became, and then he started live streaming on Twitch. And still apparently does. I wanted to talk murders. We'll get to it.
Tonight?
We'll do a brief one.
Okay. Yeah, we could do that.
We could do just like a real quick rundown. After
There's
this.
no real quick rundown.
Okay, well, we'll do a rundown after this.
Times erratic.
It's only 10
behavior,
o'clock,
he was
so
not
it's
being
not
safe to leave the unit with
It's not super late yet.
his father. He had particular problems saying goodbye to his father when it was time for him to return to treatment activities during the visit. Lewis became increasingly loud and threatening during his father's visit, which was monitored closely after that point. And despite offers of more support, he began yelling, threatening to kill his father and himself and asking staff, just kill me. His father returned on the next day for a short period. But again, father's leaving after the visit disorganized Lewis to the point that he approached his father, kicked him, and apparently attempted to physically aggress against him for not agreeing to take Lewis.
It would be much better. I think we would have a better world if we just let kids drink instead of giving them amphetamines. Like I honestly, I think that I'm gonna sound like a fucking hippie, but like weed and alcohol. Like you think about like most of human history, Kids were fucking drunk.
Not microwave. Oof.
They were fucked up. They they were fucked up and they were high on like natural shit. Fucking mushrooms and marijuana. Maybe a little cocaine if you were in like the South American countries. Not amphetamines.
Yeah.
What do you think? Do you think we should allow children to get fucking blitzed at school?
No.
A little like 3% cider?
A little 3% cider?
Yeah.
I mean, no.
Like water was basically toxic for all like a lot of human history until we figured out how to stuff it full of chlorine.
Yeah, they didn't know.
Yeah, the way to fucking fix it was to fucking ferment it and put a little bit of alcohol in it. I think that's the way that we go. I think we start letting kids drink again.
Hashtag let kids drink again.
Yeah, let kids drink again. Make kids drunk again.
I don't think so.
MKDA.
I don't think it should be, I don't know.
MKDA. MKDA. Life would be a bit more of a party.
No, it wouldn't, though. Like, you know how annoying that would be?
I think it would be
Think
pretty
about
awesome.
you at 16.
I was cool.
Yeah, in the group of 16-year-olds.
Yeah, that's true.
It's not cool for everybody else.
Him. At one point, he broke open a small pencil sharpener and used the blade to cut superficially on his arm. Staff intervened and Lewis required physical restraints at one point, as well as PRN medication to help assure his safety.
With his academic
with the wife
experience
on this
repeatedly interrupted by a series of psychogenic disruptions, life as a young adult would sadly
Go
play
check
out in a
said.
similar traumatized
Okay, well,
fashion.
underage drinking
Despite
and
a
weed
fresh diagnosis
is
of mild
not
autism following
good
yet
idea.
another
a good
brief stay
idea.
in
The water is
psychiatric
still
unit,
poisoned.
The actual management of whatever
Lead.
underlying condition
Drunk
driving
kids
his more
don't
manic
grow old
episodes
enough to say
was a
how
lot
good
like
it was
treating a
as a
severe
kid.
bout of explosive
That's not
diarrhea with a champagne
true.
cork.
I was.
At one point, it was believed he was suffering some sort
Oh,
of
don't grow old
post-traumatic
enough to say
episode
how
due
good
to
it was
alleged
as a
childhood
And
abuse.
ADSF.
Although it's not clear if this
I don't know what
particular
ADSF
diagnosis
means.
was itself the result of a severely distorted recollection of events from the
ADSF?
underdeveloped
Yeah,
brain of a
ADSF.
6-foot toddler.
There's an F
It
there?
was suggested Lewis might even be schizophrenic, resulting in the discussion of some
ADST?
rather
I don't
extreme
know what that
solutions
means.
indeed. On the bright side, as a fully licensed member of the Social Deficit Alliance, Lewis was at least guaranteed a government disability stipend.
I was again put into another mental hospital, this time for another study. A doctor diagnosed me with a light form of autism. Insulting, frankly. However, in the state of Maryland, autistic people are guaranteed disability checks, so I've taken advantage of that. I'd be fucking elated if medication was ever any good for me, but it has a record of being either a placebo at best and a nightmare-inducing body-disfiguring piece of hell in capsule form at worst. When I turned my mom's suggestion of more pills down, she suggested electric shock therapy, a line I'm not willing to cross. They both are holding on to a huge sunk cost fallacy regarding my psychiatric help. I was diagnosed with PTSD recently due to sexual abuse.
It says ADS.
I don't
He
want
said
to believe it.
ads.
I'm not sure if I'm in denial or if I told the wrong person some very troubling
an
mental issues
exclamation
that she
point.
mistook for signs of abuse. This
You need
diagnosis
new,
happened at a
contact
time where I was
lenses?
having schizophrenic
Yeah, probably.
episodes. For example, I thought someone I knew had been murdered. I later checked up on them, and they were perfectly safe.
I feel bad for them sometimes, for both the parents, especially the dad. He seems pretty nice. I think they just don't want him to get in any more trouble, and I think they do what they.
So this is when like the interviews with other people start. That this is coming up to the point where he becomes an online figure. So these people start knowing who he is because they interact with him online through something awful, and this is where things really start to kick up because it gets his schizophrenia kind of kicks in, and then he starts gaining kind of a little bit of a following online.
They have to do is kind of to quiet down the beast, you know. But I don't know what they're thinking. They probably think they want to kill
So far,
themselves
nothing
right now.
like crazy has happened.
At
Nothing-
home, Lewis would continue
He
to
just
exhibit
had,
increasingly
like,
bizarre patterns
mental
of
health
behavior,
issues
with a
and was in
nocturnal regression to his
psych ward.
earlier
Yeah, he
childhood.
tried to kill
the most
himself.
disturbing
Okay.
example. During a conversation with who he saw as a somewhat intimate online friend from the United Kingdom, Lewis would confess to sleeping in his parents' bed until he was 16 years old.
Okay, can you
he
pause
would
one
even
second?
attempt to return.
What is this person's name that this is about?
Lewis or Mogar.
Okay. So that's like the main person of
Yeah.
the show. Got it.
That's his dad.
Who's the guy from the UK? That's not the same person. That's someone else.
Yeah,
he
he's somebody
connected
who
with.
he talked to, and he confided in him that he slept in his parents' bed until he was 16 years old.
Okay.
Which I don't think that's normal.
It's not. I mean, I slept in my parents' bed until. Not all the time, but I would end up in my parents' bed. And I don't know how old I was, to be honest with you. It wasn't 16.
Let's say 4.
No, it was older than that.
Okay.
But it was because I was scared of my house.
He grew boobs, lost weight, kept boobs, not by choice. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like he grew because of the medication they started him on. He grew tits. They were pretty voluptuous.
Were they really though?
Yeah, they were pretty bad. I'd be embarrassed. I would want to kill myself if I had those tits. Last 3 minutes have had some chilling bits of info. Yeah.
To his progenitor's boudoir months later, complaining
Body
of what he would
dysmorphia,
horrifically
absolutely.
describe as fecal nightmares, only to be shunned by his indifferent father.
Yeah, shit his pants. Shit his bed, I guess. He woke up and went to his parents' room and I guess woke them up too and told them he had a fecal nightmare and asked if he could stay in the room with him. So I assume that means he shit his bed. He never confirmed that, but
He shit his bed, or he had dreams about shitting his bed.
No, he shit his bed,
another
but he
Lewis
would call them
invention,
fecal
or,
nightmares.
well, a Lewis term for it anyway. It's shitting yourself in your sleep, which is where that comes from. Is he used to sleep with his parents until he was 16, like in the bed, and he missed that last year, and he wanted to relive those memories. So he walked into his
Weird.
parents' bedroom in the middle of the night and stood at the foot of their bed and told them he had a fecal nightmare. And I think his dad just told him to go away and go back to sleep.
Still, Lewis was determined to make the best of his regrettable lot.
Mom,
and as
Dad,
a young
I
sexually
had a
active
fecal
man in the prime
nightmare.
of his
Can
life,
I
he would immerse
please
himself in
sleep
the
in your
world of
bed?
online dating.
I said this before.
What?
Like, this story is like how close.
I just couldn't imagine even like Gavin's 11.
Yeah.
He's going to be 12. Like him in the middle of the night being like, "Can I come sleep in your bed?"
And calling it a fecal nightmare. I'd be like, oh, you shit your pants? Like, you know how I would be if that happened. But like how close I was to being this person.
Oh, come on.
I really do. It is scary to me how if my parents had put me on a path of like relying on like medicine constantly and like indulged in me just like never leaving the house. It's like it's very easy to turn into this kind of person and like stuck an anime, like let me have whatever anime shit I wanted. Like it's so easy to turn a person from like teaching them how to be charismatic and interact with the public and how to fend for themselves to completely ignoring them and never interacting with them, thinking that medication will solve all the fucking problems, and then sticking them in front of a TV while Toonami is on. It's so fucking easy. And then like coupled with the fact that like the medicine had him grow fucking boobs, and like how embarrassing that must have fucking been, and how bullied this guy must have been in school.
Were the parents like completely they weren't involved because they were trying to help him.
Yeah,
clearly.
but they just didn't. Like, it was never like talking to him. It was always like,
Bring you to the doctor
kind of shit. It's part of
So
his
was there
arrested
like
development? Yeah.
Was there like, I don't know if they talked about this at all, but like was there like parental, I don't want to say intimacy. It's like a weird word, but like, you know, was there like
there was abuse?
There was abuse.
Yeah, the dad hit him a couple times.
That's not what I was talking about, but
I forgot to mention that. Like his dad hit him a couple of times. It wasn't like anything overt.
Okay.
It's still bad.
Yeah.
And like his mom was absent, so there was like not a lot. And then also his mom like would like talk about.
So his mom was present but absent.
Yeah, his mom would also talk about how his like grandmother was like a bad person and like a whore.
Oh, so shit. Okay.
So she had mother issues.
Okay.
With his hefty
But so
sacks
they
of
weren't
breast
very
meat no
affectionate
longer
is really
weighing
what I
him
was
down,
getting at.
he
No,
figured
they
he'd be
weren't.
ripe for the picking. But
Like
with a viable...
one of the things, like he went to like a school fair and got his dad for Father's Day like one of those like switchblade combs, and his dad was like, "Don't waste your money on cheap shit."
How old was he?
Like child.
response from a genuinely interested party about as likely as Royce
He suffered
Lopez
sexual
removing
abuse?
7 years of odious stench from his couch.
He claims,
his next logical step
but
was
it's
to
never gone into
unapologetically
detail.
expel direct sexual energy towards as many random females as he could find. And despite the odd setback, he had finally found somebody desperate enough to return his aggressive advances. Lewis Finley, at least in the spaghettified pits of his own mind, had secured himself his very first girlfriend.
I finally met a girl online who became my first girlfriend. It started off very sweet and became sexual very fast. I was very frustrated. She claimed to have slept around a lot, and it made me feel emasculated. Something that I know is a problem exclusively for virgin men. She had initially said she liked men that she could work on like a project, and meekly stated that there wasn't much she could do for me in that regard. I ended up going to a high-end escort. It was either a complete waste of money or the most valuable lesson I've ever received. I rented a hotel, paid for an hour, and to paraphrase, I told her, I'm still a virgin and I want to at least get my dick sucked. Her eyes went wide and she said sex for money is illegal and I only go on dates. The date lasted about 10 minutes before I told her off.
Well, his first thing with the prostitute was, it was before I knew him, but apparently he met a prostitute on Plenty of Fish, and somehow they met, and she just took his money and they didn't do anything.
Oh
no!
Very obvious to the prostitute
Come on, man.
what Lewis is and how sort of like I don't know, shy around women and stuff he can be, and so like they realise if they just take the money and tell him that's the date, like he'll just go, oh, okay, and leave, and that happened several times.
The other time he was going to go to Newport News from Maryland, where he lives. Newport News, by the way, it's not a nice place. It's not a place.
Phonics. I don't know.
You want to go.
Everything
so
on here
he was
says
going
that
to take
it's
an
going
Uber all
well,
the way to
like
Newport
the
News
stream
to
is
meet a
good.
prostitute, and I told him that was just a terrible idea. You shouldn't
Nobody
do
else
that.
is saying that.
I don't know why he struggled with the concept of it. I don't know how the first one just took his money and left, but it happened.
If a man my age says something like, well, I've actually never had sex with a woman whatsoever in any way, shape, or form, that's like him putting himself on the line there. But there's a lot of dudes who are like, oh man, I like totally met this chick at a party and I hit it and quit it, and it was so wasted. I've had this prophecy during wartime that there'd be this point in my life where I'd have a lot of girlfriends. As far as living in reality goes, I guess I've had some like cyber sex and just like some, you know, nice dream type of stuff. Like the most I'd done was I made out with somebody. That was all in my head. I'm not really sure.
How old is he right now?
And you know what? I'm definitely
mid to
thinking
late
of sluts
20s
right now. So what I'm gonna do is
This makes me
just
so
gonna, like,
sad.
cut the
Am
camera.
I the only
and
one?
Cut the stream.
No, it's really
and,
sad.
And I'm going to take care of that.
Now in his mid-20s, the sexual appetite of Lewis Finley was at such a rampant level that even the phonetic sound of certain words had the potential to send him into the sort of rabid carnal frenzy of a seasoned rapist. And with 1,700 of America's tax-paying dollars hitting his account every month, he figured throwing money at the problem would at least clear him of that first hurdle. Unfortunately, as an autistic virgin with double mastectomy scars, purging a decade of ejaculate buildup isn't quite that simple.
I've also always had a hypersensitivity to certain sounds, mainly that of the letter P. The word people and prepared are strong sexual triggers. Often when I
What
hear
the
them,
fuck?
I'll silently mouth the words to myself in a
Like
more
what?
neutral-sounding way to settle down, and it can be followed by growls if I hear the sounds too many times in a row.
At this point, looking for just about any scrap of...
Could you imagine if like all it took to get someone off was just going?
People do it every day on Twitch.
That's true. Okay. John literally started with, "This is the saddest thing ever."
Of hope to cling on
Like,
to,
I
the
want to
Risperdal
laugh
lawsuit
and I
would
want to make
afford Lewis
jokes,
the
but I
perfect
feel
opportunity
really
to
bad.
engage his
It is
absurd
bad.
fantasies.
It is
Having
very
been
sad.
reminded of the strength of his case, he would start planning for a potential future in the Ultimate Fighting Championship. And as an experienced connoisseur of Japanese martial arts, Lewis fancied himself as quite the adept combatant and simply needed a platform to display his skills.
After the surgery, I was convinced that I'd finally get laid, and that it would be extremely easy as I looked good and had an entertaining story to go with it.
Also,
Within a
there's
few
an
months of
issue
not
with the way
receiving
that
what I
he's
thought I had deserved,
perceiving
I
how
went to
people
online
have
dating for a
sex.
third.
Okay.
It's not like some, like people, like certain people look at it as like this thing that everyone is entitled to. And like it involves another person. Like, I feel like sometimes people who haven't had girlfriends, maybe boyfriends too. I think it just comes out more vocally for men.
Yeah.
But like, there's this skewed vision where it's now like a tiered thing. Like, instead of it being something you do with another person, it's now this like notch in your belt that you have to like win. But I feel like when you become, which like I guess everyone, like when you lose your virginity and stuff, like you're like, okay, I did it, right?
Yeah.
But
I remember.
I do feel like when they become obsessed with that aspect,
Yeah.
it takes any kind of perception of the other person kind of out of the equation.
Yeah, but it's also like a very stressful thing because you don't want to be like the last person,
Like a 40-year-old virgin.
Yeah,
I get it.
and you also like people need it. You know, like people need like love and affection to have like happy, healthy lives. And like, I remember when I was 16, like when I had first turned 16, I was like, if I don't like figure out how to attract someone, maybe I didn't think about it in these exact terms, but I know that like the anxiety of it was there, where it was like, if I don't figure out how to like get someone to like me enough to fuck me, I'm never gonna do it, and I'm gonna be like alone if I don't do it before I before I graduate.
I mean, I think that's not true.
Like it whether or not it's true, it definitely feels like that. Like when you're in high school and like you watch all your friends like fuck people,
Yeah.
and like have relationships, and like you're like,
I'm not doing that, and when am I going to do that? And
yeah, it's like
if
a
I
coming
don't
of
do
age
that,
thing.
I understand.
Yeah.
You know, I think there's definitely like, I don't know about every girl's group, but like in a group of girlfriends, I would imagine like feeling some kind of way if like you were the last one.
Right.
You know, and I get all that. It's we do it with a lot of different things. We do it with puberty.
Right.
Like if you're one of the last people to go through puberty.
Yeah.
It's kind of like late bloomer.
What happened
Like,
to you?
yeah.
Why are you so fucked up?
Right.
Why
See-
are you weird, you freak?
See, I was
Where's
like,
your tits?
I was like the first one in my group.
And you could just
to do
lord
everything,
it.
so I don't know what that feels like.
Lord it over everybody. GoTrack says A is for apathy. For apathy. For apathy. It's funnier if you don't get empathetic, Alyssa.
I know I try, but it's hard for me.
Alyssa, that's true. The notch achievement has been around for decades and decades. It has been just as mentally, emotionally damaging, but just being more recognized now. Yeah, I agree. I think that like things like fucking like the manosphere bullshit, like I think it's like way more pushed in people's faces now than it ever has been, because it used to just be like your friends would tease you, and now it's like,
and it wasn't like a serious thing.
Now it's like, look at this guy, you could be him.
Like if you don't have sex by the time you're 20 years old, you're destined to be an incel for the rest of your life.
You're gonna be in your parents' basement beating the shit out of a pillow that you tied to a rafter.
What is the female version of this?
There is none.
To myself,
there absolutely is none.
Maybe this element of shyness
99.9. You'd have to be like a burn victim as a woman to not be able to just go out and like be
at least find somebody that wants to have sex with you.
Like even if it's like a trash person.
Yeah, you could find somebody.
Yeah.
Asking for what I want directly. So I send out a bunch of messages asking for sex head on. This was met most commonly with, yeah, I'd like to have sex, but not with you. I got banned from OkCupid for this. I've been told that my case is particularly strong and that it will be used as an example for other cases. It's not quite class action.
Why do you think that
there are approximately 400 cases that will be individually processed.
Would you like to have sex? Because it sounds like a fucking robot, man. That's why it didn't work.
The idea is that after winning so many cases in a row, Janssen Pharmaceuticals will call it quits and pay off everyone involved. I've only somewhat planned out my happy future. It doesn't entirely involve the lawsuit money, but it would help considerably. I have a multitude of dreams, one of which involves joining the UFC. The two major things holding me back are my feet and the probability that I'd have to use steroids to compete with the other professionals.
I know that he was going to give Sean his money to manage all of his money when he won it in the lawsuit, which would have been pretty funny, but I don't know what he would do with the money if he got it. I don't. Probably buy a lot of swords that you would get.
I'm still thinking about like the achievement thing.
He said he's going to win a bunch of money.
I do feel like that's like the key defining moment in someone's life, like incels, right?
Yeah.
I feel like it went from I'm interested in girls and I want to get to know them and I want to have sex with them to I've been rejected by all these girls and they're not allowing me to gain my achievement like it's a video game, and fuck them.
Yeah.
Like I'm now angry at them because they won't let me get further in life.
Right.
And
because if I don't get this achievement, I can't get the job achievement. Yeah, I can't get the I showered today achievement.
Right. And like that's where their vision starts to blur.
Yeah.
About the other person involved in
because it becomes
act.
It dehumanizes them and it becomes like a conquest instead of it being like this very human interaction that you have to be like an active participant in,
right?
And like also have to observe the fact that you're having another active participant in. It's like a team thing, and these people are alone.
Yeah.
And they only know how to be alone. And that's the scary part, is like once somebody only knows how to be alone, there's very little things that you can do to correct that kind of behavior. Once you learn how to be just alone, you become less human.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
I think
it's like an isolation kind of deal.
Today, the social circle is hooked on the internet. Also, women have to deal with periods while dudes are oblivious. Meanwhile, we have to deal with this inferiority bullshit, hence why we see the sad line. Invite me next time Porcelain is watched, please. Absolutely.
I've seen the advertisements on TV for Risperdal, but like that's a big bulk payout thing for like everybody who is ever on the medication. You know, like I don't know how much you would actually get from that, even if he did win.
Me as fuck. I've been alone for. Me as fuck. I've been alone for years. Now I hate the thought. Now I hate people. The thought of anyone coming in my house makes me want to throw up. You need to get out of that thinking, Queen. Bro, I love your videos, but this wasn't very good. I'm sorry. Sorry to be honest, but your videos when you started were so much better. Please get back to basics. I don't want to see you drift off, man. You're great. Just want to keep it simple. I hope this doesn't make you mad, but we all want to see more of your original stuff. Keep it up, bro. I don't look. I'm not mad that you don't like this. You don't have to watch it.
We do streams.
Yeah, we do
like
streams.
Call streams.
We do call streams. We just did I did 12 calls like that were successful, and like the same thing as like the shit audio ones on the porch. Like if you want me to do it that way, I could do it that way. I mean, like I can do that. It just sucks. It doesn't work well for me. It's much easier to do it as a stream. If you don't like the extra content streams, trust me, like, man, tune in every once in a while. If you don't like it, just tune out. I don't like, no, it doesn't hurt my feelings. But like, I don't know what back to basics means. I don't know what you mean. Like, cause there's been a lot of different versions of this. So like, what do you, Matt, which part do you mean?
Like, are you just talking calls, or you're talking like?
Because I do the calls.
Sitting here for 5 hours doing calls, although can be very entertaining.
Yeah.
It's also like we're not adding that much. Like I feel like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like we're not talking about anything else but calls, and we do stream calls. I mean, call streams, but afterwards, when it gets too late to call people,
I like to just hang out with my buds. How about you fuck off, Matt? All right. How can we cater to you? No one is begging you to watch the stream. Okay, everybody.
We don't have to
relax.
berate Matt. And I think he's trying to come from a good place.
Yeah, he's trying to come from a good place. He wants to see the show do good. But here's the thing. I want to do different stuff. I don't have a lot of time. I don't want to do the calls for 5 hours. I don't want to do them. It's the same 4 calls over and over and over again. Sometimes they're really great, but I like doing this stuff too. So I'm going to continue doing this stuff.
Don't get me wrong. The calls sometimes hit you right in that soft spot where you
I love doing them.
Yeah.
But I don't love like when I put it in my head that I'm expected to do just that, and I can't just come on and like do this, and I have to just be doing calls all the time. Like that's not what I want. Like it makes me not want to do any of it. But if I could do this and do the calls beforehand, which at the beginning of the stream I did the calls, I'm doing our bad for not wanting
waiting
around for him. All right, let's just keep watching this.
Yeah.
That's been going on for a while now.
Watch the
I think
VOD.
maybe even as long
There's
as I
a
knew
bunch
him,
of calls at the beginning. I told the guy that his girlfriend was cheating. I told multiple people that their girlfriend was cheating on them.
Maybe why I think the parents.
I also had a
keep it
really
in
good conversation with
basement, all
a
safe
crazy
and
lady
out of the
who
way,
had
like,
a bunch of
piggy bank
sex
down there.
toys that she described
That's
to me.
what he's going to do with his money.
Wait, what?
I'm sure
I
he
missed
said
that
some
call.
things over the years, but
That was tonight.
Yeah, she was like, like she, I forget how we got there, but she said to me that like I got a fake. I told her that my dad handed me down a real doll. She was like,
Ew.
I bet you never have sex. I go, I have sex. My dad handed me down a real
secondhand real doll.
a secondhand real doll. And she goes, I got one of those fake pussies laying around here. I go, why do you have that? And she goes, well, it came free with another sex toy I bought. And I was like, all right, well, what sex toys do you have?
And she kept it.
I don't want to go through all of my sex toys. I'll go, please indulge me, Connie. Tell me all the sex toys that you have. And then she went through all of her sex toys. She has one of those the far away ones, and we almost sold her code, her login code to the chat for her love sense.
Lord only knows
that's
what
weird.
Lewis would do with millions of dollars.
He got banned from Tinder, Bumble, Plenty of Fish, Match.com because he was just sending his dick pics out to everybody. He got banned from all the sites. All of them banned him.
Matt, if you want to see the content, you could go to discord.gg JBBN. No, I don't think you're fine. You're fine. Don't pay attention to everybody jumping on you. They're very protective of me because I'm a soft, delicate little boy. But youtube.com, if you hit the bell, I do calls. Like 90% of the streams are calls.
Yeah,
I do
you
this
can,
stuff when I'm
on YouTube, especially.
Yeah,
you can find all of the past streams and rewatch them.
Yeah, I love you, Matt, and you don't have to tell me that I'm the greatest. You're the greatest. Oh fuck. See.
Because he just would send unsolicited dick pics to everybody.
So he's not okay. Now he's sending unsolicited dick pics.
Didn't go very well, but I know he got banned from those apps for doing that.
As far as I can tell, the wrestling one's kind of lifelong, but the UFC one was more fleeting. He talked about it a couple of years ago, and then he just sort of lost interest in it and replaced it with a different fantasy goal.
Like many others sharing his neurodevelopmental disposition, Lewis was a keen attendee of comic, video game and anime conventions. And despite the turnout at these events being littered with your typical scattering of soylent virgins and flop-titted fat girls, he was still able to find himself a hero or two worthy of an autograph. But with his father allegedly disposing of it during a brief psychological hiatus, the relationship between the two would continue to plummet.
I once went to a convention to meet some old heroes of mine. I got two.
Isn't it? Okay. I would imagine. I've never been to a convention like that. What?
Asimi gave $2. Thank you for the $2, Asimi. Clip channel as soon as playlist. Asimi is going to be doing a clip channel for the channel.
Oh, okay.
So I got to make a playlist of all the live streams so he can easily download them with his program. And I've been fucking him over completely by just not wanting to sit in front of the computer.
And,
every time I sit
organize it, you just have to put it into a playlist, man.
Instead of doing that,
yeah,
I just sit and play The Witcher 3 for 12 hours. I'm sorry. I will do it tomorrow. I promise you. I will do it. I promise. I'm going to come home after work tomorrow. I'm going to put it together.
Go to sleep.
No, I'm not. Because we're going to go to bed after we talk about the...
Okay. I don't remember what I was going to say. Oh, the conventions, right? I've never been to one. I know a lot of people who have gone. Not against them or anything like that. It's just never been something that I've attended. I would imagine, and maybe this is me.
That they smell terrible?
No, I mean maybe. That wasn't what
Two
I was going to say.
One for me, and one for my.
Sorry,
but I would imagine, and this might be me being judgmental, that it would be like a really good place to get laid.
Have you seen him though?
This guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's probably a little difficult for him, especially when he's like, "You want to see my dick?"
I mean, I think the approach is bad.
Yeah.
Alyssa has slept in. I really haven't, though. You don't understand.
We stayed up all night playing fucking Skyrim and The Witcher.
In separate rooms.
In separate rooms. And then we came together to play Skyrim.
He came out at like, I don't know what time it was.
It was like 2 o'clock in the morning.
2 o'clock in the morning. I was like,
I was like,
do you want to
can I tell you what happened in The Witcher? And she was like, do you want to just play fucking this game with me? And then we took turns playing Skyrim.
And keeping each other awake.
He's not bad looking. It's just his way about things. Okay.
Well, so that's what I was going to say is like, just at a convention, when you're mixed in with a bunch of different people, I don't think there's anything particularly pulling him out of a group. But if you meet people at these places, that's where you let your personality shine and make relationships with people. The best way to get laid is to hang out with people.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
I'm just saying that,
if
like,
you don't have those skills already kind of built up, it's hard to go like, and then not like put off these vibes that like are like, is this guy gonna kill me in my hotel room, kind of thing. Wait until they get to the body pillow or the doll. The body pillow comes first, so that's coming soon.
My friend, when I returned home, I went right to bed. The very next morning, I had a complete breakdown and asked to go to the hospital. When I returned home, I found that the autograph for my friend was thrown out. It could have been an accident. Then again, it could have been a sign of my father being homophobic, as the autograph said "fuck you" with a heart on it.
With Lewis Finley's grip on reality now reduced to the quivering strain of a single pinky, the manifestations of his dilapidated brain would take progressively peculiar forms. For example, his agonizing phobia of gastropods would elicit inexplainable primal outbursts. Lewis would then rationalize this fear by inventing some sort of negligent backstory in which he was forced to eat slugs to survive. In further efforts to curb his more irrational musings, Lewis would focus his mind on securing some sort.
He also has he has schizophrenia.
Mm-hmm.
That's not been necessarily diagnosed.
Sort of employment, and having learned of the vast fortunes to be made in the gypsy-ridden world of tarot reading, he figured he was just about delusional enough to give it a go.
I have an intense phobia of slugs and snails. One time, I imagined a typical gray snail and yelped out to relieve myself. I used to have a tank of them. I had never actually collected a single one of the creatures. I always had someone else do it. Maybe it was another sociopathic tendency to prove I could get people to do what I wanted. I have had struggles with thinking I was adopted, touched inappropriately, and starved as an infant. Hopefully none of these are true. In fact, I had at one point made a connection that my fear of slugs was due to being so hungry that I ate one as an infant. I've learned how to read people well via tarot cards. I ended up getting a job doing it professionally, yet I keep coming up with excuses not to go to work. Being able to set my own hours means I have to really motivate myself to go online and read for people. It's a shame because the potential monthly payout averages to about $3,000, provided the pamphlet I received is honest.
With his romantic prospects in about as healthy a state as the perpetually defective money pit parked outside Mersh's Section 8 housing, it was time for Lewis to roll up his sleeves and change tack. He would now relentlessly pursue just one relatively viable target in hopes of slowly wearing her down over time. And with Katie Lavelle, a sadomasochist according to her newly acquired admirer, having made the grave mistake of entertaining his deranged overtures, she would now face suffering the very worst of Lewis Finley.
I had been harboring a crush on an online friend of mine who was 5 years older than me for a few years at that point. I had her phone number and sent her some pictures and text messages. She called me the next day and told me she was a masochist and asked if I wanted a fling, to which I responded, no, I want a real relationship.
When the whole I'm obsessed with Katie thing kicked off, they were having phone conversations, like, I think he was going through a bad time or something, and like, you know, she was just being friendly, being like, oh, if you want to talk on the phone or whenever, just like call me and I'll talk you through it. And he said like a lot of times he wouldn't even talk, he'd just like sit on the phone for hours while she was on the other end of the line. He just like, no, she was there. She saw him like her brother and she was just trying to be nice. And then it's...
I gotta go pee. Should I leave this running?
Yeah, well, just listen.
All right.
Up for the debate whether she actually did say this, but he says she told him she was a masochist, and then that sort of took seed in Lewis's brain. For the next 3 years, all he could do was text Katie, email Katie, Facebook message Katie, ring Katie.
Exactly. Man, I had no idea the depths of it. I really should have been more considerate of what I was doing. Fucking letting him call me. And he wouldn't say anything on the phone. Just sat on the line breathing. He told me it comforted him to know that someone was with him. He wasn't alone. I was afraid at that point he was just gonna hurt himself.
Oh my
The
god.
photos he'd send of his room were so fucked up. Just shit everywhere. Dolls with blood painted all over them. Piss on the floor. Weird fucking sexually charged anime posters and charcoal sketches on the walls. Just generally some real horror movie type unsettling shit. And on the other side of the door, a perfectly tidy home with parents acting like all was normal. They've signed his mental death warrant, in my opinion.
Whether Katie harboured any genuine masochistic compulsions or was simply humouring who she saw as an unstable but ultimately harmless individual is not entirely clear. But having previously dated Christopher Paul, also known as 4chan's Moot, it's difficult to imagine her interest in Lewis Bonifield Finley being anything other than a sick joke. And given his interest in Katie had evolved well past the early stages of obsession, her reasoning for even engaging with this affected lunatic ultimately didn't matter. And even in the knowledge that Katie had a long-term boyfriend, Lewis was somehow convinced the two were in a fully committed relationship, seeing himself as the bull in some sort of triad of cuckoldry. Still under the impression his girlfriend was for all intents and purposes a sexual exhibitionist thirsting for continual punishment, he would significantly up the ante during an incredibly costly text message exchange.
Anytime I sent her something sadistic, it would be spread like gossip and get me into trouble with our friends, my parents, and eventually the law. One message was interpreted as a threat, and I spent 3 months in jail over it, having taken a plea bargain.
What?
I sent a photo of myself holding a revolver pointed at a mirror with the text, "I've got a bullet with your name on it." Yeah.
Okay, well that's pretty threatening.
Well, you shouldn't do that. Don't do that.
Yes, that is an extremely threatening thing to
That
say.
was it? Don't do
in
that.
the element of
Don't do
role
that.
play. While it's easy for me to say I became obsessive over time,
Hi,
such
dude.
as checking
We
her
are
Facebook
watching
constantly after the
a
warm responses stopped coming, I do feel like
documentary
she took
on
advantage of
this
someone
guy.
who was already very hurt and mistrusting. I thought that a woman in a masochism would want to be fake scared, and it may have genuinely frightened her. And I thought what I was doing was creative enough to hold her attention. It did, but it was in a very negative way, and I regret it. I also said a lot of mean and hurtful things to her that I wouldn't have said if she didn't give me knowledge of her kink.
Queen, are you still there?
Yeah, she's here.
Queen, if you're there, can you DM me some videos about the Idaho? Do you have videos?
I mean, not like lined up waiting.
Okay. If you have anything cool, send it to me.
His mom, the fucking cunt, didn't tell me he had a history of psychotic breaks and was schizoaffective. So I was under the impression that he was just abusing psych meds or something. I guess he kept trying to talk to Mark and was like, "I don't know if you want to be the cook or the bull, but
Hey,
we
Jake.
need to work together to control Katie because she's a masochist." And each new account
What's up,
name
bud?
was like, "Be my friend," "Hey buddy," or "Let's be nice." Yeah, it's really fucked up. I truly believe he's gotten so far removed from reality because his parents essentially treat his illness as a dirty little secret that they don't want to acknowledge. For the longest time, he was just in their home, mostly locked away in a room like it was hundreds of years in the past, and he was the mentally disturbed adult offspring of some waspy aristocratic family, pretending that he was away for studies or something.
I believe at that time he believed, and probably in retrospect still believes, that he was in a three-way relationship with Katie and this other guy. So taking a few different approaches, like, hey, we can share her and stuff like that, and then it was like more threatening towards, I think Mark, the guy's name was. I think it was like typical.
So he's like, "Can you? Maybe we could share this girl with her current boyfriend." And then it, like that went from that to threatening him.
Nice female naivety on her part, where she just thought she was doing a nice thing, even though, like, I wouldn't have advised her to do it. And Lewis, he was mentally ill and still is, like, you know, kind of not to blame as well. So I guess kind of like a blameless situation.
With the sort of shameless persistence of Chad Zumach trying his luck with an assortment of stolen credit cards, Lewis had finally stumbled on a Facebook post revealing Katie's precise location. After agonisingly scouring every pixel of a photographical archive, he had spotted a letter in the background of one image showing an address somewhere in California, and to a low-functioning spastic like Lewis, this was practically an invitation. Whilst arranging something of a surprise visit to the girl he was at this point holding in psychological captivity against her will, he would send Katie a selfie of himself aiming a revolver to the camera with the caption, "I've got a bullet with your name on it." Having been interpreted, for good reason, as a direct and imminent threat, the message would result in her father and brother circling her apartment, on the lookout for a £270 crackpot, assumingly in hopes of violently beating every last scrap of incelibate delusion out of his brain. With Lewis eventually heading back home at the behest of his parents, he would immediately contact Katie, assuring her that he would swiftly return, prompting her to involve the Federal Bureau of Investigation. As Lewis checked into Baltimore International Airport for another round of phantasmagorical torment, he would receive a phone call from the FBI officially warning him that he would be promptly arrested should he land in California. His response was to claim he did nothing wrong, and having landed exactly where he was told not to, he was instantly arrested and remanded in custody with a $1 million bond. He would subsequently spend 6 months in jail, with most of that time roaming the psychiatric wards. Having learned absolutely nothing from his costly brush with the feds, further warnings against contacting Katie would continue to fall on schizophrenic ears. Only a month after his release, he would for some absurd reason attempt to contact her on noted child pornography platform Discord, resulting in another idiotic arrest and with it another idiotic incarceration, this time for 3 months.
Our messages would consist of me role-playing a scenario until it would become violent, in which he once responded, "What the fuck, Lewis?" I later read that people in BDSM scenarios can become power-hungry and take things up a few notches too far. I believe that's what I did. When I was arrested, she was there and filmed the scene on her phone. Why would someone who feared for their life want to get so close, and also importantly, be allowed to get so close?
Yeah.
And why have I always gotten the feeling that our mutual friends had been roasting me rather than warning me? I talked to one of my friends about it, and whilst he said it'll all be fine, he couldn't help but let out a laugh that implied, "She's got something planned for you, Lewis."
I saw someone in my complex the other day who looked like him, and I freaked the fuck out. I was coming back from the market. I just screamed and dropped my bags and ran the other way. And then I hid around the corner and got them once the guy had gone. I'm tempted to hire a fucking bodyguard. I posted a pic on Twitter a while back that I hadn't really shown my address in a box in the background. I deleted it as soon as I realized. I feel like he would have said something before now. That was months ago. Hey, how did you ban Lewis on Discord? Do you have his IP? He's made like 40 accounts today alone. He keeps joining my boyfriend's Discord to harass the people who watch his stream and tells them a bunch of lies like that I'm cheating with him.
I don't think he would have killed her or done any of those things if he had got face to face with her. I think he maybe
Like the fact
enjoyed
that-
scaring a girl though, because like
He was like, "Oh, she's a I can't say that word.
Masochistic.
Like, let me scare her a little bit with this picture of me saying I'm gonna shoot her."
Yeah, there's like, I don't know, people.
And he's also autistic, right?
They never say that.
They're saying that. No, they said before something about autism.
He's never been like,
but he's not diagnosed.
Like
as
he's
autistic.
not diagnosed. I think it's more. Honestly, I think it's more like bipolar.
Well, here's the thing: bipolar and schizophrenia
go hand in hand.
Well, they're commonly misdiagnosed as each other.
Yeah, I think he has schizophrenia, and it'll become pretty clear later on in the second part that he has second and third part really that he has schizophrenia.
he was aware he was scaring her. I think he mostly thought like this was what she wanted, and he was just being a dutiful boyfriend by bombasting her with all these
you're not her
texts
boyfriend.
and images and harassment.
Misdiagnosed.
I don't think he was gonna murder her.
ADHD.
I don't know. I don't
do
think
any of
that he's
that.
dangerous. but I don't know. The FBI doesn't seem to agree with that. Maybe just give her a talking to. Maybe give her mom a talking to, because I know that.
It is kind of weird to me that like the brain will work in a way where it's like reality just isn't what it is. It kind of it speaks to like the human soul. Like, what is reality? Who are we? What am I?
That he liked it. A lot of what he would do is tactic is to call the girl's mom up to convince the girl that they need to be with him. That's his preferred tactic, or to get his mom to call their mom. That's something he likes to do as well. It doesn't work.
I think he was just in Lewis land.
So
and it
as a child, he was misdiagnosed as ADHD, and
kind of
now
loopy
he
to
is
go on a plane after the
diagnosed
FBI
as
says they'll arrest him on the
schizoaffective
other
disorder.
side. And he said, "I've done nothing wrong," and hung up.
I don't know what that means.
Well, I think a sane person, like once the FBI got involved, they might get
Schizoaffective
scared
disorder?
off.
Schizodefective disorder.
Okay.
I guess he's
I
defective.
know someone with schizoaffective disorder.
Who?
I can't say.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't think about that. HIPAA laws.
Had already gone there one time to California to pursue her, and she hid from him and had her family go
So
out
sorry.
trying to intercept him so that they could beat him up or whatever the fuck they were gonna do. So I don't think that she liked the death threats probably from him at that point.
This time in prison had all but eroded Lewis Finley's final tethers to reality, with the now 300-pound behemoth emerging from incarceration in perhaps his worst psychological state yet.
I
In a-
can't. Okay,
Can you imagine
hold on.
being in prison with this guy?
This. No, but also like these kind of like documentaries where they're talking so seriously and they throw in a line like this 300-pound behemoth got out of jail.
Yeah, well,
Catches
I mean,
me
like,
off guard.
It's Porcelain is a comedy. Like, it's comedy centric. He does documentaries about comedians. He does and this is like kind of off the beaten path for him.
Right.
Series of online conversations following his release, he would describe his experience in a way not too dissimilar to the events depicted in the Metal Gear Solid franchise. He would describe how he was collecting ordnance in the field of wet work missions, or how he wet the bed one night but felt okay about it because Snake pisses himself whilst being electrocuted. In fact, any time Lewis was pressed on his time in jail, the response would generally result in some warped interpretation of the many adventures of Solid Snake.
I remember the day he got out. I was driving to work, and Nick was there too, and it was just us two in Discord
You
with
know,
him. And he was
schizodefective
telling
disorder
us
is not a
that
thing. It's
he.
affective.
This is the first of like any of like the special forces like delusions that I had ever heard from him. But he was saying that he was like a special forces soldier in Afghanistan, and he was responsible for on-site procurement, which is like picking up guns off of like the battlefield to like fight with like from like the enemy. And it was just a bunch of nonsense. Like, we were like, wow, this is definitely a deterioration from when we last talked to him.
I think when he'd just got in there, like maybe he was a bit nervous because he told us he had pissed the bed, but he
Hi, Miss
remembered
Jackson.
that in Metal Gear Solid 3, Snake Eater, Naked Snake pisses himself whilst being electrocuted by
so-
Volgan in the torture scene.
Osimi is saying that it is schizoaffective disorder.
Yeah.
So, you know, that
I just
basically
wanted to
made him
clarify, Cindy.
Big
I'm
Boss.
not like.
I think that he also
picking on you.
something with his feet. Like you said, his feet were really fucked up.
So
He said that, like, they
schizoaffective
got
disorder,
blown up
the
in Afghanistan.
bare bones of it is that it's basically schizoaffective disorder. I mean, schizophrenia with a mood disorder.
That sounds good.
So like
With a
depression,
multiplier?
What kind of with like depression, bipolar,
Okay.
symptoms of either
Yeah.
can come out at different times or at the same time.
Okay.
So like there
Anesthesia.
will be times where schizophrenia isn't showing all its symptoms and it just comes through as depression, or like there's cycles.
I
Depression.
think my aunt has that. She's been diagnosed with schizophrenia.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I should say that. Move over we're sitting here. Fucking sister. Okay.
And like,
Wait, a new fucking sister or a new fucking sister?
Probably both.
Confused by that. He was fixated on his feet for a while, and we didn't really understand it. He said that it was like a war injury, but I don't think that was the case. I don't think he even really had a problem with his feet.
When he was in his cell, apparently he talked to one of his old army buddies who said, "I thought you was dead. Like, I thought you got blown up in Afghanistan." And it turned out that Lewis did get blown up in Afghanistan and forgot about it. And when we asked him, like, who was this guy? And he was like, "Oh, well, I didn't see him. He was just
did get blown
talking
up
to me
in
through the
Afghanistan.
vents."
Forgot.
He would talk about it, like give different
Just
stories
forgot
every
about
time.
it.
Like he said he pissed himself because Solid Snake did it. And he, there was a lot of different stories. Like
What?
He said he killed him.
Solid Snake.
Solid Snake
from Metal Gear Solid.
Oh.
The video game pissed his pants.
Pissed his pants?
Yeah,
like he came into him and pissed his pants?
Yeah, he pissed his pants.
The guy in there. I don't think he did.
I just had to double check.
I think that you'd probably
I need
stay
to
in
know your
jail if you killed a
intentions.
guy in there. I don't think that they would let you out. I don't think you probably kill many people in Orange County Jail either. I don't think that's too scary of a place. It's not San Quentin. This is Orange County. So I think he probably didn't kill anybody, but he claimed he did. But I don't believe that was the case. I think that he was in a medical wing probably. He probably was isolated the whole time. That's probably the problem.
The whole, like, being blown up and forgetting who you are and then thinking you're big boss thing is that's basically the plot to Metal Gear Solid 5, which you can see on his like Steam stats. He like completed it shortly before he went into prison.
As for Katie, her ensuing nightmare would only worsen, with her life now completely buried in crippling paranoia. And after suffering what appeared to be a worsening drug habit, a possible result of constantly battling away the advances of a pathological mentalist, Katie was in serious trouble indeed. For reasons known only to herself, she would practically and rather suddenly vanish entirely from existence, leaving behind her beloved dog Watson to fend for himself. Continual efforts from friends and family to locate her have so far failed. And, as of this documentary's release, Kate Lavelle's location or well-being is currently unknown.
Katie left Watson in her room, door locked, and showed up at her godmother's house the next day. The godmother had her stay the night and put her in an Uber the next day, returning to her apartment address. Katie never went back to her apartment, but chose to get out of the Uber at some other location. So I believe she left Watson by choice, maybe hoping he would end up in a loving home. Continual attempts have been made to locate Katie after she left my house. I drive through that area routinely and the police have pictures of her. Her most important thing in the world, Watson, was found neglected and locked in a trash-strewn room when she didn't return after the first 24 hours. As she never returned after she left my house, he was adopted out. I have what few valuables are left in her room. This was the third place she lived in since her mother passed away.
Wonder where
All
she
the
went.
pictures and personal items that were given to her, as well as jewellery and furniture, never moved with her into this house. She's not been in contact with her childhood close friends, so it goes both ways. She can contact her family or friends if she wants to. None of us have changed our phone.
He pissed his pants while being tortured in Snake Eater Metal Gear Solid 3. Naked Snake became Big Boss and was cloned, which is where Solid Snake came from. Thank you for the lore, Go Truck. Jesus. I'm going to be honest. Never played any of the Metal Gear games.
Phone numbers, so are always available to her. Has she contacted any of you
I'm
on
so
this
glad we
post
have
or
Go
any of
Check
her
to
other
explain
Facebook
those things
friends?
to us.
Yeah, because I would have no
Relapsed
fucking
and
clue.
Went to rehab shortly after the Lewis saga. That probably knocked some things loose.
Serious question.
It was a
Any of
hard
you
3 years
have
and
a
I had a
duvet?
little relapse.
With the so-called relationship concocted in the malfunctioning crevices of his mind resulting...
Who said that?
Queen.
No, but I want one.
That yellow blanket is kind of
What yellow blanket?
my yellow blanket.
Oh.
The fuck?
You don't even want to know what I thought duvet meant. What's
you were thinking. A duvet?
Yeah. I was thinking that thing that sprinkles water in your asshole on the toilet.
Is that what it's called? Hold on.
What's the thing that
bidet?
Bidet. Yeah, I was thinking bidet, not duvet. Sorry.
White yellow blanket.
I was
like, whoa.
It's like, what are you talking about? We don't wipe our ass with a yellow blanket. We wipe our ass with toilet paper.
He
Angel
was so
soft.
disgusted. He was like, wait, what?
What are you wiping your ass with? What yellow blanket? I'm thinking this shit-covered blanket that's hiding in our apartment somewhere.
Why would you even think that?
I don't know.
There's something wrong with you.
Yes.
Hunting a criminal record, it was time for Lewis to get back on the imaginary saddle. Lauren, or Ren as
Fucking
Lewis would often
stupid.
christen her, possibly due to the moniker's
God damn
common
it.
usage in the Far East, would soon
So
become his
fucking
next
dumb.
obsession, and with her eccentric sense of gothic cosplay
Fucking
a complete
bidet,
turn-on for a
that's the
demented
word.
nerd like Lewis, he'd figure Ren would make prime stalking material. After his usual aggressive advances, she would describe how she blocked and then called the police on him before claiming he was in regular contact with her father. She continued by explaining how Lewis had, for whatever reason, confided in her about committing a possible rape when he was young.
He told me he raped a boy when he was young.
I've tried to tell him to stop stalking girls,
girls
online.
That's how you respond to that? I can't even be nice to him. I was going to be his friend. If you're nice to him, he thinks it's love. Because he's psychotic!
Ren's family that she was in fact his
He told my
girlfriend.
dad I was his
The
girlfriend.
allegations would take an even more dastardly turn, with
He
Lewis
made a
having
doll of
crafted
me,
a
sent me
disturbing wooden
pics.
doll of who he asserted
It was so creepy. He told us he had some nice long talks with your dad who thinks he's a good match for you. I should tell him. I should tell that to my dad. Is that the wooden doll that's like half a torso?
Ren that, according to her, he often ejaculates into.
Ew, he told
Such
me
was
he
his
comes in
fixation
it.
that he would even Photoshop her face onto a sexually explicit image that is, for some reason, digitally stitched to the end of an image of his own genitalia.
Lauren was a girl that he was stalking for a while. This goth girl. She was like a goth model, and he was stalking her basically. But she was kind of enabling it. He was sending her money, and she was definitely accepting it, obviously. So she let him.
Queen, that duvet is gonna bunch up no matter what you do. Duvets bunch up. That's what they do.
On for sure.
Lauren's some meth-addled goth who's dyslexic and quite dim. And
Nah, Microwavable
she's
says,
a
I don't
girl
like that there's
Lewis
2 more
met
parts.
on
This is
Plenty of Fish,
skin
according
crawling.
to
I
him.
don't know.
And they
While
have
we're watching
contacted each other, but I think it
Sorry.
was basically Lewis was being
not
Lewis, and he offered her some money, and she took it, and he's just been obsessed with her since.
He never learned that using your mom as a means to contact your potential suitor, that's not the best way to do it, because he would have his mom call her. He would beg his mom to call her, and he would call her mom, he would call her stepdad, like he would call them all the time, and that definitely was not ideal probably for her.
He found a picture online of a girl that most looked like her from a porno site, and then he took a picture of his own penis and photoshopped it. If you go and look at it, like his hands where the seam is of his copy-pasted penis, he posted it for 1 second and deleted it, and then whilst we was in a voice chat to sort of like be coy, like, "Oh, I hope you didn't see that," and then we just goaded him into posting it and made fun of him. Because at first he was trying to play it off like, "Yeah, I've just been getting a blowjob from my girl."
Probably shouldn't brag about raping a boy to a girl, because he told Lauren he raped a boy. Probably shouldn't brag about that.
There's this girl out there who looks like this, and I think she's really pretty, but I don't know if we have I don't know if we're married or she's a girlfriend or she's just a friend.
What the fuck?
Alright.
Little preview.
This is where it gets fun.
Horns on my head. You see these ridges?
Oh my god.
How's it going, man?
That's his dad.
I could figure out how to pay everyone later, but I'm asking if we could form a posse for a little while.
I got something really raunchy. That's also a dance club.
Yeah, let's go, baby.
Then I will tell you what I'm talking about. I am recording this. It is live. I will send it to everybody unless you take out your fucking wallet and give me my money that I earned so I may support my family.
Hey man, that's my yellow belt. I earned that years ago. The baby
You haven't left your house.
There's kind of like an all-in-one dick add-on to have. So all I've been doing is spending fucking Rio money on swords and weapons so I can get some fucking anything else.
What?
I guess we'll find out next time on whatever this is. Mogar, Louis B. Finley documentary part 2. All right. So the last thing that we have to cover. Here. Come on. All right. No. I can't see.
It's on the other screen.
Okay. All right. So we're going to talk about...
All right. So...
these fucking...
Can you just move that so that I can...
Yeah. Poor kids that were murdered.
All right. So... This is a special report by News Nation. It came out... Does it have a date on it? It's not like from this week, so...
It came out 7 days ago, exactly 1 week ago.
So a week ago. So there have been new developments in the case. But I'm going to, as we watch this, I'll add in those updates. But I'm also going to point things out that maybe... Because I think the internet has gotten a hold of this case so much so that there's a lot of misinformation being spread around about the case or just things that are completely unverified. And we'll talk a little bit about those things, I guess, after or during or whenever it comes up.
And also Queen sent me a couple of clips, couple of videos. So if we have time at the end, we'll talk about this. We'll look at these too. I don't know.
A lot of it is very repetitive.
Yeah. All right. So let's see if this covers a lot of it, and then we'll look at those. Or do you want to look at these first, or?
Well, this is going to give you the background of what happened.
Okay. So let's do this. All right. So do you want to fill everybody in on
I mean, we could either watch and discuss, or I mean, I could really just give you a rundown of what happened.
Do you want to do a little bit of both?
Yeah. All right. So
tell me when to pause, and I will make jokes as I feel are necessary.
It's just gonna piss
And
me
I
off.
will not.
That's why
go
I need
too
my own.
far.
I need my own true crime channel.
I will not go too far. I will not make fun of these stupid kids who probably deserved.
Not funny.
Can I tell you what before we watch anything?
Do you know anything about it?
What I watched that fucking lady talk
Yeah, no,
for
I
like
know.
2 hours,
Okay,
3 or 4 hours, the whole day.
Okay.
I spent the whole day watching that lady tell me all the
You
facts.
watched like an hour of it.
Before I started complaining about the medium as a whole.
Yeah.
Which I have a lot of problems with.
It is. It's pretty
true crime
gross.
shit.
Some of it.
Especially like when it's like dealing with like an ongoing I have no problem with like some nerds getting together and being like, hey, this case has been cold for 30 years. Let's find the killer. Like everybody get into the Scooby fucking van and let's go find the fucking killer. Like I'm cool with that. That's awesome. That I honestly think that there should be more of that.
Like bringing new light to old cases.
To these dead cases where like somebody has been murdered. But like the idea that like all these people are just like every time somebody gets interviewed, they're like, he did it.
Yeah, see, I think where the internet can help a case, like an ongoing investigation, is hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh. I think a case like an ongoing investigation can be helped by the internet for the people who are in that area. Okay? Or people who traveled to that area during that time, or so that they can go through any pictures or videos they might have taken. Maybe they went to a party and these people were there.
Yeah.
Like those kinds of things, like the whole Gabby Petito case, right? I almost feel like people saw that family had that video and they actually helped lead police to her body, which they never would have known if they didn't have that video.
Can we just recap how she died? She twisted her ankle and begged
him to kill her.
Which I think is totally plausible. I've been around injured women before. They love being murdered.
You're an idiot. So,
like what was written in his journal about
it's crazy.
It's so cool. Like she asked me to put her out of her misery. They're 400 yards away from the car. Just pick her up. She's 80 pounds. Just grab her and bring her to the car. No, I twisted my ankle. I'm done. Just put me. Just kill. Just fucking strangle me to death. All right. And he's like, oh. I mean, the car's right there. Okay. Like, fucking.
Okay. Queen is getting already hyped up in this chat. I'm going to debate with you on that point a little bit. So, I'm going to explain a little because it gets very dicey, right? So, this house, okay.
I just want before you get started, can I give my theory onto what happened?
I thought we're doing that.
Well, I just want to give because mine. I don't think anybody said yet.
Okay, so you're joining the online cult of people who are giving their theories.
Yeah, I'm being the bad guy.
Based off of nothing.
I am the bad guy.
Go ahead. Give me your theory and then I will help fucking dismantle it, probably, because...
All right. So this is a party house at this college town. What happens at party houses, right? People, a lot of drugs, maybe some prostitution, maybe some child prostitution.
What?
I'm not saying that there was any child prostitution going on. I'm just saying.
All right, get to the point.
That when you have these affluent, white, rich people, a lot of times, child prostitution happens. I'm not saying that there was any child prostitution that happened in this case in particular. What I'm saying is that what if they were involved with some bad people? and they were having like drugs funneled into their fucking little gay parties, and those people expected their payment, and they didn't have their payment, and they came in and they fucking. I'm saying maybe a little bit, maybe. Not all of it was their fault. It was 60-40.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
There's no other fucking clues. And then all the police department is like covering it up for the cartels.
Okay. There's so much. If we don't just talk about it, we're not going to get through it.
All right. So should I start this?
Well, no.
All right.
So, premise for anyone who hasn't heard about this case. Sorry. Okay, that's possible. I had stupid shit like that happen in my group in college. Not to this point, but we had some girls pimped out for crack shop to our group parties. You never know. I'm not saying he's like, of course, I'm sure there were drugs. Of course, I'm sure there was some, debauchery going on. It's
debauchery.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
You're fucking pissing me off.
I'm sorry.
You're annoying. Going on. It's a fucking college town, and it's an off-campus house that they're renting. So, yeah, it's going to be, having things going on. So, it could be related to drugs, but what is that based off of?
Just the fact that there's no other, like, for me, like, that there's no other leads.
You don't know that.
I don't. But.
And that's something I want to talk about, too, because people are, like, getting angry at the police. Like, the police are not supposed to tell us everything. Like, I don't know who we think we are, but they're not supposed to tell us everything. And I personally think they might have an idea, or at least a few ideas of people who may have done it, and they're not being forthcoming with why they think that, because it would fuck up the investigation.
Or maybe it would make the investigation awesome for Reddit.
Yeah, but that's not their goal. We are all entitled pieces of shit.
Yeah, I was just going to say, why isn't it the goal to entertain all of us who are stuck?
Testimony from a doctor. It's on Facebook, so I can't even fucking do anything about it.
Can everybody spam chat who's like actually here to watch a thing
to get rid of that?
Get rid of it.
So we're talking about Moscow, right? Moscow, Idaho, college town of about 25,000 people. About a little over 11,000 of those people go to Idaho University.
Yeah.
These kids rent an off-campus house, and it's a little confusing because this is a 6-bedroom house, okay?
Right.
First floor is below ground level. The house is built on a slant or a hill or whatever you want to call it. And there's 2 bedrooms on the first floor. The second floor, there's an entryway into the kitchen, which is a sliding glass door from the back of the house. That level also has 2 bedrooms. And then you have the third floor, which has 2 bedrooms that go out onto the same balcony. So those are like the key points of the house. There were currently 5 people renting this house. A lot of talk on the internet was that, there was a 6th person on the lease. That's because that person had just moved out of the house before school started this semester. So, like, they were on the lease, but they're not currently living at the house. So one of the rooms is vacant, and that vacant room is on the second floor. So we have the first floor where the 2 surviving victims live, reside. The second floor where one of the victims resides.
Yeah.
And then the third floor where two of the victims reside.
Right.
So the reason why it's confusing is because one of the people killed in this case do not live in the house. He's a boyfriend of one of the girls that rent this house. She lives on the second floor. Yeah.
Now hear me out.
Okay.
What if he was the one that facilitated the deal?
Okay. I don't know.
That's why he got killed.
And 3 other people?
Well, they were all like auxiliary people that, like, what if the 2 people downstairs weren't really into the partying and the 4 people that had like the living room and stuff like that and like hosted the parties?
Okay, we're getting into a lot of what ifs that we didn't even get to the facts yet.
Okay.
So, convenient timing. So I don't know if you want to just start, or I don't even know if you want to sit through this whole thing.
I kind of want to just like
get the idea.
Yeah.
And then, all right.
Tonight, it only takes one moment, 1 minute, one night for lives to be turned upside down.
Well, that's different. Like 1 minute, 1 moment.
I think that's just their opening.
And then a whole night. That's like vastly different periods of time. All right.
We lost 4 beautiful souls.
The hardest part, we cannot change the outcome.
For a quiet college campus to become a crime scene.
This could be anybody. It could be anybody.
What do you say to the students who are scared?
I tell them I'm scared too.
Wow.
And for a killer to...
A lot of confidence that I have in that dean or whatever muskrat kind of guy that guy was.
Seemingly vanish in the middle of the night.
There is a threat out there still.
It's all hands on deck for investigators, racing to retrace steps, comb through evidence, and stop this case from going cold.
They could break open any time.
Because it only takes one clue, one slip up, one tip.
Somebody somewhere has information about this case.
To end the nightmare.
We owe this to these young kids.
Idaho Murder Mystery, a News Nation special report, starts right now.
Isn't the case kind of cold, though?
What do you mean? You don't get a cold case a month after a case.
I thought it was like 40. I always thought it was like 48 hours.
John, it takes like 4 to 6 weeks to process forensic data.
Oh.
So, actually, right now would be prime time where if they have any good forensic evidence, like right now is going to be the time from now and the next 2 weeks are going to be the time where police, if forensic evidence comes through, they're going to be able to piece together which one of them were murdered first. Last, they'll be able to retrace the steps of the murderer. They're going to be able to possibly have DNA evidence from the murderer. So anyone who's already given DNA will either, it'll be ran and they'll either be cleared or we'll know who did it. If any of the people that they took evidence from are even, are the perpetrator.
Now, okay, I know I make a lot of jokes, but that was like a legitimate question was like,
no, it's not a cold case.
Yeah, I was like under the impression that like after 48 hours, like if you don't have like a suspect that you're like really like kind of zeroing in on, shit's over.
No.
It's like that's
not even close. People, an
70,
ongoing investigation.
70%. I'm sorry, 70% of like all murders are solved within, or at least they have like somebody in custody within 42 hours. So the fact that it's been a month, it's like, that's kind of wild.
It is, and it's not. So the reason why this case is so different is because you don't have one victim. That's one thing. There's 4. 4 people were murdered allegedly in their sleep.
Yeah.
Okay. In a house with 2 other people that were unscathed. The first 48 are definitely the most important hours in a case, but the problem with this particular case is that not only were there 4 people who were killed,
4 victims,
but this is a party house. So now you have so many people's DNA in that house.
Right.
So, touch DNA is not
like fingerprints, stuff
fingerprints.
like that.
Obviously you're going to have better prints from someone who was just there. But when they party every night and they have people over every night and they have the
place is covered in them.
Right. So they have to kind of differentiate.
Right.
What is this? The killer, or is this just some random fingerprints that we found?
Right.
So there's a lot more that goes into this case. And I want to point out that Moscow, I'm saying unfortunately, I guess it's fortunate, but they have not had a homicide case in 7 years. There hasn't been a murder in Moscow in 7 years. So these, the people who are at least first there, like on the scene first, really don't know what they're doing. Think about it. How many new police officers or investigators were put on the force
It's always
within
some
the last
fucking
7 years?
rookie that's going around touching everything and
Right.
spitting
So,
on all the victims.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah. I don't know. Go ahead.
King writes, I bet the people who died know who done it.
Yeah.
Maybe they don't. Maybe they were asleep while they were getting murdered.
And so now, I guess before we even get into it, right? Like press play, but it's believed that this happened between 3 and 4 in the morning. Pretty much all of the kids in the house, the first 2 roommates on the first floor that were not victims, they got home supposedly around 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
They were both out completely separately, doing different things. They weren't out with each other, and they both arrived home around 1 o'clock. Zaina and Ethan. So Zaina lives there. Ethan's her boyfriend that was staying the night. They were out supposedly at a frat party. They're all most of them are in sororities or fraternities.
Right.
They were out at a frat party. There's questions about, they know for sure they were at this party until 9:30 or something like that. But there were questions between 9:30 and I think they were believed to get home around like 1:45.
And they don't know.
And they're not 100, at first at least, they weren't 100% sure where they are. Now they're kind of saying they were at this party.
Okay. So do they go through any of that in these videos, in this video?
They probably, yeah. That's why if we just watch,
Okay.
I'll update like the updated info.
Okay. Taco truck guy did it. I don't
Good
think
evening.
so.
I'm Brian Enton, live in Moscow, Idaho, for this new.
That's before I continue. The one thing that everybody's zeroing in on the hoodie guy
That's not
at the
the one
taco
thing.
truck. Well, from what
There's a few things.
Yeah. From what you told me that that's like a big suspect
Yes.
on the internet. I really don't think that guy did it. I think that he, number one, they get driven home in a separate car. He walks off in the complete opposite direction. Everybody's like, "Oh, he looks so fucking weird." It's like, he's just some dude. Leave him alone. I really do think that this is something bigger. And I think
maybe I'm wrong, but the idea to go into a house and stab 4 people to death, one person, and then like just go ham on the last person. Like, I think there was like maybe one overzealous guy, and it was more than one person. I don't believe the one person thing. I live in Idaho and have not heard anything new on this case at all. Well, hopefully, maybe we'll fucking...
Because here's the thing. It's not really... The police...
aren't saying shit.
No, it's not that. It's that, like, we're recycling the same bullshit. Like, all these videos just repeat the same bullshit over and over again. And then, like, not only is the internet putting their 2 cents in, but so are the news stations. Like, and this is, I believe this is a YouTube news station that we're watching right now. But, like, they asked, I find it very bizarre that they're like, well, couldn't this mean that? And
all
it's
right. I just want to say that a lot of people are saying that they want you to just explain the case and not watch the video.
Oh, really?
Which I think might be better.
That's fine. I said that I would.
All right, then let's just do that.
All right. So it's just hard to figure out where to start. All right. So we have the 4. What do you guys want me to explain first? You want me to give like a little background on the 4 victims? Not like background, but like who they are, where they are in the house, what they were doing before. No, not their childhoods, King. And so we started with Zaina and Ethan, right? So they were on the 2nd floor. They were out at a frat party. I believe I don't remember the exact time, but they came home somewhere between 1:30 and 1:45 in the morning. Apparently... oh my god. What?
I don't know. Some people are saying, let's watch. Do you care if we just do both?
I don't care what we do.
All right, let's do both.
Okay.
Because it seems split down the middle.
News Nation special report. 3 weeks ago, the unthinkable happened in this house behind me. 4 university students brutally murdered here. Their killer not only is still on the run, but still all of this remains a mystery 3 weeks later. And we have breaking news tonight. New details that we have just confirmed. News Nation is learning that Kaylee Gonzalez's injuries were significantly more brutal than her...
The thing about this, okay, is they're saying one of the girls in particular had injuries that were more significant than the other 3. I feel like people took a statement from one of the fathers and ran with it because that was not released by police. That was not released by the coroner. So it's kind of annoying, right? So we have Kaylee's father. Now, Kaylee and Maddie were best friends. They've known each other since middle school. They did everything together, and they're the 2 victims that were on the 3rd floor. And actually, it came out through Kaylee's father during one of his, I think, the memorial, and then also like in interviews.
One of his unhinged rants. No, I'm kidding.
That not only were they both on the 3rd floor, but Kaylee was sleeping in Madison's room with her. Okay. So they were both found together in the same bed.
Right.
Rumors about why that is because Kaylee was actually graduating. She would have graduated, I think, like last week. And she was going to be moving to Texas.
They were experimenting.
Maybe. I think they would have been experimenting like long before that night. And they've been together.
They were lesbians.
Okay. They're not, but okay.
All right.
So, Kaylee was getting ready to move out of the house because she was moving to Texas. So she was packing up all of her things. But the dad mentioned in an interview that
scissoring.
he has questions on who, because the police keep saying this was a targeted attack.
Yeah.
Okay. They go back and forth between what the fuck that means. The house was at one point they were saying like they think someone in the house was targeted. Then they were saying the house was targeted, meaning more of like it's kind of random, but they picked this house for a reason. Or they're not giving details as to what exactly they think or why. Kaylee's father said, I think he made a good point, because the police are saying that they think the entryway was on the second floor, through the sliding glass doors into the kitchen.
Okay.
If that's true, now this is a lot of speculation, right? This is a big if. If they came in through the second floor, why would the murderer go upstairs to the third floor when there's no point of exit on the third floor, and he has points of exit, or she has points of exit on the second floor where he or she came in? So basically what he was saying was that Kaylee's injuries were more significant. I don't think he said than all three. He said than Maddie. He said that the way that Maddie and Kaylee died were different, and that Kaylee had more injuries.
Right.
And he said that in his mind, why would the murderer go upstairs to begin with if one of those girls wasn't targeted? So that's his take. That's not police saying,
yeah,
and I don't know how he knows what Kaylee's injuries were compared to other people. I'm assuming they all got to see their own children's coroner. Yeah, right.
And then compared them.
And then they spoke to each other, because the police have not released that she had significantly more brutal injuries. And I just wanted to clarify that, because they're saying that, but that came from Kaylee's father, not from police.
King saying it's completely possible that if they came in through the front door, they didn't know there were people there. I'm assuming he means on the lower floors.
The first floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the layout of the house, there's a lot of things. And the people are saying one of the other big topics, right, is that there were two people in this house. How the hell did they not hear these brutal murders going on? How, why didn't they get attacked? Blah, 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 blah.
Previous people were saying that, there was soundproofing that was done in the house because the other part of the house was an extension.
Yeah.
And that there was like a brick wall and also that like earth.
So the first floor, and I think part of the second floor, right? That was the original house, not built on the slant. It was just the house. Because it was just the house, they didn't knock down walls and like extend. They fucking just added. You know what I'm saying? So there are still exterior walls built into that section of the house. There have also been people who have lived in this house prior that have said they lived on the first floor and they couldn't hear anything. It didn't matter if they were blasting the TV.
Right.
I can say that we live on the first level with people above us, and we hear almost nothing. I would have no idea if the people that lived upstairs were attacked.
Yes.
So I don't think them not hearing anything is a big, a lie, or how could they not? I really don't agree with that. I think that, and also they're being stabbed to death.
Yeah.
It's not a loud murder if you do it correctly.
I mean, I guess it depends. And then
if you're being woken up in your sleep.
If you're doing it correctly, you've done it before.
I'm just saying, like, you have the one up, right? So,
Right.
and it is weird, right? That both sets of people that were murdered, because
Right.
we're both in the same bed. Like, there were 2 people in one bed, 2 people in another bed, and they were attacked. And it's like, you would like to believe that, like, if you were being attacked next to me in the bed, that I would wake up and I would know about it.
Yeah. But that's why I think that there was more than one person.
Yeah, it's possible. It's absolutely possible. But it's just a lot of speculation.
I could see roommates being quiet in the morning to not wake up their other roommates and letting them sleep, especially after a night of partying. Calling the cops when they did isn't incriminating to me.
No, not at all. I agree with you, King. First of all, do we all remember when we were their age? Okay? College or not, I was getting wasted on the weekends, and I would not wake up until 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock.
I still don't wake up until 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock on the weekends.
If you
I'm
don't have
fucked
to.
up the night before.
Like, it's not out of the realm. And it makes sense. And these 2 other girls that lived in the house, you know, I know you can't rule them out 100%, but I really honestly, the police have ruled them out.
Yeah.
They interviewed them, their stories match. You know, I really don't think Alyssa should make her own show breaking this kind of bad news. Maybe.
She wants to.
But yeah, so I just don't. People were immediately going after those 2 poor girls. I feel bad because they didn't ask for this. Like, they did not ask to wake up in the morning and find everyone else in their house murdered. But I think that it's not unlikely that their story is absolutely true.
All right. Do you want to let this play for a little bit?
Best friend Maddie's injuries, which may end up being a very, very important piece of evidence when it comes to determining who the target was in this attack. I have learned Kaylee and Maddie were in an upstairs room in the house, so the killer had to go specifically upstairs to get to them. And again,
I'm not saying it's the cartel. I'm saying that it was somebody who was like a drug connected
Like a
person.
college
like somebody who
group
yeah,
who sells drugs. And I do want to just point out too, I have heard that the fraternity that Ethan is a part of, that's where the party was.
No, Hooper said it was the hotel. Said it was the cartel. I mean, like, maybe it was like underlings of the cartel that are dealing with like some fucking like rich white people. Like it's not these. I don't think it was professional fucking killers, because they would have came into the house, they would have put 2 in everybody's fucking head, and they would have fucking left.
I don't.
Like, this wasn't a hit. It was like
they wouldn't have brutally stabbed them to death, I don't think. The other thing I want to mention too, and this is 100% speculation because nothing official has come out about this, but there have been talks about how the locks in the house.
Yeah.
That every room, if this is true, it's an important piece, but I don't want to say it's 100% valid. But people have said that each room had their own code lock, that kind of like at a hotel but without a key card. So you type in the code and you open the door and it locks behind you.
So Hooper drives the boat, says, I didn't say it was, I said it was a rumor. Cartel does brutally stab and behead people to send a message, though. Yeah, I agree with that. I've seen it happen, like, not the cartel, but I've seen like MS-13 like use machetes before, like in front of, like, not on TV and shit. Like I've like seen them hack at fucking people's cars where I was. Yeah, they would have used silencers if it was professional. If it was the cartel, they would have cut body parts off to send them to the mom. So it was someone close to them or someone who was brute enough. Bless you. FYI,
Thank you.
silencer is a Hollywood term. They are called suppressors, of course. Do y'all think anyone at the frat right behind them had anything to do with it since they just came there?
What I was going to say was Ethan and Zaina, they were at this frat party, which is also Ethan's fraternity.
Right.
It's literally like a 55-second walk from the fraternity to the house. So they got home in minutes, right? Like if they were walking from the party back to the house.
Yeah.
It has been said, and I don't know how I feel about that. Something could have happened that night.
That drew people back to the house.
But we don't know.
Yeah.
And the one thing I can say is that everyone at that fraternity has lawyered up.
All right. Well, I mean, like, that's weird.
According to rumors.
That's strange.
Is it though?
That's strange.
Is it though? Because two of the victims. Is it though? Because you have these, kids that are pretty wealthy, right? Most of these kids are very wealthy that are in this fraternity that two of the victims had just come from. Is it weird? I don't know if it's weird.
It's weird enough for me to go like, well, that's not very forthcoming of you. You know what I'm saying? Like if I was, I would probably lawyer up. But
right.
If I had the opportunity to, I would probably lawyer up. But it's also not a good look for the public.
Kara said, well, there was also a police call and body cam video of the frat guys getting tickets in the field behind the house at the same time. Yes. So that's something that came out more recently. They've released body cam footage of 3 individuals coming. I don't know if they were I don't know if they were coming to or from the frat house. There was a call made to the police officers about like an alcohol offense.
Yeah.
And they were stopped, and body cam footage shows a car pulling into the house at around that time,
which is weird.
So, but also I find it weird. I would like to know how many alcohol offense calls they get at 3:00 in the morning in that area. Like if that's common or if it's uncommon. Because if it's uncommon, that sounds like a distraction.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
G is just doing an FYI so people know. I worked in law enforcement as a 911 operator. Just giving some info out. Thank you. I appreciate the info. Do you want? Can you pull up the and send it to?
It's one of the videos that Queen sent you.
All right.
The body cam footage.
Yeah. Do you want to watch that?
Yeah, we can.
This. Is this
good? Well, can I see all 3? Because they all look like more than one. Okay, keep going down. Yeah. All right, the other one. That one.
Oh, fuck. All right, so.
Yeah, Queen said, but right across the street. I don't know if it's a cover up. I know it would be weird. Yeah, I do see what you're saying.
All right, this is long. So
that's the extended body cam footage.
Here we go.
Y'all 3 turn. 1. So if that comes back good, yeah, you're free to go. Are these your boys? No, I don't know them. Okay. Yeah.
Wait, can you? I'm sorry.
Just hang on, man. Yeah, wait till dispatch comes back.
Can you rewind? Because I actually haven't seen the full body cam.
Do you want to see the whole thing?
Yeah, kind of. Because I want to hear if there's anything on the rate. Like, I want to hear what's said and stuff like that.
All right, so it sounds like it's muted right now.
Yeah, it'll. I think it starts quicker than we thought it did. All right, so here's these boys walking in the fields. Now this is the field behind the house. It's basically between the house and the frat parties, the frat houses.
All right, I'm just gonna leave this running while we talk. So I like again. This again seems like multiple people.
Hey guys, Moscow PD. Come over here, talk to me.
And it's
Moscow
like,
PD.
Already tired of
this
this.
is
cop.
about 3 o'clock in the morning.
Is that beer?
And see how many people are
Is that
out.
beer in your hand?
Yeah, I'm 21.
You got your ID on you?
I don't.
Okay.
I'll take it back to my apartment if you need.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Huh? No, they just took off. I told them to stop, but I'm not going to push it.
Hey, Moscow, wait.
Yeah, you got your ID on you?
I don't.
Okay. I'm going to grab your info just because you got beer and you're walking around with it.
No, it's...
All right, fucking run! What are you doing walking up to the cops? What are you, like? Have you people fucking never like? What's going on with kids today? You have beer, you fucking jet, right?
Well, he's over 21. It's not
but
open.
He doesn't have his ID.
He's walking down a field. He didn't know there were going to be police there.
All right, well,
he's, you know what I mean? Like, it's a 2-minute walk to the frat party that he's going to.
I'd be out of there. I'd be fucking. I'd be running as fast as I could for 4 feet until I ran out of breath.
It's closed.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I live like right there. I'll take it back if you need.
No, we're just doing alcohol enforcement and running around with beer across the street.
No worries. Sorry about that.
You're good. What's your last name?
He did it. Because he's fucking clearly stupid as shit.
Like, right. He's of age and they're closed. It's not like
supposedly.
Date of birth.
2001. Like, one.
How'd you pull that one off? That's an awesome birthday.
Yeah, lucky birthday.
You got a driver's license?
I don't have it.
What? No, in general.
I do have one, yeah.
What state is it through?
Idaho.
Idaho? Okay, perfect. I'm just going to check if everything's good. Since they're not open, I'll let you hang on to them.
Okay.
So,
will I get charged with anything?
No,
or?
no.
Okay. Appreciate
So
it.
it's just enough for me to stop, check, make sure you're 21, walking around here in public.
It's annoying.
Moscow 77, check one. What's that?
All right, so when I heard them talking to someone, I
make sure you're
assumed
actually
it was
21
the
and give me a
3
fake
boys.
birthday or anything.
He says he is, but if he is of age, why did he get ticketed if it's closed?
He didn't get ticketed.
Well, not yet.
2001, North Idaho. Well, yeah.
Oh, buddy. That's funny.
What I think is weird is that he's starting
yeah.
his party at 3 o'clock in the morning. 2:56
So if that comes back
is what
good.
it is right
Nah,
now.
I'd be starting that
You,
party.
Your boys?
No, I don't know them.
Okay.
Because he's clearly not
Just hang on,
drunk.
man. Yeah, wait till dispatch comes back and says you're good.
All right, no worries.
You guys taking off on me?
I didn't hear you. Yeah, we thought you were talking.
You all three turned around and I pointed my flashlight. You said, hey, come here. You guys all turned around and walked away.
I thought it was just like a fake person, honestly. Yeah, like
How many fake people are out here that you've experienced?
A lot.
Okay.
I don't know, man. There was people murdered across the street from me.
So
I
right
don't
now,
know.
when you're looking,
How's your night going?
Yeah,
pretty good.
I believe
Just trying to stay warm.
Is that y'all's
the
car right
house
there?
is behind them right
Undercover.
now.
like over there.
Well,
Yeah.
just trying to save gas. They downgraded us from patrol cars.
Gotcha.
They gave us hybrids.
So we're
to
on
save
bicycles now because we're pathetic
Yeah.
losers.
fuel. Yeah. All right. Once dispatch lets me know that actually exists, I'll catch you loose. All right.
No worries.
I'm not pro cop. Okay.
You guys over at
Anytime
which
a cop
apartment
is involved,
y'all come
I'm
from?
annoyed.
I don't know. I was at a friend's house.
I couldn't tell you the numbers.
Okay. Do you know the person hosting the party?
Some guy named Matt, I think.
Okay.
Coming straight from the underground, Queen.
You're in the middle. What's your first name?
I don't believe it's campus police because this is technically off campus.
Oh, so now they're blurring out their faces.
I guess because you couldn't really identify them before.
I could. No, I couldn't.
And they're giving like their info, so that's why it's
muted.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I don't see giant knives and like.
No, they're not suspects.
They're not?
No.
Okay. So what is
the big deal about this body cam footage is that
they maybe could have like been over there like
no. There was a phone call made for alcohol offense, whatever. I don't know if it was like just on the party or something, and then they were checking these kids. I don't know if the call was specifically made against these 3 kids. I don't really know. They haven't released that 911 call. But the thing about this, if I'm understanding correctly, is that this was at the time of the murders or around the time of the murders.
So it couldn't have been them.
Right.
2:59.
Right. So we're at 2:59. This goes on for how much longer?
For
like another 40 minutes. So but somewhere along in this body cam footage, they pulled out
a couple beers.
Yeah. Hard liquor or anything like that?
No.
A snippet of
Come
where
on, guys.
the house is
Stumbled
behind
down
them.
the driveway like that? That's more than a couple beers.
To be honest, I haven't
That-
taken anything in like a month and a half. So.
The house showed a car
But it's more
pulling
than a couple
into
beers.
the driveway and the lights immediately being turned off, which
What about you?
I don't think is that weird. If someone is actually going to their house, you turn your lights off when you get into the fucking driveway.
That's more accurate of an answer, I think.
Hold on.
What?
I just want to. What? I'm just nitpicking annoying cops right now.
Okay.
For comedic purposes.
Hard liquor or anything like that?
No.
All right, so he's asking them, what have they had to drink already tonight? This guy over here is wavering. When I waver, yeah, you know I'm gonna be the man who's wavering to you. So he's a bit wavering.
Come on,
and
guys.
when I stumble, yeah, you know I'm gonna be the man who stumbles home to you.
Stumbled down the driveway like that? That's more than a couple beers.
To be honest, I haven't drinking anything in like a month and a half.
So
kind of got to me pretty quick.
he goes, how many, like, what have you had to drink? He goes, a couple beers. And the cop goes, well, you're fucking stumbling around like a fucking asshole. And he goes, that's not just a couple beers. You haven't had any hard liquor or anything tonight? And he goes,
But it's more than a couple beers.
6 at most.
Okay. What about you?
having a 6-pack in like a couple hours will, if you are not a cultured drinker, such as myself, maybe you might look a little inebriated. Yes, you always say a few. Always say a few. Don't say a couple, because that implies two. A few. Who knows? I had a few beers.
8. Yeah. That's more accurate of an answer, I think. 2 is, it's a little low. So, 6 to 8 for all of you?
Probably, yeah.
Some more shots?
No shots.
Okay. What kind of beer?
Busch Light.
Why?
Busch
Does
Light?
it matter?
Because they're trying to fuck them.
All right. Let's try one more time. Was it really 6 to 8?
Yeah, because the police have never heard a few before. It's more ambiguous than, especially if you're walking, you're not behind the wheel of a car, Hooper. It's way more ambiguous than a couple. A couple implies 2. A few it could be
5 to 7 usually.
I always thought it was 3, but 3 or more.
All right, 3 to 7.
I know, it's just funny. Everyone says that.
Here, a little more than that.
6:16.
Okay.
Well, 9 for me, okay. All right.
Wait, maybe this is the house. I just know that there's a part of the
59,
body
77,
cam
you can be
footage
issuing.
that is towards the house.
Over there?
I'm honestly, I don't know.
Relabs
I think
also
it's there.
cannot find how many citations were issued, but I'm guessing it's in the hundreds as well. For Alyssa, she asked earlier.
I wasn't asking for citations. I was asking, which I appreciate you looking that up. Hold on. I was asking about phone calls about because they're claiming that there was a 911 call about an alcohol offense. So I don't really care how many stupid liquor citations they decide to give out. It's more of like, is someone in the community, like, is that a common occurrence where they call the police about it?
Yeah. As of last year, Moscow ID made 126 liquor law arrests, 56 DUIs, does not specify what the liquor law violations are, but assuming campus stuff. If it's a college town, probably. Yeah, I just read the first part, King. I had to go back. All right. Police always try to find a way to screw you. I agree. More than 2, less than 10, officer.
Copy. I'll bring him over and.
Well, 2 less than 24.
All right, guys, come on over here.
That's my answer.
All right, so this is where.
This is where the party was.
No.
All right, if you guys all want to stand.
Okay, this is where the house.
Somewhere in this area. Don't run off on me. None of you guys are 21. It's one thing to drink in an apartment where no one can see you. It's another thing for us to drive by and see you guys absolutely stumbling down the roadway. Okay?
Again, we should let our children drink. People were drinking hundreds of years ago. People were drinking all the time. Children were drinking ciders at their jobs, which we should reinstate child labor laws. Fucking let kids go to work. They don't need to be at school. Leave these kids alone.
So likely what's going to happen, because you're all underage, what grade are you guys in? What year are you?
Freshman.
You guys are all freshmen?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you guys had any cop talks or anything like that with our 2 campus officers?
Yeah.
Brzezinski, Morris? Okay.
Yeah.
So none of this is a surprise. They've explained this all. They've given all the warning stuff like that, okay?
Yes, sir.
So you guys going to hang out for me? I know it's cold. I apologize. We'll try to get through this as quickly as we can. We're going to get you some citations, and we'll catch you loose, okay?
Sounds good.
Sounds good? All right.
Worth it.
Oh, wow.
Worth it.
I'm going to go back in my car where there's heat. I'm going to write citations for all these young kids who are just trying to have a good fucking time.
Good.
Can't stand the police.
Negative. He's been released from the scene. Thank you, though.
Is that better?
What's that?
Homeboy lied to you.
No, he showed me a
test
picture of it. I don't know if it was a 2-part last, and I don't know if I messed that up, but he showed me a valid picture of his ID. I could even see the hologram in it. Do you want to give me one of their info and I'll start?
Yeah, King. So, Moscow Police Department put an update this morning on their Facebook page. They're looking for a Hyundai. Yes, they're looking for a white Hyundai Elantra between the years of 2011 and 2013. And that came from this, I believe, body cam footage. There was a white Hyundai Elantra that drove into...
I work with somebody that drives a white.
Okay, well, we live in New York, not in Idaho.
Well, who knows what they were doing over the weekend 3 weeks ago.
Queen. I hope that motherfucker went home after his shift, got real fucking comfortable, then all of a sudden had to pee so bad. As he's running to the bathroom, he stubs his pinky toe on a door frame.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going back and forth between which side of the fucking road the house is on. I'm real confused. I think the field was directly behind the house, which is what makes me think the house is over there.
Damn, Queen. Ruthless. I think we could solve this tonight.
It's really annoying to me that you bitched about people who do that, and then you want to come on stream and fucking do that. The house is to the right of the video. Okay, thank you, Queen. So it's on the same side of the road that they're standing?
So over here, like over here in the trees.
The field is next to the frat house on the opposite side of the... Okay. Alright, so where we're looking right now is towards the frat houses. The house is behind us. But I guess it's when he turns around. Because I do remember in that clip with the car that there was a line of cars.
And also all the lights were on.
All the lights what?
In the house. Behind the trees were all on. I'll be right back.
It wasn't like that house right there. Oh, the frat house is behind it. I'm so confused now.
For this guy? You're good. Gonna be the last of Regan, Robert, Edward, George, Adam, Nora. First of Peter, common spelling. Middle B, boy. DOB is 2003, male threat.
By behind him, I meant like that side of the road, like to the right. So like when he's looking at the field across the street, that's towards the frat houses, and then everything behind him, that would be where the house, the murder house was, King Road.
We're code 4, thank you.
Yeah, okay. We're on the same page then. So behind these trees is where the development is, where the houses and the murder victims were. Across that street, out into the field, past the field is where the frat house is. I do want to know what the point of releasing this entire body cam footage was. I guess just for clarification for people. But now, what time are we at? We're at 3:07 right now. We know that the girls were still awake.
You're on December 1st? Okay.
Yeah, King. I know. I've seen. I've looked up the maps and stuff like that. So we know that something that police did release is that Kaylee
infraction ticket
and Maddie, assumably mostly Kaylee, called her boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, guy she was seeing for a million years 7 times from her phone. That was up until 2:52 a.m.
Okay.
And then 3 more calls went to him from Maddie's phone, which is like so not a weird thing to do. Girls get drunk. They call their boyfriends, ex-boyfriend. What?
I'm I'm just gonna let you. It's not a weird thing. Like, I'm not saying that it's not a weird thing to do. But it is kind of crazy behavior. If there
I'm
wasn't
not
a
saying
murder,
that.
if there
That's
wasn't
not
a
what I'm
murder-
saying. What I'm saying is it's not uncommon.
Right.
Okay, and then the 3 calls came from Maddie's phone, which would be Kaylee on Maddie's phone because she just thinks he's not answering her because she's drunk. And I think that went to 2:58 a.m. So we know that they were awake and around at least to that point.
Until what?
2:58.
2:58 p.m. and then
a.m.
And then
the murders, they believe, happened sometime between, they were saying 3 and 5, and they narrowed it down between 3 and 4.
3 and 4. Okay. So this is like they could be being murdered, and this guy is busy giving a couple of kids citations for having a Coors, which is shit beer. Drink PBR, everybody. Oh, you can hide them in your pocket so good.
But this body cam footage, I would like to get to the part where like they're looking at like where the house is, because really none of this matters, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
none of this is like where they're looking at. Where okay, here
there is a part. Yeah,
okay.
I think it's around.
Let's go over here. So what are they saying to these guys?
So that you guys didn't stop.
Drop and give me 20.
Well, let's walk back over here, okay? Sure.
Did it
Why
just
are they
replay?
stopping them again?
Guess that. But I can go staggering around the middle of the roadway, afterwards. So, I'm not saying you're a bad person or anything, but there's a way to do it, obviously, and there's a way to do it. Not obviously.
So they're signing the tickets.
Blah blah blah.
All right, you can see it.
John, if you want to look at that Snapchat King sent you about, so that you have an idea of the layout.
Have a safe rest of your night, man.
Oh, wait. Okay.
Moscow 77.
So it seems like it's like beyond where they are. So, yeah, it looks like they just replayed it. Thanks, Law and Crime.
All right, so then
Oh, wait, no. All right, we'll see what happens, I guess.
Oh, is this the other police officer? Because there was more than one, right?
I'll take it back.
Here goes, no, they stopping.
Huh? No, they just took off. I told them to stop, but I'm not going to put it.
Hey, Moscow police, come back here.
Okay, so this is the other police officer.
Oh, so it's just like the same guy.
It's
like,
the same stop.
All
but this
right.
is, well, I think this might be the one that you see the.
I don't know.
Yeah,
But
that's where
but according to King's map that he just sent me, like they couldn't have seen the house. It's like a block away, like not a block, but it's like past these houses.
those are apartments, but you can to the right. I watched that part.
Yeah, but okay.
No, they could not. I don't know. You can see it, right? Yeah. Because they released just a snippet of them being able to see it. Do you want me to find that? Here. Yeah, I think I saw the part actually because that's what made me knew I was looking at the right side of the road. All right, here. This is the first part that was released.
Just send it to me in a message
and I'll pull it up.
Okay. But I want the one that points it out. If you...
All right, I'll keep this running. Well,
okay. Good night, John. Pretty good. Should I stay warm? Is that yours?
because like over here, okay.
Undercover. Well.
So, over here, in this area,
Mhm.
this is all the houses that are lining the street. It would only be this house, if even, or
No, it's to
this
the right.
house.
It's to the right.
So it's further in,
Yeah, and
which is completely obstructed by trees and other houses, which is what King sent me. It doesn't make any sense that they would be able to see the house from the street. Like, who is saying that? Because it doesn't make any, like, the house is like behind there. There's a street, and then there's one more street over where the house is. You know, like, it's in the area, absolutely, but it doesn't make sense that it would be.
So maybe it's not the driveway, but they were saying that it's getting plugged in.
If they're seeing the house, they're seeing a part of the roof at most.
I'm trying to find the video that actually like circles where we're looking.
Queen
so you
says
guys can
no
see.
King, they see the whole house. Which I don't, from what the map that King showed me, like, says, that doesn't make any sense. And yeah, unless Google Maps is completely wrong. Look at the TikTok I just sent you. Can you send it to me as well? So we can put it up on screen?
I have a few things to say about TikTok though with this case. There have been things released that are just such, in my opinion, complete bullshit.
No, it won't let me, so that's why I sent it to Alyssa.
I'm getting it. I'll send it to you.
Okay.
I don't have it.
Maybe it got taken down.
No, like I don't even have the message.
Oh.
Trying to save gas. We downgraded us to patrol cars. Gas. Getting us hybrids. So fuel. There we go. Smart move. Yeah. All right. Once dispatch.
All right. So.
Know that that actually exists.
All right. Are you sending it to me on Facebook or?
I don't know. Give me 1 second.
You guys over at which department? Did y'all come from? I don't know. I was at Defense House.
I couldn't tell you the number, sure.
Yeah. Okay. Do you know the person hosting the party? Somebody Matt, I think. Okay.
Where do you prefer I send it?
If you
In the
can
middle.
send it
What's your first name?
to Discord, that would be best. So, if, like, I'm scrubbing this, and then he's in his car, and then even after, okay, then it goes completely
I was looking
black.
for the video because there is a video on YouTube that like circles what they're talking about.
Then he gets out of his car.
And it's like super quick. It's not like a long.
I know. It's just. Alyssa got it. They were also talking about this pug story. Those big white apartment buildings in the video right now are on the map sent to you. That's the left side of the apartment buildings. Right. The house is behind is behind the right side. So yeah, it doesn't make sense that this would be like whoever is saying that the house is in those videos is just wrong. It's not physically possible.
Citation here, and you put the rest of your information on here, but that's all your information. Citation is MIC, and then down here is going to be the paid by or contest by date. So it's an infraction.
2 days ago, body cam footage not connected to 4 student murders.
All right. Maybe the police found out who killed the pug and just aren't releasing that. So there's a pug that was skinned alive also in the area, which is like way more upsetting to me than 4 college students being fucking stabbed because they were selling coke out of their fucking party house.
So there's a set fine for this, okay? It's $487.50, and it has to be paid or contested by December 1st. Okay? So what's your last 4 of social?
$480 for fucking being a little tipsy out in public and underage? That's fucking wild.
Just, I guess pull up, I think we're done with this. Pull up Queen's video. I sent it to you on Discord.
University of Idaho students were murdered. And right here is the frat house that Ethan and Zaina went to that night. There was a party here. In this field, there was a 911 call at 3:01 a.m. regarding an alcohol-related
that doesn't
incident.
sound right at all. Hold
and
on.
Look how close this is to
I don't
the
know how to
home.
make it bigger, but yeah, it's not lit. Nothing lets me make it bigger. You want me to rewind it?
Yeah. So don't press play though. Rewind it all the way.
Zaina went to University of Idaho students.
All right. So in between those 2 buildings is where you can see the house, I guess, is what she's saying.
Okay, so this part that she covered with text, like over here?
I guess, yeah. We can't make it full screen. It's not letting us.
How do I... Come on, you can't... They don't have a full screen option on TikTok?
We've done that before, though, so I don't understand.
I guess they did just update the website.
The cops were on the left of the apartment building. I don't know.
Here's what I can do.
Don't. Just, this doesn't seem like it's going to be helpful, really. That's a little better.
That's the best I can do.
And right here is the frat house that Ethan and Zaina
But that doesn't even
went
match
to
up, I
that
feel
night.
like.
There was a party here. In this field, there was a 911 call at 3:01 a.m. regarding an alcohol-related
So you're literally
incident.
just crossing the road.
And look how close this is to the home. It is 4 University of Idaho students were murdered.
This is I don't know. I feel like this is a case of like YouTube sleuths getting too Reddit sleuths getting so involved in this
and
fucking
causing
story,
misinformation, to be honest.
and like telling people wrong shit that is just not fucking true. This is the problem that I was telling you about the other night is okay, this is
That's why I want it that's why I wanted to just go through the facts first, and then we could talk about all the random stuff afterwards. But that's not what happened here tonight.
Oh, I'm sorry. I mean, like it's a live show, and we don't have a script that we're going through. So why don't we just try to go through this video that seems to be like the bare bones of it, and we can like start skipping stuff that
we've already talked about. Or
again, that new information just confirmed that Kaylee's injuries were, quote, significantly
we have to look at
brutal.
all of the evidence before we
are
solve
going
the
to
case
analyze
tonight.
coming up over
We're
the next
solving
hour.
this tonight.
All of this really is a nightmare for this town, a nightmare that they just cannot wake up from. Over the next hour, we are going to be diving into all of the details
it's so bad.
of this case, learning.
It's so bad that 4 white kids were murdered. Oh, man. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's a nightmare this town can never recover from. I'm tired of
and their families.
Look at this
I
fucking.
knew you were going to say something about it. I knew
with
you were going
these
to say something.
fucking dumb mouse ears. I'm glad she got.
Are you kidding?
Is she
Are you kidding?
Is she the
Are
one
you
that-
kidding?
Is she the one that
Are you
gets-
kidding?
Yes.
Are you
Obviously-
kidding?
Obviously, I'm kidding. Is she the one that got stabbed the most?
No.
Is it this one?
No.
Oh, of course it's this one.
To make sense of this unimaginable loss here in Idaho. We're gonna go take you around the crime scene.
And he drove
show you what it
5
looks
hours
like, as well as an
at
exclusive look
1:45
at the
a.m.
Idaho State
to
Crime
his
Lab.
family's
And
cabin.
we're going to remain
He's
focused throughout
suspect as
all of
fuck.
this on the victims and their family. To
Are we
try and
talking about
understand
the
how we got
Taco
to
truck guy.
Taco truck guy. Leave him alone. He's cool. All right, I know that guy. I don't know that guy.
this point. First, we go back to the beginning.
There was a murder in my town a few months ago, and it was suggested that the
Idaho,
injuries
a beautiful,
were more
quiet
gruesome
college
because there
town
was a
near the
sexual
border with
element to the
Washington
murder.
State. Blanketed in snow this time of year, and home to the University of Idaho, with 11,000 students who have almost never had a reason not to feel safe.
Until a bunch of people were murdered.
The worst crimes we see in town involve things like
You should
bike
never
theft
feel safe.
or
never be comfortable
cars getting keyed or something like that.
because somebody
We're a
will
nice
stab you
artsy
multiple
town,
times in your sleep.
that provides
And you'll never
a
know
great
about it
quality life
because you'll
to a
be
lot
dead.
of people.
But what happened in the early morning hours of November 13th has shaken this community like never before.
That's why I never sleep.
I'm scared too. This is a worrying time, but we also have the ability to understand that this is just another example that crime happens, and it can happen anywhere.
Fear.
Exactly.
College communities
Can
still
happen
in
to
shock
you.
following the brutal stabbings of 4 of their
PSA.
students. So many asking how.
If you're a
did this
college
happen?
student or old,
We start on the evening of Saturday, November 12th.
All right, so this is the
Kaylee
timeline.
Gonsalves and Madison Mogan, where
we didn't
many
even get into
college
Kaylee and
students
Maddie
spend
yet.
their Saturday nights. At this local bar, the Corner Club on North Main Street in downtown Moscow. According to local law enforcement, the two were at the bar between 10 p.m. and 1:30 a.m. on November 13th. At around 1:40 a.m., Kaylee and Madison moved over to a local food truck. You can see them here on surveillance video from the Grub Truck down the street on South Main Street.
this guy that's being covered up by the Red Arrow, is he the one that was like, ew, fucking drunk bitches?
I don't know. I'll tell you in a minute.
News Nation has
Yes,
confirmed the two
I
women
think so.
used a
Yes. I love this guy. This guy's right. This guy is the only one who makes any sense in this entire case. Ew, drunk bitches. Glad they're dead.
private party for a ride home from downtown to their home on King Road. The home is about 1.5 miles or about a 6-minute drive from the food truck. They got home around 1:56 a.m. according to digital evidence collected by investigators. Investigators also say Kaylee and Madison made several calls to an ex-boyfriend of one of the girls 7 times, raising some eyebrows.
Yeah, very crazy behavior by drunk cunts.
Person has now been cleared, according to law
Sorry,
enforcement.
I just have to
Kaylee
get...
Gonsalves' sister spoke with News Nation's Chris Cuomo.
There's no boy problem. There's no threat. There's no high-risk lifestyle that could have indicated this. It has taken all of us completely by shock, and we have absolutely no ideas.
Another roommate, Xana Kernodle, and her boyfriend, Ethan Chapin, were also out the night of November 12th. Investigators confirm Ethan and Xana were seen at the Sigma Chi fraternity house on the University of Idaho campus.
So this is the house that the other Kais were coming from, right?
No, they were walking through the field, which is to the left of the house.
Okay. So they had literally nothing to do with it.
No.
Okay, they weren't even at the same party.
I mean, maybe, but I don't know. We don't know. There's probably
where things
5,000 parties going on that night.
True, but there's some ladies.
The way Alyssa explained that clicked for me. Which part? I don't drunk dial my exes. I drunk dial my best friends and tell them I love them.
True, but there's some ladies out there. Hopeless LMAO. Let's get them on the phone and ask them. What is the most cult-esque frat house I've ever seen? Yeah, look at that. Look at that fucking... What is going on here? It was a demon sacrifice. That's what it was.
A little shaky. Law enforcement confirms with News Nation, Ethan and Xana were seen at the fraternity.
Also, all these weird names. What are the names of the victims?
Kaylee Gonzalez.
Very strange.
Goncalves, sorry. Madison Mogan.
Also, very demonic.
Okay. Xana Kernodle.
She's literally Satan.
And Ethan Chapin.
Totally normal.
I knew you were going to say that.
House around 9 p.m. They reportedly made it back home around 1:45 a.m. Investigators are still trying to piece together what happened between 9 p.m. and 1:45 a.m.
Figure out.
So we kind of know. They walked back to their house. Or they went to the house.
For 5 hours?
They went to the party.
So there was apparently there was that frat house, right? Party.
Yeah.
And they were supposed to go to some, I forget what it's called, some ball at another either sorority or fraternity. But that's what was planned that night. So I don't know if they went to a different one, but I think what they're saying now is that they were just at the frat party.
Okay.
Who they were with, what was going on, maybe any routes or paths that they took to...
I want to go to a ball too.
I don't think it was the same kind of ball you guys are thinking.
An 8 ball?
No. End up going home, those types of things. Potentially, that is critical to the investigation.
As for the two surviving roommates, they were also out on the night of November 12th in the Moscow community. They returned home by 1 a.m. The two surviving roommates did not wake up until later in the morning on November 13th. That is when they called other friends to the house because they believed one of the second-floor victims had passed out and was not waking up at 11:58 a.m. on November 13th.
The 911 call that everyone is talking about, okay? First, it was reported that the two remaining housemates at 11:58 a.m. woke up. They called their friends to the house because they thought that one of their second floor roommates was passed out, believed to be Ethan. If we're going off that, the only thing I can think of is that Ethan he's a triplet and he has two, a brother and a sister that go to this campus, that maybe they called them.
Okay.
But there's also... Go ahead.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What about the blood?
Right. So the part that people were very confused about was how do you... So you called people to the house and then you called 911 and reported an unconscious person. What the fuck? This was a bloody murder scene. There was blood leaking out of the house. How do you just say that that's an unconscious person? Now, this is unverified. However, someone who apparently was at the scene wrote online about it, explaining why this sounds so weird. This is not verified. It's totally speculatory. I don't know if this is 100% true or not, but it would explain. It does kind of explain why that would happen.
Before you explain,
yeah,
can I give a theory?
Sure.
Vampires.
Okay.
All right, that's my theory.
So this person said they were at the scene. They were outside of the house, I think, walking. You have your doubts about the blood coming out of the house.
Me too, Queen.
That would take a long time to leak through. They were saying that the house is kind of like thrown together, like it's not really up to code, and it's on like whatever. So this person says that they were outside of the house, and both of the roommates came running out of the house. One who was on dialing 911. Now we know the 911 phone call was made from one of the surviving victims' phones, but it was not that person they spoke to. They spoke to a couple of people.
Was the other one dehydrating rapidly in the sunlight?
Shut up. So one of them came out freaking out. The other one came out with their phone freaking out and passed out. The one with the phone passed out in front of the house. That's when the people that were outside of the house, who also knew these people, picked up the phone, told 911 that there was an unconscious person and that they needed help. Both of the other girl that was not unconscious was was going into shock and panicking and hyperventilating and not really talking.
Being a coward.
So that's an explanation as to why we have an unconscious person reported instead of 4 people murdered. And then when people came to the scene, they went into the house and
a woman being dramatic, taking all of the attention onto her because she decided that she was going to pass out in front of the scene.
You're so annoying.
I'm just
the way she says unconscious. I love it. How else do you say it?
You say
unconscious?
You say unconscious. It's unconscious.
Okay, well, I can't change the way I speak. It's the way it is.
I'm not expecting you to change the way you speak.
This is how it is, accept me. So that's, again, unverified, but apparently, this was coming from someone who saw, thank you, Queen, that helps a lot when you spell it right.
John is more attention seeking than the caller. I am, but I also would pass out and vomit.
And shit yourself.
And shit myself.
So
and also pee. And sweat.
So die. Anyway, I'm gonna die myself. Yeah. It's about me.
I would stab myself in front of the house. Like, oh my God, my friends are dead.
Push me to the edge.
Oh, my friends are dead.
So that's an explanation. It's honestly the thing that makes the most sense to me when it comes to why are there other people at the house? Why did the phone call come from their phone, but it was someone else on the phone?
Queen calls it center of attention material. I call it main character energy.
I'm cringing. The fuck? Any mirrors turned over in the home?
Yes, all of them. Because
John.
It was vampires.
All right, so we can move on now.
All right.
That's my little spiel about the 911 call.
A 911 call requested aid for an unconscious person. The call was made from one of the surviving roommates' cell phones inside the residence.
Whoa. Okay, it was surviving.
Multiple people talked with the 911 dispatcher before Moscow police arrived at the home. Officers discovered Kaylee, Madison, Xana, and Ethan dead inside the residence on the second and third floors of the home, suffering from stab wounds.
It was a pretty large knife, so it's really hard to call them puncture wounds. And they were definitely stabbings. And I mean, it has to be somebody that's pretty angry in order to
Asimi, stop giving away the plot.
Stab 4 people to death.
So many questions unanswered. Authorities remaining tight-lipped, saying there are many details still simply don't know.
Do you know inside the house whether the...
By the way, alt is Asimi.
The victims' doors were locked into their individual rooms?
I don't know that.
Do you know were any messages left behind in the house, like almost symbols from the killer? Because sometimes in other cases, you know...
That's only if you have a serial killer.
It's also when you have vampires and
and satanic cults.
And vats of acid.
All right, what are you going to say that's going to contribute to this?
I just don't. I want to understand why Santa Claus has a lot of things to say about this case.
Oh, I don't know.
No, if it was like a fetish killing, they would leave something on the body or write something on the wall. Is there anything like that?
I'm not aware of anything like that.
Ho, ho, ho!
Jesus, fuck! You're so annoying!
While authorities remain tight-lipped, we are learning other details from the families of the victims. At the vigil on campus Wednesday night, Kaylee's father gave insight into how close his daughter and Madison were discovered, saying the two were found together in the same bed. Earlier this
He
week,
knows
there was
when
confusion
you've
when law
been
enforcement
stabbed
said there
to
was a
death, so be
miscommunication
good
between
for
police and
goodness
the county
sake.
prosecutor about whether this was a targeted attack or not.
My understanding is the investigators believe that whoever's responsible was specifically looking at this.
Why are they doing like what? Why is this news channel doing fucking like found footage fucking what's that movie about the witch?
Blair Witch Project?
Blair Witch Project footage of this house.
This particular residence, that's all that they can offer at this point.
The latest from police is they do think the murders were targeted, but police say they have not concluded if the target was the house or one of the occupants. Investigators have also confirmed a 6th person on the lease was not in the home at the time of the murders.
Because they did it.
They didn't do it.
And the roommates and friends who lived in this house behind...
This is the guy that ruined fucking Kanye's life. All right.
Why?
I don't know how they got what's his face? What's the name of that comedian that fucked Kim Kardashian? That was on SNL.
I don't know.
Are you looking it up?
No.
You got to help me with the jokes.
What am I doing?
Look up
Pete Davidson?
Yeah, Pete Davidson.
Thank you, Queen.
Behind me were so many
I was half
things
listening.
to
I'm
so
trying to
many
do
people. Jokesters, a fashionista, some prolific photographers. They were really just typical college kids preparing to take on the world.
And then they got stabbed to death by a fucking mysterious man who broke into their house and killed all 4 of them in maybe an hour.
Guys, can anybody drive me class?
Their friendships so deep.
Did anybody do their chores today?
I saw that already.
The roommates could rock spot-on impressions of one another.
It's 8. Gotta go. Jake's calling. Oh, Jake's calling.
How you gonna take on the world when you can't take on a knife? Pussies.
God. And best friend Kaylee Gonzalez from nearby.
Gotta have thicker skin than that. All right, Zoomers.
Went to high school close by in Post Falls, and her boyfriend Ethan Chapin from out of state, Mount Vernon, Washington, all coming together at the University of Idaho, the tiny college town of Moscow.
Community is reacting with.
Excuse me, Moscow. All
No,
we
they
are-
say Moscow.
We are pro Ukraine on this show, okay? I'm glad these kids are dead.
Oh my God.
Brief concern.
You're so.
The Russians are evil.
For 4 very popular people on campus.
You hear that? Communist fucking singing.
Emotions raw at a community vigil on campus Wednesday, including Ethan Chapin's mother.
My name is
Don't look
Stacey
at me.
Chapin.
People are laughing.
Mom.
Her 20-year-old coming to the university this fall
Glad
with
your
his
mic keeps
brother and
falling.
sister. Triplets, they were inseparable. Ethan's last day spent accompanying...
That's because they were triplets because of the fucking radiation from Chernobyl.
Sister Maisie to her sorority formal. Yet the freshman was usually with his girlfriend, Xana Kernodle, a junior studying marketing and reveling in the pair's growing relationship. A proud post of Mouse...
Oh, hold on.
Maisie to her sorority formal. Yet the freshman was usually with his girlfriend, Xana Kernodle.
This is not a college student. This is an old man.
Oh my God.
This man is 40 years old. I look better than this old man.
Kernodle, a junior studying marketing and reveling in the pair's...
Look at him. This is like you'd see this picture like, oh, this man is a billionaire, tech savvy guy, and this is some Instagram fucking bitch that he picked up.
Oh my
somewhere
God.
off. Alyssa, when are you getting your own shit? That is a 36-year-old man, right? I'd rather face a person with a gun than a knife any day. Look, I'm glad that you are filled with the knowledge of how to compete with
I think it's less likely.
a gun. I don't know. That seems wild to me that you would rather deal with somebody who has a
I don't think
gun
so. I don't
than
think
a
so.
knife.
I don't think so.
What if I'm across the room? I gotta do all this shit.
What the fuck? What do you have to do? Ow! You hit me right in the knee.
I'm sorry. I'm doing a lot of wiggling. I gotta dance around the room so he doesn't shoot me. I'll take a guy with a knife any day of the week.
I feel like you're more likely to get stabbed by the knife.
I'm gonna run. Not fast. But I'll try.
Okay, if you're in a room, like right now, if we were in a room
and you had a gun or a knife. I guess the gun.
It's easier for you. Yeah, it's easier for you.
Blocka.
It's easier for you. Blocka.
Yeah, I'll just push the bullets against the wall.
How about try grabbing the fucking gun from me?
Yeah, but if you're like over there.
Oh, you have a foot away?
No, I mean like in the corner of the room, and like I could. Fucking.
I'm not. I'm standing between you and the door.
But you're over there.
No, you just told me I'm over there. I'm saying if I'm in front of the door. I feel like it's much easier to overpower me and get the gun away than it would be to get the knife away from me because I could literally stab you with it.
I don't know. I've never been in that situation before.
I'm just saying, you try to grab a knife from me, you're cutting your own hand.
Trust me, in a fight, knives are harder. Alyssa, you win. I'm leaving. That's the...
You can't just...
I'm running away.
Through the wall?
Yeah, through that wall.
You're an idiot.
I don't know.
You're a moron. That's what the conclusion is.
I don't know. I'm trying to get away. That's what I'm trying to do. If anybody comes at me with a weapon, I know that a gun can hit me from further away. Right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I've been in a fight with a knife. I'll take it over a gun. I agree. Get a marker and try to draw on John.
Why?
Like a knife fight. I'll try to run away, and you take a shot. Next stream.
We're gonna have marker fights.
Never turn your back on an opponent. They will stab you. LOL. Yeah, I don't want to be stabbed or shot. I don't know what would be worse though. Probably getting shot. Now that's fucking...
I don't know about that. People, especially if they're not trained, like, okay, it would suck to be shot. I'm not saying that. but to get a fatal shot.
All right. So here's what we're going to do.
To get a fatal shot, you have to know kind of sort of what you're doing.
We got to get a Nerf
a gun and a knife.
Yeah.
And try this out.
Knife, and then you got to kill me. You got to try to kill me with the knife, and if I make it out of the room, I'm safe. And then if you try to kill me with the gun. All right.
Growing relationship. A proud post of Mouse and Chef, a playful version of Ratatouille.
And I want people to take...
All right, so
wait, what do you...
here's
okay,
how we recreate this.
Wait,
I will be in
Queen
a dead
said,
sleep.
Say something else fucking stupid. Who are you talking to? I hope it wasn't me.
I don't know.
Personally, because she was everyone's daughter.
Kaylee Gonzalez.
All right, I will fall into a deep slumber brought on to me by some sort of herbal concoction by a witch, or that will, and then Alyssa will stab a person that we have kidnapped next to me.
No, stop. What?
Yeah, this is the next stream.
No, it's not. I'm not
She's going to murder some vagrant that we pick off the street, and if I wake up next to them after being...
You're not going to wake up.
I'm not going to wake up.
Elvis's sister talking to News Nation's Chris Cuomo about her younger sister. Kaylee was finishing her
Can
senior
I be the
year
wizard
strong,
in this?
with
Sure.
her best friend, Maddie Mogan, always
Wait,
at
but
her
we're not
side.
doing it.
So then they went to high school.
We're doing it.
No, we're
next,
not.
Next Saturday, we will have a homeless
From Queens to Lake City High, teachers say
vagrant
the two girls never parted.
in this
Roommates
bed.
at the University of Idaho.
Ew.
Maddie did join a different
And I will be
sorority.
sleeping
The
next
live
to them.
music lover showed off her
And
marketing
Alyssa
Can I
will
come stay
stab
with
them
someone
for-
else on Saturday?
No, you have to stab them to death.
I'm not doing it.
30 times.
No.
They died together in the same room, in the
30
same
times. Why
bed.
30?
I think
I
all
don't
the
know.
people working on trying to figure this out, and it really means a lot.
That guy did it. Whoever that was with the mustache.
You're getting real fucking annoying. Are we going to learn anything about this case?
No.
Artsy and funky Moscow, Idaho, the perfect
Funky
backdrop for the
Moscow?
college journey.
That's even worse than regular Moscow.
But like, what would you guys do in my situation?
The home on King Road, which once hosted Forever Friends, now bears visible scars of the unthinkable.
That's the blood.
Yeah. Well, the supposed blood.
That's fucking metal.
4 young lives taken, who, as shown on Xana's high school graduation cap, had their sights set on giving the world so much more.
Make sure that you spend as much time as possible with those people because time is precious and it's
How much do you want to bet once this like really reaches like a fucking big crescendo, like of like people really talking about this all over the place, like fucking it's like everywhere. You can't help but hear about this, that like some activist group will be like, 4 Chinese women were also murdered.
Oh, like when Gabby Petito
Yeah.
was murdered and everyone was like,
Yeah.
what about all of the Native American girls that are going missing and no one cares?
Yeah, exactly.
something you can't get back.
It's true.
And like
though.
it'll be like 4 Chinese people who were murdered like across the country. Like, it won't be like 4 Chinese women were murdered in the same house. It'll be like 4 Chinese people were murdered anywhere in the world.
Just so heartbreaking what these families are going through. I had the chance to sit down with the Gonzalez family in Kaylee's home. Their loss, it is so heavy, and they have been vocal about their relentless search for justice and frustrations with the investigation. Here's part 1 of our conversation.
You know,
This is Kaylee's family.
Hurt so bad that
Okay,
she was not
calm
able
down.
to recover.
Pause this for a fucking second. You fucking stop.
I'm just saying, like, pull yourself together. You're on TV.
Okay. If I'm in that mom's shoes, I don't give a fuck who's watching. I don't give a fuck if I'm on TV. Because she's mad.
That looks like my friend Amber, who's on pills.
That is
My
just
God. Jesus,
terrible.
fuck, John.
It's okay. It's terrible.
It's okay.
Oh my God. Ooh. What is wrong with you?
I have. They're being dramatic. That's what's.
Their daughter and sister were just murdered.
It's okay.
Oh my God.
It's okay.
That like hurts actually.
I know. That's what she did.
I cannot fathom in my head what kind of person did this.
A bad
And
one.
Why? I can't sleep at night.
Because they were annoying.
I'm pondering just millions of different scenarios, and just
people do want to hear what she's saying.
Obviously you don't want to know, but I think I want to know it all, and you're okay. I just don't understand why. How somebody can take somebody for.
Look how the dad, composed, stoic, in the face of adversity. This bitch, fucking hysterical.
4 of them. It wasn't just my girl. Just so savagely.
Is anyone acting differently since
All right, so this is
the murder?
This guy egging on the hysterics
Davidson.
of Blue Shirt. What?
Pete Davidson?
Pete Davidson egging on this woman to cry more. Cry more. Cry. Ratings.
Murders. I mean,
Don't
is
put
there
these people in
anyone
front of
that-
a fucking camera.
That you have a weird feeling about that the girls knew, or that
I'm being empathetic.
Oh my God.
No, because I could see a lot of people taking what I'm saying right now as like I'm an evil person. I'm being empathetic. Get these people away from the camera. Let this guy do the talking.
Yeah, I would say.
Let this guy who's composed and ready to kill for, he's ready to fucking, you point him in the direction, he will solve this. This man right here. Yeah, you can see with the power of his 2 fingers against his temple, he's thinking.
And all Mike Rambo said, I'm just going to say this. This last week and some, I learned that I would have cried and been so much messier than that mom is right there.
Nobody put you in front of a camera. That's my problem. I don't have a problem with her. She's doing exactly what she should be doing.
You told her to calm down. You're on TV.
You should.
Why?
If you're on TV.
Why?
Because you don't want to show weakness.
Who cares? The fuck?
Circle by any means. But
this man is gonna.
All right, they're talking about what they think. Can you shut the fuck up for 2 fucking seconds?
I've been shut up.
No, you have not.
I don't know how much of
Can
that
you
is
rewind
just
it?
because we have so little information from law enforcement, and how much of
And just, I want to know, but then there's stuff obviously you don't want to know, but I think I want to know it all, and
you're okay.
I just don't understand why.
That was her
how
whole life.
somebody can take somebody, 4 of them. It wasn't just my girl. Just so savagely.
is anyone acting differently since the murders? I mean, is there anyone that you have a weird feeling about that the girls knew, or that comes to mind?
Yeah, I would say not in the immediate circle by any means, but a few of the names that have been circulating around, I think it's hard not to kind of, dig into this. And I don't know how much of that is just because we have so little information from law enforcement, and how much of it really is, a sister or a father's intuition.
Let her loose.
Can you elaborate at all? I don't know. You don't have to give a name, but I mean, is it someone that she knew, or?
I have something to say about that. I just feel like there's been a couple individuals that were cleared very fast. That may not, maybe shouldn't have been. And yeah.
She had the strong alibi.
Just really fast.
If you can dismiss.
An hour later, and we're like, what? And I don't know. I don't know anything about those individuals. I just know they were people that, definitely should have been looked at, and yeah.
I don't know what would prevent you from sharing somebody's alibi.
Yeah, I think that's what we're struggling with. So it's like, we know what we know. We've, fought for Jack, Kaylee's boyfriend, and, we still stand that way. So I did just kind of want to clear that up while we're talking through this ambiguity that, that's not what we're honing in on here.
We don't want to.
Ambiguity that, that's not.
Definitely should have been looked at, and
I don't know what would prevent you from sharing somebody's alibi.
Yeah, I think that's what we're struggling with. So it's like, we know what we know. We've, fought for Jack, Kaylee's boyfriend, and, we still stand that way. So I did just kind of want to clear that up.
All right. I thought she said, like, we still stand, like, a fan of Jack Kaylee's alibi. I was wrong. She says that we still stand by.
You're too drunk to be doing this right now.
No, I'm not.
That up while we're talking through this ambiguity that, that's not.
Because they're saying
what we're
people have been
honing in
cleared
on
too
here.
quickly, but they're not talking
We
about.
don't want to make
her
more
boyfriend.
victims out of innocent people.
Exactly.
Definitely don't want to do that.
You've mentioned before that you didn't want to have a funeral right now because the killer's still out there. Is that something that you're still thinking about? Are you nervous at all? I mean, because in Moscow, we talked to students. People are really nervous there.
They should be.
Yeah.
This targeted to me, it seems behavior based. That's why I don't like it, and it kind of pits the parents against each other. So I don't like that. I just told some of the other parents today that if your daughter has no ill will for me, man. To me, if you go have a couple beers or go out and hang out with your friends and then come home and go to bed, if that's your target, then I think we all do that. I think we all come home and go to our beds.
It's all target.
Yeah. So
it's kind of a bad word then. It doesn't really make sense in some ways.
Exactly.
Even the prosecutor told me that.
Yeah.
He said, I think it was kind of a weird word to choose.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if it makes sense if there was some bad behavior that they did, let's say, I don't know, they came from a strip club or something, and then somebody followed them home. That's a targeted thing. That's what comes.
That's your best idea of bad behavior. What if, like, one of them said the N-word? What if one of them was dealing drugs?
Innocent people that were interviewed
obviously
that were their
looking into
neighbors,
that.
and they said, I'd be a lot more scared if it wasn't targeted.
Yeah.
Because I'm not doing anything to target me. And I'm like, well, if targeting's just going to bed with your friends.
So maybe that was just a way to calm people down?
I feel like it was strategic.
Yeah.
It was a strategic way to keep people from hitting the door, transferring out, and turning that place into a ghost town. So,
You never think you're going to lose your little sister. Ever. You never think you're going to have to bury your daughter.
Absolutely unbelievable. It's nothing compared to the pain that I feel.
Yeah.
Losing Kaylee. And I don't know. It's several things. It's her age. It's how it happened.
it's their life.
Why it happened. Who did this to her?
Just graduated.
Who did this to her and her friends? The fact that she was with her best friend. Since they were little girls.
This is awful.
Yeah, this is the part that doesn't feel good.
How do I
Make it funny?
Yeah.
No, you're not right now.
That family tonight.
The dad has said that he's trying to put together money to get a private investigator because he doesn't believe that at the very beginning of this investigation, he hasn't bad mouthed the police department. But I think he thinks that they overlooked some things that they should have looked into more. There's also a rumor about that taco truck guy or food truck guy is out of the country. No. So, but I also don't know if I think it's him either. I don't know. It's a whole, we're not going to really, we're not the ones to know if that, we don't have all the information.
I just want to say that to the father who's looking for the man that killed his daughter, I have at least 35 hours in The Witcher 3 on Steam.
And if you're looking for somebody who can solve this mystery about who killed your father, your daughter, my prices are dear, but they are fair.
Is so heartbroken. I've been in touch with them. It's literally unimaginable to think about what they are going through, but they are so determined to find this killer, and they say they are going to keep the pressure on the police until that happens. Okay, coming up, we're going to talk more about that breaking news that we learned about just tonight about the condition of the bodies. We are live tonight from Moscow, Idaho.
Up next, Xana's mom breaks her silence for the first time.
So
we need more answers.
And internet sleuths are on the case.
And this is my theory on like multiple parts of the case, okay?
You're laying down. Like, I'm sorry, but if you're laying like in your bed and you're like, I just have some thoughts, like, get up. Oh, I hate TikTok.
But when
so,
does it help?
Pause for 1 second. The only other thing that we know for sure about the conditions of the body, well, not that we know for sure, but Xana's dad, did say that because there were some, they said some of them had defensive wounds, but they haven't clarified who. During one of like an interview with Xana's father, he said that she had defensive wounds.
So she woke up.
And that the stab wounds were, the coroner, I think she said it before, that it was like hard to call it stabs because the knife was very large and it like tore the skin more than like clear-cut stabs.
Sleuth feels like a crunchy, dirty word. It is. These sleuths are literally going to be the thing that tears apart any. Here's the thing. All right. In the judicial system, you are entitled to a jury of your peers.
King with a knife similar to a K-bar. K-bar is what they said. Like a military style, like K-bar.
That are not privy to public information. When you have the entire internet talking about this case, and it's impossible to not be impartial, you cannot have a jury of peers.
Investigation, and when does it go too far?
Right now, during this stream, like for anybody who's in Idaho that might watch this, this is bad. Don't watch it. I should have said that.
I saw that, Queen.
An hour ago.
Food truck dude also posted a pic of catching some animal at the cabin. They believe he has that kind of knife. Yeah, I saw that.
Wild. Why would you? What the fuck?
I'm Brian Enton, live in Moscow, Idaho tonight. The murder mystery has reignited the murder here. The online sleuthing community who gained notoriety during the search for Gabby Petito in 2021. We are talking about the armchair detectives, people who sift through social media looking for any possible clue. And in the vacuum of information from Moscow police, their voices are louder than ever. Here's News the Nation's Ashley Banfield.
What we know is that 6 missed calls were made from Kaylee to Jack's phone, her ex-boyfriend.
From the start, amateur investigators shared their theories on the Moscow, Idaho quadruple murders. The case has gripped the nation. People are craving as much information as possible, trying to put the pieces together themselves.
I'm going to talk about the slayings in Moscow, Idaho.
I'm wondering if it was a friend, not one of the roommates.
This is just as pretty much everybody talking about this case, pure speculation.
Partly fueled by a lack of information from the police.
Everybody has an opinion and they want to come out and say it. And so what that does is that detracts from the public's ability to trust the information that's out there.
Police have always had to work around rumors. They sift through leads, discarding the hoaxes and the hearsay to try to get to the credible tips. But the sheer volume of tips in this case could take a toll on police resources. But they could also crack
They've handed
case.
all tips over to the FBI
Nearly
because there's too many for them
500
to
digital media tips have come in to
take.
an FBI page dedicated to the case. The Moscow police are on rumor control, both on their website and during their news conferences. Often, the rumors get started on social media.
Okay, I have no qualifications to be speaking on the Idaho murders other than the fact that I just have been keeping up with them, and this is my theory on multiple parts.
Again, bitch, you're laying in bed. Fucking get up.
Of the case, okay?
Social media sites seizing the moment, setting algorithms to gain traction on the Idaho case. TikTok posts with the hashtag Idaho Murders have more than 90 million views. Reddit.
I gotta start making some Idaho Murders hashtags videos.
What?
I gotta start making some Idaho murder hashtag videos on TikTok.
Forums with 27,000 members and private Facebook groups, each with tens of thousands of people, are all talking about the Idaho murders and are ripe with wild speculation, many delving into Kaylee, Xana, Madison, and Ethan's own social media accounts. But these crowdsourced investigations can also ruin lives as they track down so-called suspects on their own. First, it was the young man in the hoodie seen at the food truck in a video that surfaced days after the murders. Police were flooded with questions about who he was.
I think a lot of people were curious about that person. We were able to identify him.
Police have since cleared that man, but online sleuths soon turned their attention to a new suspect, a neighbor of the victims named Jeremy Reagan. He's a third-year law student at the University of Idaho and gave a TV interview about the comings and goings at the house where the kids were murdered. He admits that he'd given a nervous smile while talking about the crime. Some viewers took issue and made him a target. Soon he moved from target to suspect, and it was open season on the internet.
People online have just been...
He fucking smiled a bit?
Yeah.
This is leave these people the fuck alone.
Ruthless. They went through and gone through all of my social media history over the past decade, partly because of all the reports that the people had sent in about me and the interview I did.
Reagan has spoken with the police and even volunteered his DNA. But when he didn't hear back from the officers, he simply went to the station himself and gave police a sample. But as amateur investigators continue to dig deep into his personal life, contacting his friends and his family, Jeremy is now so concerned that he carries a pistol for protection. Amateur detectives have had some success before. During the Gabby Petito case, social media hashtags exploded with billions of views.
Which they were wrong about. She asked to be killed because she twisted her ankle.
And gave police strong clues as to where to look. Back in Moscow,
That was a
Idaho,
crime
with
of,
every day that the 4 murders go unsolved,
sympathy.
the online investigative community is sure to grow. Each wanting to be the cyber sleuth that unlocks the mystery and solves the crime. But at what cost to the professional
It was my dad.
investigators and
My dad,
to the
who's been in
public?
rehab for heroin for the last 9 months.
And Ashley Banfield joins me now. Ashley, you have been on this story since the very beginning. You've been doing it every single night on your show. We know with the Gabby Petito case, the online sleuths really had an impact, helped solve what happened. Do you think that could happen in this case?
No.
So the reality is, Brian, that every police officer will tell you when trying to solve a case, there is no detail that is too small. And they ask the public to bring forth any details because sometimes that minute detail can be the linchpin that opens up an entire other set of facts. Well, I don't know how many total officers have eyes on this, but, you know, it's upwards of maybe somewhere below 100. And with the online community, they may be able to triangulate some details between photos that may go missed by the detectives on the case. So in one circumstance, it is highly effective to have that many more eyes that could point out something that's critical to the case. But as we just heard, it can also be detrimental, Brian, to Jeremy Reagan and people like him who all of a sudden become targets for attacks. And those attacks can be relentless. I will also say this, Brian, it is not as though an online community hasn't had incredible success before. You mentioned Gabby Petito. There was also a serial killer in Canada that the online community found before the police found him, and the police ignored them. So there are some lessons to be learned from that, and there are some things the community can actually help with in terms of investigation.
The problem is that police have to follow.
And you mentioned Jeremy. I saw him on your
rules.
show the other night. He actually lives right down.
So I have the most recent update from the police.
Yeah.
Which was today. So these are the only things.
The 12th or the 13th?
The 12th.
Okay.
It's actually been 1 month since these murders in like 2 hours. So it's most stuff that we've already heard. There's nothing new, but this is what is why I think it's important to talk about, is because this is what's actually confirmed by the police, right? So obviously the white 2011-2013 Hyundai Elantra with an unknown license plate, tips and leads have led investigators to look for additional information about this vehicle being in the immediate area of the Kings Road residence during the early morning hours of November 13th. Investigators believe the occupants of this vehicle may have critical information to share regarding the case. So now, this doesn't mean that they think it's the person that did it. It just means that they were in that area during that time, and I don't know, was the front door open? Like, did you notice anything? Those kinds of questions. They, you know, there might be more to that, but that's what they're willing to give to us. So, investigative timeline. Pretty much everything that we heard about Kaylee and Madison and their timeline.
Right.
Accurate from the police. They arrived home at 1:56 a.m. Investigators have determined that Ethan Chapin and Zaina Knordle were seen at Sigma Chi House on the University of Idaho campus. At approximately 1:45, they believed to return home to the residence. It was previously... Okay, never mind. Detectives believe that on November 12th, the two surviving roommates had also been out separately, returned at 1 a.m. Did not wake up until later that morning. So this part about the 911 call, it's pretty much what they said in this video, where they had called other... It says, on November 13th, the surviving roommates summoned friends to the residence because they believed one of the second floor victims had passed out and was not waking up. Now, we don't know why that is, right? We don't know if, like, they couldn't see the blood. They couldn't, like, we don't know why.
Right.
At 11:58 a.m., that's when the 911 call was made and requested aid for an unconscious person. The call was made from one of the surviving roommates' cell phones inside the residence. So that debunks
the outside.
Them running outside.
Okay. Can I play this for 2 minutes while I go to the bathroom?
I mean, I could just go through this. Do you need to be here for this?
No.
Okay, so autopsies were conducted. on November 17th, and they confirmed the identity of the 4 murdered individuals and their cause and manner of death as homicide by stabbing. The coroner stated the 4 victims were likely asleep, some had defensive wounds, and each was stabbed multiple times. There was no sign of sexual assault. Detectives continue investigating what occurred from approximately 9 p.m. to 1:45 a.m. when Ethan Chapin and Xana Kernodle were believed to be at Sigma Chi House on the University of Idaho campus. Any interactions, contacts, direction, and method of travel, or anything abnormal that could add context to what occurred. They're seeking for surveillance video, blah, 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 right? At this time, they do not believe the following people are involved: the 2 surviving roommates, the male in the grub truck video, private party driver who took Kaylee and Madison home, the male Kaylee and Madison called numerous times, any individual at the residence when 911 was called, and the individual on the lease who moved out of the house. So I think that's pretty much it. So this is a little bit, these are like updates, and then they have some rumor control. On November 29th, as part of the ongoing homicide investigation and original search warrant, detectives relocated 5 vehicles from within the police perimeter to a more secure long-term storage location to continue processing evidence. So it's all their cars. The crime lab have been working on this case for weeks and have provided testing and analysis results to detectives. As they complete additional tests, those results will also be provided. To protect the investigation's integrity, specific results will not be released. So they're not going to release any of the crime lab evidence to us. As detectives move forward with the homicide investigation, a private security company has been contracted to provide scene security. All right, so now this is rumor control. Regarding an incident at Taylor Avenue in Banfield on November 13th. The incident was an alcohol offense which was addressed by the on-scene officer. This call is not related to the murder investigation, so that police body cam footage is not related. We have not changed our belief that the murders were a targeted attack. However, investigators have not concluded if the target was the residence or its occupants. There have been media questions about a September 12th incident regarding an argument between a group of people walking on the University of Idaho bike path and a cyclist. It was reported that during the confrontation, the cyclist displayed a folding knife. Both parties dispersed, and there were no injuries. The cyclist turned himself into police. The case was investigated, and misdemeanor charges were referred to the Moscow. I didn't even know about that. So there's no connection between that individual and this incident. There have been media questions regarding a February 2022 death on Baker Street. They've also confirmed the death was due to an overdose and it's not related to the case. There have been online reports of a red Mustang being processed as part of the murder investigation. This information is not accurate and the vehicle is not connected to the incident. The identity of the 911 caller has not been released. There have been numerous media inquiries about a 1999 double stabbing in Pullman, Washington, and the 2021 double stabbing with one death in Salem, Oregon. While these cases share similarities with the King Street homicides, there does not appear to be any evidence to support the cases are related. We'll get into that in a second. Detectives are aware of an incident of the report of a skinned dog, but do not believe there is any evidence to support it's related to this incident. Detectives are also aware of a Moscow police incident of the report of deceased animals left on a resident's property. This was determined to be wildlife activity and not related to the murders. Online reports of the victims being tied and gagged are not accurate. So those are all the things that we can throw out because it's not right. And what are you doing? I don't want to see that shit.
I'm trying to. Chilton County pug skinned by animal.
That's in 2012. 2012.
So.
How do you know it was a pug?
That's what everybody else was saying.
Oh. Is the chat still going? Like, is it live?
Anybody here?
Are you guys still there? So, there is a ongoing theory that there were two cases. There was a case.
What's up, Craig?
Both of these cases happened about 5 hours away from Moscow.
Okay.
First one was June 13th, 2020. A 70-something-year-old woman was stabbed to death in her bed, and she was found on the 14th. Police never were able to tie that to anybody. And they were not able to, they didn't have any leads. That case is cold. They have no idea who did it. A year later, on August 13th, 2021, a couple was asleep in their bed, and around 3 a.m. were attacked by a masked man with a knife. Unfortunately, the husband succumbed to his injuries and he died. But the woman, who was stabbed 19 times, did not. Yeah. And she survived, but was unable to identify, anyone because he was masked. And there was no, I don't know about the physical evidence. If they had any physical evidence of the intruder, they're not in the system. So they have no leads. They don't know who did it. But what's interesting about these cases is that it was 2020, 2021, all on the 13th of their month. And now we have the 4 students murdered on the 13th of this year. So it's kind of putting that area of the country in a panic that maybe they have a serial killer. I do think it's interesting that it was like the first one was 1 person, the second time was 2 people. Now we're doubling it to 4 people.
If there's 6 people dead tonight.
Felt very, it would be next year. It wouldn't be now.
What if he's just like upping the ante completely?
Queen just said the same thing. So is there going to be a murder tonight? If we're following the pattern, I would assume not, because it would be next year sometime. I just found, it's just interesting. They're saying that they're aware of the case with the 2 people and 1, person that died. And that they don't necessarily think while there are similarities, there's nothing to connect the 2. In order, I guess, to really know, we'd have to see like autopsy reports, like was it the same kind of knife, and like all these different things. Totally speculation and just like trying to put pieces together. But I thought it was just very interesting. It was just something to mention.
So this video by Law and Crime that covered the whole debacle.
Oh, was a serial killer involved? I didn't see this one.
Awful case of I don't know, that
Good
guy
night,
that ran over a bunch of people.
Daryl
Brooks. They were completely biased and disgusting in their
These
coverage.
people?
Yes,
Long
I hate them.
Okay.
This is them talking how maybe it's connected to some sort of serial
the
killer.
drumbeat for information from this 24-hour news
I don't know.
cycle and the internet
You just kind of went through all
in the
this.
early 90s when I was
What?
doing most
You
of my
just
investigation.
kinda
I don't
went
know
through-
what their take is on it. I've
generally
never
wanna
seen it.
keep as much information to inside the investigation as you
beautiful as
can.
well, Queen.
You share a little bit with the families, a little bit, and you release anything that might be of strategic importance to the investigation. In other words, you release it to the public hoping for tips, or if you're watching a suspect, you can maybe watch them after you release the information and see if they behave in a different way. So I think that there's some strategic benefit, but in this case, no, I don't think it's advisable to put out that kind of information. You might share it with the families because there's an emotional need
I
to
did
know.
see this, actually.
But some of the wounds you don't want to share with the families. And so
I think they touch on it briefly.
You know, again, my default position
They
is
do talk a
any
little bit about,
information
like,
that goes
what the-
out potentially
like-
could compromise.
White dress with the fucking Converse.
Are you really giving her fashion critique?
I mean, it's not going to hurt her feelings.
Oh my God. Okay.
The investigation, and unless it
Good night,
serves a
Mrs.
strategic
Jackson.
benefit
Good night,
to the
Ms.
investigation,
Jackson.
it shouldn't be released.
I think the police department might be feeling that right now. And Jeanette, want to go to you at Posh Penguin 3, which is great for multiple reasons. One, I hope that there was Posh Penguin 1 and Posh Penguin 2, and this user had to go to Posh Penguin 3. And that's how we like our penguins. Stylish, posh, perfect. So Posh Penguin 3 on Twitter says, was Ethan Chapin at the Betty Ball that night with his siblings? Was Zana with him? At what point did they make their way to the Sigma Chi fraternity?
Well, we know that they were at the Sigma Chi fraternity at around 9 p.m. On November 12th, that's Saturday night. Where they were in between 9 p.m. and 1:45 a.m., that's something we're trying to get the answers
Pause this for 1
to.
second.
We talked yesterday.
So we just know they were there at 9 o'clock, right? Because it was confirmed that they were seen at the party.
Right.
What I got from this press release, and maybe I should have just read this myself before now, but the way they worded it, it didn't make me think that they didn't know where they were. It made me think, it made me think that they just want more information about things that happened during that time. So I'm trying to find it. Hold on 1 second. Because they're asking. Yeah, so detectives continue investigating what occurred from approximately 9 p.m. to 1:45 a.m. when they arrived home. So at 9 p.m. they were at the Sigma Chi house, and they arrived home at 1:45. So they're investigating what occurred between that time. Doesn't say like they have no idea where they were or what they were doing. But they want more information on any interactions, contacts, direction, and method of travel, or anything abnormal that could add context to what occurred. Now, I'm putting these pieces together in my head. I'm going to look and see what I can find on like the kids at the fraternity and getting like lawyering up. Because if they're saying, okay, yeah, they were at the party, but they left at 9 o'clock. That's a large gap. So why are you saying they weren't there if they were?
Right.
And then, the fact that they want more information and that they don't have more information when there was probably a ton of people at this party, why aren't people being forthcoming with that information? It does lead me to believe that maybe they need to look into the fraternity a little bit more. I'm not saying anyone did it or anything like that. Just like that's definitely cause for
maybe
like
looking
a bigger look into, were they targeted?
I met up with and just kind of ran into the president of Sigma Chi outside as he was going to class. And he just, didn't remark on their whereabouts for that night. He said everything.
Oh, no.
Is that our stream or the video?
It might be all of it. It should be all of it.
They know they've shared with the FBI, Moscow police, and the Idaho State Police, and that they've cooperated with the investigation. But we know that Moscow police, as of Monday, didn't know where they were between those hours because they're trying to put that timeline together. So I don't know if Ethan was at that event with his siblings or not. Ethan is a triplet, and his other siblings, his two siblings, surviving siblings, attend the University of Idaho as well. So I know police are looking into that. That's a question we have for them, and we're going to try to get the answer to that question too.
I know you're on it, Anjanette, and we have more questions actually directed specifically towards you in 1 second. Before we do, Bobby, want to go to you. We have a question from one of our Twitter followers, @TrialWatcher22. Could this have been a serial killer just passing through and is long gone, or is that unlikely?
So that's what this video is about. This one question from like some YouTube super chatter.
It's unlikely, and I've spoken to some of my.
Well, there you go.
What?
Like, no, I'm not. I'm like asking you for confirmation. Like, is that
what?
Is that all we need from this fucking video? Is like him going.
Well, I think he's going to talk about.
It's a 10-minute video.
He's going to talk about why.
All right.
Former colleagues that I work with now almost on a daily basis who are former FBI profilers. Serial killers usually have a signature. They don't usually kill more than one person at a time, although it has happened. It's unusual. And this is not the type of crime that we usually see, the victimology of which, serial killers usually have a specific type of victim and some have a ritual they go through when they do the killings, and none of that is here. These are multiple victims, seemingly random. I think that probably, in my opinion, one of these people was the targeted victim and the other was collateral. The other three were collateral. But it doesn't seem to me like a serial killer. Serial killers, because the way they get away with it for so long, are usually much more careful. And this killer didn't seem to be careful. I think, entering a house with 6 people in it is not careful. Now, they did get away. I grant you that. But it's not generally a safe way to do it.
Okay, so I have, like I said, Anjanette, we have questions direct.
Fuck this channel. Fuck law and crime. This is a fucking cash. Let me explain this to you right now. All right, let's look at the analytics on this fucking video right here. We have. Where's the views? Over 1,000 comments, which is like not crazy, but 1.9 thousand likes, and this was just out what?
3 days ago.
3 days ago.
5 days ago. I can't read it from here. You're moving.
It looks like they're not showing how many views they have per video, but like I guarantee you, this channel is, they make all their videos fucking premieres where they
live.
Yeah,
they do.
They go as if they're live, and people throw money at these fucking videos, man. And this is insane. It's like 30 seconds where they're like, could it possibly be a fucking serial killer? And the guy's like, no. And then that's the end of the fucking video, and it carries on for another fucking 5 minutes where they're
talking about nothing. All the shit that they've already talked about. I can't stand this shit. It's capitalizing on the death of people, and I'm doing it right now. Fuck you. Like, I'm doing this as a comedy product. I'm not doing this as like, oh, we're doing facts. Oh, we're looking at some shit. These people, this is a one-off that we'll talk about this case on this channel because it's interesting to somebody who's involved in the channel on a daily basis. So we took the time to talk about it, and everybody was asking for us to cover it. We don't do this as like a money grab. We make no fucking money here. Law and Crime does not bring up the fact that those two cunts were scissoring.
Oh my God.
You're right, King. We do. On the John Briggs Bad News channel, we bring up the fact that those two bitches were in bed fucking bam, 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 bam. Fuck this entire case. It was probably some fucking gangbanging drug dealers. It was not any. I guarantee. Look. Here's what I have to say about this. It's not going to be as interesting as you think it's going to be. It's not going to be somebody who's like a fucking wizard who managed to kill 4 people in a house. It's going to be a bunch of fucking kids who were involved in some auxiliary gang activity who came into the house and fucking stabbed these people to their death. And it's not going to be satisfying for you. Stop looking into this and stop acting like you're solving the fucking case. You're not solving the case. You're getting in the fucking way.
I'm still going to look into the case.
Watch Mojo did this about the nightclub shooting in Orlando. Yeah, Watch Mojo, who does fucking videos, top 10 videos on best lines in Wolf of Wall Street. Is that what you want to be?
None of us are doing that.
I'm not talking about you, who's like silently going through because you're interested. I'm talking about the people.
Yeah, but what if I do a true crime channel?
Do cold cases.
Don't tell me what to do.
I'm not going to tell you.
I'm going to do whatever the fuck I want to do.
Okay? Do whatever you want to do. But, like, ethically, you're doing a bad thing.
I think you can do it in a tasteful way.
It's not about tasteful. It's about, are you damaging a case about people who have been murdered?
We had this conversation. Have I not said 100 times tonight? I went through like what is actual.
I think you did it in a good way. You did it as a news network, but I don't think 90% of these people, like that red-haired bitch, starts talking about how fucking some guy is like mean to the girls who were drunk. Like, I've seen girls drunk at bars, like, as a drunk asshole, and been like, ew, fuck you, you're fucking trash, you're drunk, you're too drunk to even fucking be here. The entire sleuth community can go fuck themselves because they're not doing anything other than gratifying themselves as if they were flicking their fucking beans with their hands covered in the blood of the victims. It's disgusting. You could, yeah, exactly. What King says, you could do this without adding a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
And I think you would do this without adding a bunch of bullshit.
I would talk about the bullshit, but say it's bullshit.
Yeah, but you wouldn't add a bunch of shit like, why is this guy talking so much shit? Fuck you. He can talk as much shit about some drunk cunts that he met before they were fucking dead. They weren't dead yet. He had an opinion.
I was waiting for the meltdown to happen.
Because I can't stand. Here's what sent me over the edge is this fucking channel, Law and Order, Law and Crime. They exploited fucking Daryl Brooks, and they're exploiting these dead cunts. And they will do it for views until the end of time, until enough people go, this is disgusting. Leave this to Channel 5 or whatever your local fucking news station is. Why does the entire country need to know about 4 dead bitches in fucking Idaho? Why do I need to know about this? I want to know where the fuck my money is. It's not about... No, okay. Alt, you fucking... see me, you cunt. It's not... I've never once stepped on Alyssa's aspirations. We've done fucking tarot card readings on this channel. We're doing true crime, and we're doing it in a way that's ethical and not the way that these other motherfuckers do it. Okay? Do you have a problem... do you have a problem with anything that I've said tonight?
I understand what you're saying. I think you're direct, but you are explosive. Like you,
Of course.
Of course. Yeah, you don't. You were like the way that you were saying it was like you're yelling at everyone who's interested in the case.
No.
You clarified afterwards, but you don't. The way you say things does not come through always the way that you're meaning it.
Well, I'm happy to clarify.
Yeah, I'm interested in these things, and I watch Law and Crime and roll my eyes because I'm watching videos about the same thing, and then they'll put like a title like this is breaking news about the case, and it's like, no, it's the same thing you've been saying for the last 7 days. It's nothing new. You just said it in a different way. When I gave you pushback, it was because I do think that there are people who can do cases and it not be.
No, I don't think that there are people that can't do. Like, I just think that there's a way to do this.
But that's the clarification I was making.
Yeah, okay.
That was the separation that I was making.
And I agree. But I think that there's a way to do it without getting involved and just... Like, I have a following, here are the facts.
But what Asimi said is, like, how you did come off at first, yes.
Well, then, I was wrong. Then I was wrong. And I'm clarifying now. I don't think that putting out a video titled Idaho Student Murders was a serial killer involved is ethical. And then them talking about...
Here's the thing.
A super chat that was put in that was like, hey, maybe was it a serial killer? And then this fucking ghoul going, no, probably not. That's not. And then making it a 10-minute video? Fuck you.
I don't think that talking about, like, I don't think it's wrong to say, like, this is interesting. Is there a serial killer? Because I just did it before. Is there a serial killer? I think the problem that I have with channels like this or like Web Sleuth is like they get super passionate about what they're saying and none of it is based in any fact. And they don't clarify that it's not based in any fact.
Here's my problem with this channel. 4.1 million subscribers. That's my problem with this channel.
Okay, well, what about... your problem is that they have subscribers?
No, my problem is that they used the Daryl Brooks case and live streamed it every fucking day and let a bunch of people fucking say how much they were glad that he was basically going to be raped and murdered in prison. and then accepted their $20 super chats and accepted their fucking subscriptions to their channel for months and months and months so they can then capitalize on the death of 4 fucking teenagers in Idaho that nobody should even fucking know their fucking names because it's interesting. It's disgusting. And don't keep me going. I'm tired. It's 2 a.m. It's past my bedtime.
Like way past because you have not slept.
And I've been screaming for like 15 minutes. What's wrong with you people? Do you want to see me hurt myself?
That's a weird thing to say.
Give me money.
Oh my God.
Don't give me any money. No, it's just gross. It's just fucking horrific. To fucking like come up to harass, to have these Reddit boards fucking dox and harass neighbors of a house that had this horrific crime happen feet away from their families and friends, and then they are then having their employers contacted and their entire fucking lives looked into. We're psychotic. Aren't you a self-player? Thank you for the $2, King. It's sad. We should all be sad that a bunch of kids were stabbed to death in their beds after being whores.
Oh my God.
It's not right.
You're so ethical.
You shouldn't be murdered
This
just
is
for being
way more
whores.
ethical.
Nobody should be murdered for being a whore. Being a whore is a beautiful thing.
All you guys watching right now, send John feet pics at johnbreaksbadnews@gmail.com.
Don't send me any of that shit.
Are we done?
I'm done.
Want to close the stream?
Do you have any closing statements? What did we learn today?
Not to do true crime with John. Do it by myself.
You can use my channel.
I'm not going to use your channel.
I'll sit in the living room.
I'll make my own goddamn channel.
The finger. Thank you for the $2. Asami's other account.
Oh, God. King, I am broke. Back me. I don't know if that was meant to be a broke back joke, but that's how I interpreted it.
I'm broke. Yeah.
King. Broke back me.
I don't know when the next stream is. It doesn't even make sense to even promote a next stream. There's like fucking 11 of you here. Next stream's probably sometime this week, hopefully before Friday, but probably Friday. I don't know. Whatever I do, it's not going to be telling people a bunch of serial killers are running around. It's going to be something ethical, like watching a retarded guy fight his waifu pillow that's been hung from a rafter. Get that out of my face.
Why? You deserve it right now.
I don't. All right, we're gonna watch a non-consensual second part of a documentary that's 3 parts.
Non-consensual documentary.
About a guy who's gonna samurai fight his waifu pillow.
I don't know. We'll do that sometime this week.
Is it a waifu pillow?
Yeah, it's a waifu pillow. Mogar? Well, who wouldn't he get? I mean, like, he's obviously.
I did check Discord and I showed it to him.
She showed it to me, and I wasn't happy. I was just as not happy as I was the first 2 times I saw that picture. See me?
No,
Thank you.
This is a new one.
It's still disgusting. Thanks.
What? Bye.
See me if you're looking to call in. Join me in the Discord. Join any voice chat real quick. We're done, but I guess it's still going. It better be quick. Are you? Come on, man. No. All right, whatever. Hello? Hello? I can't hear you. If you can hear me, I can't hear you.
Yo. You okay? You said hurry up.
What?
You okay? I was trying to call into the show, but I was a minute 40 seconds behind.
Well,
I was trying to talk about...
We're still live.
Oh, you're still live?
Yeah, I was
Oh,
waiting
hell yeah.
for you.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay, sorry. Going through something right now at the same time. Changing the Band-Aid. How did you like the picture?
It was disgusting.
There was literally a hole in my foot.
I understand that. I'm sorry about your foot.
You should lick it.
No.
All right, so I have to ask you with the Mogar thing. Which part are you the most excited about showing the audience?
The second part. I think the third part kind of like adds on to a bunch of shit that doesn't need to be expounded upon. He's clearly insane, and
yeah, it runs in circles up until like the ending.
Yeah, I mean, like I don't want to give a whole. I mean, nobody's watching, but like I don't want to give a whole lot away. But like the idea of buying your mom a bunch of sexy lingerie because you think that she's your girlfriend trapped in your mother's body, and then like watching her open it is just.
I think the best part is his reaction to it, because you can tell that he realizes how awkward it is in the moment, and she's like, "Oh yeah, I could use this for this," and then she's like, "Oh, this is weird. This doesn't make sense." I was literally listening.
It does make sense. He wants to fuck you, bitch. What are you talking
I was literally
about? It doesn't make any
listening
sense.
to Mogar Part 3, and then I'm like, "Oh, John's live. Let me see what he's doing." And you're listening to fucking Mogar Part 1.
Yeah, we're behind a little bit, but yeah, I think I'll let you know like a half hour before I go live next time, and we're probably gonna I mean, obviously we start with calls, but
yeah, Porcelain. I just want to say, Porcelain fucked up the Mogar videos. They're probably his worst work because the timeline is skewed. Well, no, the timeline is skewed. So, like, when you first hear the Katie story, you assume that he's having her interviewed or something, but then you hear that she's missing. It's like, what? So, like, to put it on in the passive sense, it's very difficult to get invested.
I don't think that's what the story is about. I think the story is about a disturbed individual. Like, I think all of the other things that are happening around Mogar are auxiliary, and like you're supposed to follow him specifically. Like when Porcelain does other videos about his subjects, he does take into account all the things that are happening around them because they actually affect the subjects.
Oh yeah, he does.
Mogar is ill-affected by anything because he's he's purely.
But
he doesn't exist in the reality that we all exist in.
I've listened to all of Porcelain's videos at least 4 times each, and in most of them, though, he does this thing where he says something once and then lets you hear it. But in the Mogar video, he says what's going to happen or what's happening in the story, and then you hear an interview where it's mentioned, and then he'll say that it happened again, which just makes the video longer on the third part especially. On the second part, he does it quite a bit. So he'll repeat himself 3 times, and when you finally hear a detail that contradicts it, it's confusing, like the whole ADHD thing. He was Mogar was misdiagnosed with ADHD as a child. He was given Risperdal, which then made him grow tits. And he mentions the tits so often, but he goes back and forth on where in the timeline of the tittiness he's at.
Right. Okay, I see what you're saying. It's sloppily put together, but I think it gets the point across.
Oh yeah.
Either way, I will let you know when we start reviewing Mogar Part 2. Because I'd like to go through it with you because I think that you can add a lot of insight as far as the creator goes because you know Porcelain's work so like inside and out. I fucking love
Porcelain.
He's great.
That guy is an evil genius. He brings everyone in by insulting them except Patrice O'Neill, who he compliments, which is somehow worse and more disturbing, and it bothers me every time. because I have no idea how to feel about it. It's like
because
you
Patrice O'Neal is the best comedian that ever did it. He's better than Carlin. He's better than Carlin. He's better than fucking like literally every comedian that's ever lived.
He just died too soon.
He had an insight into the human psyche that no other comedian could ever have a grasp of. Patrice O'Neal is the most human that ever lived.
Yeah, I can see that. But yeah, it's somehow weirder though because he always compliments Patrice. I will say though, I will hope that next time when we do it, you can play the beginning of the Sam Roberts documentary because that kind of shows when Porcelain has to interview someone who's really shit.
Yeah,
how he pulls the full stops out.
I would rather do that as a preface for the third part.
Yeah, he gets really mean the third part. I enjoy it.
Well, okay, so maybe I'll do it the next episode because he's not as mean to Mogar. But Mogar starts doing stuff to himself that doesn't make any sense.
That's the sad part. The ending of the second part always sticks with me where he says,
no.
I won't give it away. I won't give it away. I'll just say that it's fantastic how he ends it because you expect him to constantly insult Mogar. If anyone here ever watches the Baked Alaska one, he lambasts Baked Alaska, but the next one that he was going to be doing, I think it was the next one, the one before it, was the Gavin McInnes one. So whenever Gavin McInnes was involved with anything Baked Alaska ever did, he would insult Gavin McInnes as like a wink and a nudge. And when he did the Sam Roberts one, he kept referencing The Worm Has Turned, which is the Jim Norton documentary.
Yeah.
And telling people, but the best line that Porcelain has ever said, I assume I can't use slurs here, right?
No, obviously.
He said, I'll not say it, but he said that the Sarkeesian effect was so shoddily done that any 2-bit blank with recording equipment and a lot of spare time could do it for free. And then he plugs himself. Just insults himself to plug himself. It's fucking fantastic.
We're probably gonna watch. I want to watch the Mogar thing, and if people seem to like that, I do want to watch more than that as far as Porcelain goes, because I think a lot of people should know. I think the next one I'll watch after the Mogar series is the one that he does about Bert Kreischer, because everybody loves that guy. And
yeah, I don't know why.
They shouldn't.
You know what you should do? You should pop on to Nightwave and then do the merch documentary.
You know what? I'm on good terms. I like Mersh. He's fine. Everybody makes fun of him. I think that's, not.
Say what you want about Mersh. He understands he's the butt of a lot of jokes, and he just doesn't care. And
exactly
to some extent, the tenacity you've got to admire it, not even respect it, but just admire it. He doesn't give a shit. He's just there to troll people, make a little bit of money, and make himself look like a fool for entertainment.
Exactly.
It's great.
All right, so let's come up with I'll DM you about when I'm gonna do the Mogar Part 2.
We'll do an itinerary.
All right. I'll talk to you later. I gotta get the fuck out of here.
Hey, everyone, I just want you all to know, it's really funny if Sean is pissed off.
No.
To
YouTube
violence.
No, shut up. YouTube.com/Asimi or whatever your URL is.
It's at -Asimi. So you just type in the -Asimi.
All right, I love you.
All right, love you too, bud.
Bye-bye.